goes away after a short time, is called a guest. To his preceptor, to his father, to his friend, and to a guest, a householder should say, I have got this in my house to offer thee today. And he should offer it accordingly every day. The householder should do whatever they would ask him to do. This is the established usage. The householder, O Krishna, should take his food last of all after having offered food to all of them. The householder should worship with offerings of Madhupaka his king, his priest, his preceptor, and his father-in-law, as also Snataka Brahmanas, even if they were to stay in his house for a whole year. In the morning as well as in the evening, food should be offered on the ground to dogs, swapishas, 438, and birds. This is called the Vaiswadeva offering. The householder, who performs these ceremonies with a mind unclouded by passion, obtains the blessings of the rishis in this world, and after death attains to the heavenly regions. Bhishma continued, the puissant Vasudeva, having listened to all this from the goddess Earth, acted accordingly. Do thou also act in the same way. By performing these duties of a householder, O king, thou shalt acquire fame in this world and attain to heaven after death. Section XVII. Yudhishthira said, of what kind is the gift of light, O chief of Bharata's race? How did this gift originate? What are the merits that attach to it? Do thou tell me all this. Bhishma said, in this connection, O Bharata, is recited the old narrative of the discourse between Manu, that lord of creatures, and Shupana. There was in days of yore an ascetic, O Bharata, of the name of Shupana. His complexion was like that of gold, and hence he was called Shupana, the gold-complexioned. Endued with a pure lineage, good behaviour, and excellent accomplishments, he had mastered all the Vedas. Indeed, by the accomplishments he possessed, he succeeded in surpassing many persons of high lineage. One day that learned Brahmana saw Manu, the lord of all creatures, and approached him. Meeting with each other, they made the usual inquiries of politeness. Both of them were firm in the observance of truth. They sat down on the delightful breast of Meru, that mountain of gold. Seated there they began to converse with each other on diverse subjects connected with the Hysula deities and regenerate rishis and deities of ancient times. Then Shupana, addressing the self-born Manu, said these words, It behoveth thee to answer one question of mine for the benefit of all creatures. O Lord of all creatures, the deities are seen to be worshipped with presents of flowers and other good scents. What is this? How has this practice been originated? What also are the merits that attach to it? Do thou discourse to me on this topic. Manu said, in this connection is recited the old history of the discourse between Sukra and the Hysula deity, Vali. Once on a time, Sukra of Bhrugu's race approached the presence of Vali, the son of Virachana, while he was ruling the three worlds. The chief of the Asuras, that giver of sacrificial presents in abundance, having worshipped the descendant of Bhrigu with the Argaya, and offering him a seat, sat down after his guest had seated himself. This very topic that thou hast stated relating to the merits attaching to the gift of flowers and incense and lamps, came upon the occasion. Indeed, the chief of the deities put this high question to Sukra, that most learned of all ascetics. Bali said, O foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, what, indeed, is the merit of giving flowers and incense and lamps? It behoveth thee, O foremost of Brahmanas, to discourse to me on this. Sukra said, penance first sprang into life. Afterwards came dharma, or compassion and other virtues. In the interval between started into life many creepers and herbs. 439, innumerable were the species of those. All of them have the deity, Soma, for their lord. Some of these creepers and herbs came to be regarded as imwriter, and some came to be regarded as poison. others that were neither this nor that formed one class. That is amrita, which gives immediate gratification and joy to the mind. That is poison, which tortures the mind exceedingly by its odor. Know again that amrita is highly auspicious and that poison is highly inauspicious. All their deciduous herbs are amrita. Poison is born of the energy of fire. Flowers gladden the mind and confer prosperity. Hence, men of righteous deeds bestowed the name Sumanas on them. That man who in a state of purity offers flowers into the deities finds that the deities become gratified with him, and as the consequence of such gratification bestow prosperity upon him. O ruler of the deities, those deities unto whom worshippers offer flowers, O Lord, uttering their names the while, become gratified with the offers in consequence of their devotion. The deciduous herbs are of diverse kinds and possess diverse kinds of energy. They should be classed as fierce, mild, and powerful. Listen to me as I tell thee which trees are useful for purposes of sacrifice and which are not so. Hear also what garlands are acceptable to Asuras, and what are beneficial when offered to the deities. I shall also set forth in their due order what garlands are agreeable to the Rakshasas, what to the Uragas, what to the Yakshas, what to human beings, and what to the Pitras, in proper order. Flowers are of diverse kinds. Some are wild, some are from trees that grew in the midst of human habitations, some belong to trees that never grow unless planted on well-tilled soil. Some are from trees growing on mountains, some are from trees that are not prickly, and some from trees that are prickly. Fragrance, beauty of form, and taste also may offer grounds of classification. The scent that flowers yield is of two kinds, agreeable and disagreeable. Those flowers that emit agreeable scent should be offered to the deities. The flowers of trees that are destitute of thorns are generally white in hue. Such flowers are always acceptable to the deities, O Lord. One possessed of wisdom should offer garlands of aquatic flowers, such as the lotus and the like, unto the Gandharvas and Nagas and Yakshas. Such plants and herbs as produce red flowers, as are possessed of keen scent, and as are prickly, have been laid down in the Atharvana as fit for all acts of incantation for injuring foes. Such flowers as are possessed of keen energy, as are painful to the touch, as grow on trees and plants having thorns, and as are either bloody red or black, should be offered to evil spirits and unearthly beings. Such flowers as gladden the mind and heart, as are very agreeable when pressed, and as are of beautiful form, have been said, O Lord, to be worthy of being offered to human beings. Such flowers as grow on cemeteries and crematoria, or in places dedicated to the deities, should not be brought and used for marriage and other rites having growth and prosperity for their object, or for acts of dalliance and pleasure in secrecy. Such flowers as are born on mountains and in vales, and as are agreeable in scent and aspect, should be offered unto the deities. Sprinkling them with sandal paste, such agreeable flowers should be duly offered according to the ordinances of the scriptures. The deities become gratified with the scent of flowers, the Yakshas and Rakshasas with their sight, the Nagas with their touch, and human beings with all three, viz., scent, sight, and touch. Flowers, when offered to the deities, gratify them immediately. They are capable of accomplishing every object by merely wishing its accomplishment. As such, when gratified with devotees offering them flowers, they cause all the objects cherished by their worshippers to be immediately accomplished. Gratified, they gratify their worshippers. Honored, they cause their worshippers to enjoy all honors. Disregarded and insulted, they cause those vilest of men to be ruined and consumed. I shall, after this, speak to thee of the merits that attach to the ordinances about the gift of incense. Know, O Prince of Asuras, that incenses are of diverse kinds. Some of them are auspicious and some inauspicious. Some incenses consist of exudations. Some are made of the fragrant wood set on fire. And some are artificial, being made by the hand, of diverse articles mixed together. Their scent is of two kinds, viz., agreeable and disagreeable. Listen to me as I discourse on the subject in detail. 440. All exudations except that of the Boswellia serrata are agreeable to the deities. It is, however, certain that the best of all exudations is that of the Balsamodendron mucal. Of all tupas of the Sari class, the Aquilaria gallica is the best. It is very agreeable to the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, and Nagas. The exudation of the Boswellia serrata, and others of the same class, are much desired by the deities. Tupas made of the exudation of the Shora robusta and the Pinus didara, mixed with various spirits of strong scent, are, O king, ordained for human beings. Such tupas are said to immediately gratify the deities, the Danavas, and spirits. Besides these, there are many other kinds of tupas used by men of purposes of pleasure or enjoyment. All the merits that have been spoken of as attaching to the offer of flowers should be known equally to attach to the gift of such tupas as are productive of gratification. I shall now speak of the merits that attach to the gift of lights, and who may give them at what time and in what manner, and what should be the kind of lights that should be offered. Light is said to be energy and fame and has an upward motion. Hence the gift of light, which is energy, enhances the energy of men. 441. There is a hell of the name of Underdamas. The period also of the sun's southward course is regarded as dark. For escaping that hell and the darkness of this period, one should give lights during the period when the sun is in his northward course. Such an act is applauded by the good. 442. Since, again, light has an upward course and is regarded as a remedy for darkness, therefore, one should be a giver of light. Even this is the conclusion of the scriptures. It is owing to the lights offered that the deities have become endued with beauty, energy, and resplendence. By abstention from such an act, the Rakshasas have become endued with the opposite attributes. Hence, one should always give lights. By giving lights a man becomes endued with keen vision and resplendence. One that gives lights should not be an object of jealousy with others. Lights, again, should not be stolen, nor extinguished when given by others. One that steals a light becomes blind. Such a man has to grope through darkness in the next world, and becomes destitute of resplendence. One that gives lights shines in beauty in the celestial regions like a row of lights. Among lights, the best are those in which ghee is burnt. Next in order are those in which the juice of the fruits yielded by deciduous herbs is burnt. One desirous of advancement and growth should never burn, for light, fat or marrow, or the juice that flows from the bones of creatures. 443. The man who desires his own advancement and prosperity should always give lights at descents from mountains, in roads through forests and inaccessible regions, under sacred trees standing in the midst of human habitations, and in crossings of streets. The man who gives lights always illumines his race, attains to purity of soul and effulgence of form. Verily, such a man, after death, attains to the companionship of the luminous bodies in the firmament. I shall now discourse to thee upon the merits, with the fruits they bring about, that attach to valley offerings made to the deities, the Yakshas, the Uragas, human beings, spirits, and Rakshasas. Those unscrupulous and wicked men that eat without first serving brahmanas and deities and guests and children, should be known as Rakshasas. Hence, one should first offer the food one has got ready unto the deities after having worshipped them duly with restrained senses and concentrated attention. One should offer the valley unto the deities, bending one's head in reverence. The deities are always supported by food that householders offer. Verily, they bless such houses in which offerings are made to them. The yakshas and rakshasas and panagas, as also guests and all homeless persons, are supported by the food that are offered by persons leading the domestic mode of life. Indeed, the deities and the Pitres derive their sustenance from such offerings. Gratified with such offerings, they gratify the offerer in return with longevity and fame and wealth. Clean food, of agreeable scent and appearance, mixed with milk and curds, should, along with flowers, be offered to the deities. The vilis that should be offered to yakshas and rakshasas should be rich with blood and meat, with wines and spirits accompanying, and adorned with coatings of fried paddy. 444. Vilis mixed with lotuses and jutpalas are very agreeable to the nagas. Sesame seeds, boiled in raw sugar, should be offered to the spirits and other unearthly beings. He who never takes any food without first serving therefrom the brahmanas and deities and guests, becomes entitled to first portions of food. Such a man becomes endued with strength and energy. Hence, one should never take any food without first offering a portion thereof to the deities after worshipping them with reverence. One's house always blazes forth with beauty in consequence of the household deities that live in it. Hence, he that desires his own advancement and prosperity should worship the household deities by offering them the first portion of every food. Even thus did the learned Kavi of Bhrigu's race discourse to Vali, the chief of the Asuras. That discourse was next recited by Manu unto the Rishi Shupana. Shupana, in his turn, recited it to Narada. The celestial Rishi Narada recited unto me the merits that attach to the several acts mentioned. Informed of those merits, do thou, O son, perform the several acts mentioned. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, I have, O chief of the Bharatas, heard what the merits are that are won by presenters of flowers and incense and lights. I have heard thee speak also of the merits that attach to the due observance of the ordinances in respect of the presentation of the valley. It behoveth thee, O grandsire, to discourse unto me once more on this subject. Indeed, tell me, O sire, once more of the merits of presenting incense and lights. Why are vilis offered on the ground by persons leading the domestic mode of life? Bhishma said, in this connection is recited the old narrative of the discourse between Nuasha and Agastya and Bhrigu. The royal sage Nuasha, O monarch, possessed of wealth of penances, acquired the sovereignty of heaven by his own good deeds. With restrained senses, O king, he dwelt in heaven, engaged in doing diverse acts of both human and celestial nature. From that high-souled monarch flowed diverse kinds of human acts and diverse kinds of celestial acts also, O chief of men. The diverse rites with respect to the sacrificial fire, the collection of sacred fuel and of kusa grass, as also of flowers, and the presentation of vali consisting of the food adorned with fried paddy, reduced to powder, and the offer of incense and of light, all these, O monarch, occurred daily in the abode of that high-souled king while he dwelt in heaven. Indeed, though dwelling in heaven, he performed the sacrifice of japa, or silent recitation, and the sacrifice of meditation. And, O chastiser of foes, Nuasha, although he had become the chief of the deities, yet worshipped all the deities, as he used to do in days of yore, with due rites and ceremonies. Some time after, Nuasha realized his position as the chief of all the deities. This filled him with pride. From that time all his acts, of the kind spoken of, were suspended. Filled with arrogance in consequence of the boon he had received from all the deities, Nuasha caused the very rishis to bear him on their shoulders. In consequence, however, of his abstention from all religious acts, his energy began to sustain a diminution. The time was very long, for which Nuashaw, filled with pride, continued to employ the foremost of rishis, possessed of wealth of penances, as the bearers of his vehicles. He caused the rishis to discharge by turns his humiliating work. The day came when it was Agastya's turn to bear the vehicles, O Bharata. At that time, Bhrigu, that foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, repaired to the presence of Agastya while the latter was seated in his asylum, and addressing him, said, O great ascetic, why should we patiently put up with such indignity inflicted on us by this wicked Sultan Nuashaw, who has become the chief of the deities? Agastya said, How can I succeed in cursing Nuashaw, O great Rishi? It is known to thee how the boon-giving Brahman himself has given Nuashaw the best of boons. Coming to heaven, the boon that Nuashaw solicited was that whoever would come within the range of his vision would, deprived of all energy, come within his way. The self-born Brahman granted him even this boon, and it is for that reason that neither thyself nor I have been able to consume him. Without doubt, it is for this reason that none else amongst the foremost of rishis has been able to consume or hurl him down from his high position. Formerly, O Lord, nectar was given by Brahman to Nuashaw for quaffing. For that reason also we have become powerless against him. The supreme deity, it seems, gave that boon to Nuashaw for plunging all creatures into grief. That wretch among men behaves most unrighteously towards the Brahmanas. O foremost of all speakers, do thou tell us what should be done in view of the situation. Without doubt, I shall do what thou wilt advise. Bhrigu said, It is at the command of the grandsire that I have come to thee with the view of counteracting the puissance of Nuashaw, who is possessed of great energy but who has been stupefied by fate. That exceedingly wicked Suld White, who has become the chief of the deities, will today yoke thee to his car. With the aid of my energy I shall today hurl him down from his position as Indra in consequence of his having transcended all restraints. I shall today, in thy very sight, re-establish the true Indra in his position, him, viz., who has performed 100 horse sacrifices, having hurled the wicked Sult and sinful Nuashaw from that seat. That unrighteous chief of the deities will today insult thee by a kick, in consequence of his understanding being afflicted by fate and for bringing about his own downfall. Incensed at such an insult, I shall today curse that sinful wretch, that enemy of the Brahmanas, that has transcended all restraints, saying, Be thou transformed into a snake. In thy very sight, O great ascetic, I shall today hurl down on the earth the wicked Sultan Nuashaw, who shall be deprived of all energy in consequence of the cries of fire that will be uttered from all sides. 445. Verily, I shall hurl down Nuashaw today, that wight of unrighteous deeds, who has, besides, been stupefied by lordship and power. I shall do this, if it be acceptable to thee, O ascetic. Thus addressed by Bhrigu, Maitravarana's son Agastya of unfading puissance and glory, became highly gratified and freed from every anxiety. Section C. Yudhishthira said, How was Nuashaw plunged into distress? How was he hurled down on the earth? How, indeed, was he deprived of the sovereignty of the gods? It behoveth thee to recite everything to me. Bhishma said, Even thus did those two rishis, viz., Bhrigu and Agastya, converse with each other. I have already told thee how Nuashaw, when he first became the chief of the gods, acted in a becoming way. Verily, all acts of human and celestial nature flowed from that high-souled royal sage. The offering of light, and all other rites of a similar kind, the due presentation of the and all rites as are performed on especially sacred days, all these were properly observed by the high-souled Nuashaw, who had become the sovereign of the deities. 446. Pious acts are always observed by those that are possessed of wisdom, in both the world of men and that of the deities. Verily, O foremost of kings, If such acts are observed, householders always succeed in acquiring prosperity and advancement. Even such is the effect of the gift of lamps and of incense, as also of bows and prostrations to the deities. When food is cooked, the first portion thereof should be offered to a Brahmana. The particular offerings, called vali, should also be presented to the household deities. The deities become gratified with such gifts. 447. It is also well known that the measure of gratification which the deities derive from such offerings is 100 times as great as that which the householder himself derives from making them. Persons endued with piety and wisdom make offerings of incense and lights, accompanying them with bows and prostrations. Such acts are always fraught with advancement and prosperity to those that do them. Those rites which the learned go through in course of their ablutions, and with the aid of waters, accompanied with bows unto the gods, always contribute to the gratification of the gods. When worshipped with proper rites, the highly blessed Pitrus, rishis possessed of wealth of asceticism, and the household deities, all become gratified. Filled with such ideas, Nuashah, that great king, when he obtained the sovereignty of the deities, observed all these rites and duties fraught with great glory. Some time after the good fortune of Nuashah waned, and as the consequence thereof, he disregarded all these observances and began to act in defiance of all restraints in the manner I have already adverted to. The chief of the deities, in consequence of his abstention from observing the ordinances about the offers of incense and light, began to decline in energy. His sacrificial rites and presents were obstructed by Rakshasas. It was at this time that Nuashah yoked that foremost of rishis, viz., Agastya, to his car. Endued with great strength, Nuashah, smiling the while, set that great rishi quickly to the task, commanding him to bear the vehicle from the banks of the Saraswati to the place he would indicate. At this time, Bhrigu, endued with great energy, addressed the son of Maitrevarana, saying, "Do thou close thy eyes till I enter into the matted locks on thy head." Having said this, Bhrigu of unfading glory and mighty energy entered into the matted locks of Agastya, who stood still like a wooden post for hurling King Nuashah from the throne of heaven. Soon after Nuashah saw Agastya approach him for bearing his vehicle. Beholding the lord of the deities, Agastya addressed him, saying, "Do thou yoke me to thy vehicle without delay. To what region shall I bear thee? O Lord of the deities, I shall bear thee to the spot which thou mayst be pleased to direct." Apostrophe thus addressed by him, Nuashah caused the ascetic to be yoked to his vehicle. Bhrigu, who was staying within the matted locks of Agastya, became highly pleased at this act of Nuashah. He took care not to cast his eyes upon Nuashah. Fully acquainted with the energy which the illustrious Nuashah had acquired in consequence of the boon which Brahman had granted him, Bhrigu conducted himself in this way. Agastya also, though treated by Nuashah in this way, did not give way to wrath. Then, O Bharata, King Nuashah urged Agastya on with his goad. The righteous Sudrishi did not still give way to anger. The lord of the deities, himself giving way to anger, then struck Agastya on the head with his left foot. When the rishi was thus struck on the head, Bhrigu, who was staying within Agastya's matted locks, became incensed and cursed Nuashah of sinful soul, saying, "Since thou hast struck with thy foot on the head of this great rishi, do thou, therefore, fall down on the earth, transformed into a snake, O wretch of wicked understanding." Thus cursed by Bhrigu, who had not been seen, Nuashah immediately became transformed into a snake and fell down on the earth, O chief of Bharata's race. If, O monarch, Nuashah had seen Bhrigu, the latter would not then have succeeded, by his energy, in hurling the former down on the earth. In consequence of the various gifts that Nuashah had made, as also his penances and religious observances, though hurled down on the earth, O king, he succeeded in retaining his memory. He then began to propitiate Brugge with a view to the working out of the curse. Agastia also, filled with compassion, joined Nuashaw in pacifying Brugge for bringing about an end of the curse. At last Brugge felt compassion for Nuashaw and provided for the working out of the curse. Brugge said, "There will appear a king, on earth, of the name of Yudhishthira, the foremost of his race. He will rescue thee from this curse." Having said this, the Rishi vanished in the very sight of Nuashaw. Agastia also, of mighty energy, having thus accomplished the business of the Tirundra, the performer of 100 sacrifices, returned to his own asylum, worshipped by all members of the regenerate order. Thou hast, O king, rescued Nuashaw from Brugge's curse. Verily, rescued by thee, he ascended to the region of Brahman in thy sight. As regards Brugge, having hurled Nuashaw on the earth, he went to the region of Brahman and informed the grandsire of it. The grandsire, having called Indra back, addressed the deities, saying, "Ye deities, through the boon I had granted him, Nuashaw had obtained the sovereignty of heaven. Deprived, however, of that sovereignty by the enraged Agastya, he has been hurled on the earth. Ye deities, ye will not succeed in living without a chief. Do ye, therefore, once more install Indra in the sovereignty of heaven." And to the grandsire, O son of Pritha, who said so unto them, the deities, filled with joy, replied, saying, "So be it." The divine Brahman then, O best of monarchs, installed Indra in the sovereignty of heaven. Made once more the chief of the deities, Vasava began to shine in beauty and resplendence. Even this is what occurred in days of yore through the transgression of Nuashaw. In consequence, however, of the merits he had acquired through acts of the kind I have mentioned, Nuashaw succeeded in once more regaining his lost position. Hence, when evening comes, persons leading the domestic mode of life should give lights. The giver of lights is sure to acquire celestial sight after death. Verily, givers of light become as resplendent as the full moon. The giver of lights becomes endued with beauty of form and strength for as many years and correspond with the number of twinkles for which the lights given by him burn or blaze. 448. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, "Where do those foolish, wretched, and sinful men go? O chief of men, that steal or misappropriate such articles as belong to Brahmanas?" Bhishma said, "I shall, in this connection, O Bharata, recite to thee the old narrative of a conversation between a Chandla and a low Kshatriya. 449. The person of the royal order said, "Thou seemest, O Chandla, to be old in years, but thy conduct seems to be like that of a boy. Thy body is besmeared with the dust raised by dogs and asses, but without minding that dust thou art anxious about the little drops of vine milk that have fallen upon thy body. It is plain that such acts as are censured by the pious are ordained for the Chandla. Why, indeed, dost thou seek to wash off the spots of milk from thy body?" 450. The Chandla said, "Formerly, O king, certain kine belonging to Brahmana were stolen. While they were being carried away, some milk from their udders fell upon a number of soma plants that grew by the roadside. Those Brahmanas that drank the juice of the plants thus bedewed with milk, as also the king who performed the sacrifice in which that soma was drunk, had to sink in hell. Indeed, for having thus appropriated something that had belonged to a Brahmana, the king with all the Brahmanas that had assisted him had to go to hell. All those men also, Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, that drank milk or ghee or curds, in the palace of the king who had stolen the Brahmana's kine, had to fall into hell. The stolen kine also, shaking their bodies, slew with their milk the sons and grandsons of those that had stolen them, as also the king and the queen, although the latter treated the animals with great care and attention. As regards myself, O king, I used to live in the observance of the vow of Brahmacharya in that place where these kine were placed after they had been stolen away. The food I had obtained by begging became sprinkled over with the milk of those kine. Having taken that food, O thou of the royal order, I have, in this life, become a Chandler. The king who had stolen the kine belonging to a Brahmana obtained an infamous end. Hence, one should never steal or appropriate anything that belongs to a Brahmana. Behold to what state I am reduced in consequence of my having eaten food that had been sprinkled over with milk belonging to a Brahmana. It is for this reason that soma plants become unsaleable by a person possessed of wisdom. They who sell the soma plant are censured by the wise. Indeed, O son, they who purchase soma and they who sell it, both sink in the hell cauldron when, departing from this world, they repair to the region of Yama. That man who, possessing a knowledge of the Vedas, duly sells soma, becomes in his next life a usurer and quickly meets with destruction. For 300 times he has to sink into hell and become transformed into an animal that subsists upon human order. Serving a person that is vile and low, pride, and rape upon a friend's wife, if weighed against one another in a balance, would show that pride, which transcends all restraints, is the heaviest. Behold this dog, so sinful and disagreeably pale and lean. He was a human being in his former life. It is through pride that living creatures attain to such a miserable end. As regards myself, I was born in a large family, in a former birth of mine, O Lord, and I was a thorough master of all branches of knowledge and all the sciences. I knew the gravity of all these faults, but influenced by pride, I became blinded and ate the meat attached to the vertebral columns of animals. In consequence of such conduct and such food, I have come to this state. Behold the reverses brought about by time. Like a person whose cloth has taken fire at one end, or who is pursued by bees, behold, I am running, penetrated with fear, and smeared with dust. They that lead the domestic mode of life are rescued from all sins by a study of the Vedas, as also by gifts of other kinds, as declared by the wise. 451. O thou of the royal order, a Brahmana that is sinful in conduct, becomes rescued from all his sins by the study of the Vedas if he betakes himself to the forest mode of life and abstains from attachment of every kind. O chief of Kshatriyas, I am in this life, born in a sinful order. I fail to see clearly how I may succeed in cleansing myself from all sins. In consequence of some meritorious act of a former life, I have not lost the memory of my previous lives. O King, I throw myself on the mercy. I ask thee, do thou resolve my doubt. By what auspicious course of conduct should I wish to achieve my emancipation? O foremost of men, by what means shall I succeed in getting rid of my status as a Chandler? The person of the royal order said, Know, O Chandler, the means by which thou mayst be able to attain to emancipation. By casting off thy life breaths for the sake of the Brahmana thou mayst attain a desirable end. By throwing thy body on the fire of battle as a libation to the beasts and birds of prey for the sake of a Brahmana, indeed, by casting off thy life breaths thus, thou mayst achieve emancipation. By no other means wilt thou succeed in achieving it. Bhishma continued, thus addressed, that Chandler, O scorcher of foes, poured his life breaths as a libation on the fire of battle for the sake of protecting a Brahmana's wealth and as the consequence of that act attained to a very desirable end. Hence, O son, thou shouldst always protect the property of the Brahmanas, if, O chief of Bharata's race, thou desirest, O thou of mighty arms, an end that is eternal felicity. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, it has been said that all pious men attain to the same region after death. Is it true, O Bharata, that there is difference of position or status among them? Bhishma said, By different deeds, O son of Pritha, men attain to different regions. They who are righteous in conduct attain to regions of felicity, while they who are sinful attain to regions that are fraught with misery. In this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse, O son, between the ascetic Gautama and Vasava. A certain Brahmana of the name of Gautama, mild and self-restrained and with all his senses under complete control, beheld an infant elephant that had lost his mother and that was exceedingly cheerless on that account. Full of compassion and steady in the observance of his vows, the ascetic nursed that infant animal. After a long time the little beast grew up into a large and mighty elephant. One day, Indra, assuming the form of King Dhritarashtra, seized that mighty elephant, which was as huge as a hill and from whose rent temples the juice was trickling down. Beholding the elephant dragged away, the great ascetic Gautama of rigid vows addressed King Dhritarashtra and said, O ungrateful Dhritarashtra, do not rob me of this elephant. It is looked upon by me as a son and I have reared it with much pain. It is said that between the righteous, friendship springs up if only they exchange 7 words. 452. Thou shouldst see, O king, that the sin of injuring a friend does not touch thee. It behoveth thee not, O king, to take away by force this elephant that brings me my fuel and water, that protects my asylum when I am away, that is exceedingly docile and obedient to his instructor, that is mindful of doing all the offices that his preceptor commands, that is mild and well broken, and that is grateful and very dear to me. Indeed, thou shouldst not bear it away, disregarding my protestations and cries. Dhritarashtra said, I shall give thee 1,000 kine, 100 maidservants, and 500 pieces of gold. I shall also, O great Rishi, give thee diverse other kinds of wealth. What use can Brahmanas have with elephants? Gautama said, Keep, O king, thy kine and maidservants and coins of gold and various gems and diverse other kinds of wealth. What, O monarch, have Brahmanas to do with wealth? Dhritarashtra said, Brahmana, have no use for elephants. Verily, O learned Brahmana, elephants are meant for persons of the royal order. In taking away an animal, viz., this foremost of elephants, for my use as vehicle, I cannot be regarded as committing any sin. Do thou cease obstructing me in this way, O Gautama. Gautama said, O illustrious king, repairing even to that region of Yama where the righteous live in joy and the sinful in grief, I shall take from thee this my elephant. Dhritarashtra said, They that are destitute of religious acts, they that have no faith and are atheists, they that are of sinful souls and are always engaged in gratifying their senses, only they have to go to the region of Yama and endure the misery he inflicts. Dhritarashtra shall go to a higher region, and not thither. Gautama said, The region of Yama is such that men are there controlled. No untruth can be told there. Only truth prevails in that place. There the weak persecute the strong. Repairing thither I shall force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, Only those persons, that intoxicated with pride, conduct themselves towards their eldest sister and father and mother as towards foes, have to repair, O great ascetic, to such a region. I shall repair to a higher region. Indeed, Dhritarashtra shall not have to go thither. Gautama said, The region, called Mandakini, of King Vaisravana is attained by those highly blessed persons for whom are every joy and comfort. The Gandharvas and Yakshas and Apsaras live, gladdening all the denizens with enchanting dances and music. Repairing even thither, O king, I shall force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, Those persons who regard hospitality to guests as a vow, who are observant of good vows, having other objects, who give shelter to Brahmanas, and who eat what remains after distribution among all those that are dependent upon them, adorn the region called Mandakini of Kuvera. I shall not go thither, for a higher region is reserved for me. Gautama said, if thou repairest to those delightful woods decked with flowers, that stand on the summit of Meru, that echo with melodious voice of kinnaries, and that are graced with beautiful jamvas of wider spreading branches, I shall proceed even thither and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, those Brahmanas that are endued with mild dispositions, that are devoted to truth, that are possessed of great learning in the scriptures, that are compassionate unto all creatures, that study the Puranas with all the histories, that pour libations on the sacred fire and make gifts of honey unto the Brahmanas, repair to such regions, O great Rishi. I shall repair to a region that is higher. Indeed, Dhritarashtra shall not go thither. If thou art acquainted with any other well-known region of the felicity, speak unto me, for I shall repair even thither. Gautama said, if thou proceedest to the woods owned by Narada and held dear by him, that are adorned with flowers and that echo with the melodious songs of the prince of Kinnaras, and that are the eternal abode of Gandharvas and Apsaras, I shall follow thee thither and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, they who never solicit alms, they who cultivate music and dancing, and always rove about in joy, proceed to such regions. O great Rishi, I shall repair to a region that is higher. Indeed, Dhritarashtra shall not have to go thither. Gautama said, if thou goest to that region where the Uttarakuras blaze in beauty and pass their days in gladness, O king, in the company of the very deities, where those beings that have their origin in fire, those that have their origin in water, and those having their origin in mountains, reside in happiness, and where Sakra raineth down the fruition of every wish, and where women live in perfect freedom, unrestrained by rules of any kind regulating their conduct or motions, and where there is no feeling of jealousy between the sexes. If thou repairest thither, even thither shall I proceed and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, those men that are freed from desire with respect to all articles of enjoyment, that abstain from meat, that never take up the rod of chastisement, and never inflict the least harm on mobile and immobile creatures, that have constituted themselves the soul of all creatures, that are entirely freed from the idea of mum, that have cast off attachments of every kind, that regard gain and loss as also praise and blame as equal, only those men, O great Rishi, repair to such regions. I shall repair to a higher region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go thither. Gautama said, next to these blaze in beauty those eternal regions, redolent with excellent perfumes, that are free from passions of every kind and that are destitute of sorrow. These constitute the abode of the high-souled King Soma. If thou repairest thither, even thither shall I proceed and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, those men that always make gifts without receiving any gift, who never accept any service from others, who own nothing which they cannot give to a deserving person, who are hospitable to all creatures, who are inclined to show grace to everyone, who are endued with forgiving dispositions, who never speak ill of others, who protect all creatures by throwing over them the shroud of compassion, and who are always righteous in their behavior, only those men, O great Rishi, proceed to such regions. I shall proceed to a high region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go there. Gautama said, next to these blaze in beauty are the regions that are eternal, free from passion and darkness and sorrow, and that lie at the foot of the high-souled deity of the Sunday. If thou repairest thither, even thither shall I go and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, those men that are attentive to the study of the Vedas, that are devoted to the service of their preceptors, that are observant of penances and excellent vows, that are firm in truth, that never utter anything that smacks of disobedience or enmity to their preceptors, that are always alert, and ever ready in service of seniors and preceptors, they repair, O great Rishi, to such regions, they that are pure, of mind and body, that are endued with cleansed souls, that are of restrained speech, that are firm in truth, and that are well versed in the Vedas. I shall proceed to a high region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go thither. Gautama said, next those are the eternal regions that blaze in beauty, that are redolent with excellent perfumes, that are free from passion, and that are free from every sorrow. They constitute the abode of the high-souled King Varuna. If thou proceedest thither, even thither shall I go and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, those men who worship the deities by observing the vow called Chaturmasya, that perform 110 sacrifices, that pour libations every day on their sacred fire with devotion and faith for 3 years agreeably with the ordinances declared in the Vedas, that bear without flinching the burden of all duties, that walk steadily along the way trod by the righteous, that steadily sustain the course of conduct followed by the righteous, only they repair to such regions. I shall repair to a higher region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go thither. Gautama said, above them are the regions of Indra, free from passion and sorrow, that are difficult of access and coveted by all men. Proceeding even to the abode of Indra himself of mighty energy, I shall, O king, force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, he who lives for 100 years, who is endued with heroism, who studies the Vedas, and who performs sacrifices with devotion, verily, such men proceed to the region of Sakra. I shall repair to a higher region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go there. Gautama said, above the heavens are the regions of the Prajapatis of superior felicity, abounding in every happiness, and divested of sorrow, belonging to those puissant ones from whom the creation has sprung. They are coveted by all persons. If thou repairest thither, even thither shall I go and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, those kings that have bathed upon the completion of the Rajasuya sacrifice, that are endued with righteous souls, that have protected their subjects properly, and that have washed their limbs with sanctified water upon the completion of the horse sacrifice, repair to such regions. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go there. Gautama said, next to those, blaze in beauty those eternal regions, redolent with a delicious perfumes, free from passion, and transcending all sorrow. Those are the regions of kind difficult of attainment, where oppression can never be. If thou repairest thither, I shall proceed even thither and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, he who, owning 1,000 kine, gives away 100 kine every year, or owning 100 kine gives away 10 every year to the best of his might, or owning only 10 or even 5 kine gives away therefrom 1 cow, and they who attain to a mature old age practicing the vows of Brahmacharya all their days, who obey the declarations of the Vedas, and who, endued with energy of mind, betake themselves to pilgrimages to sacred waters and shrines, dwell in felicity in the region of Kine. They who repair to Prabhasa and Manasa, the lakes of Pushkara, the large lake called Mahasara, the sacred woods of Naimishka, Vahuda, Karatoya, Ganga, Gayasiras, Vipasa, Stilavaluka, Krishna, the 5 rivers of the Punjab, the extensive lake called Mahashda, Gomati, Kausiki, Champa, Saraswati, Drizadwati, and Yamuna. Indeed, those illustrious Brahmanas, steady in the observance of vows, who go to these sacred waters, repair to the regions of which thou speakest, endued with celestial bodies and adorned with celestial garlands, those blessed individuals, always emitting the most delightful perfumes, repair to those regions of joy and gladness. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go there. Gautama said, next to these are regions where there is no fear of the least cold or heat, no hunger, no thirst, no pain, no sorrow, no joy, no one that is agreeable or disagreeable, no friend, and no enemy, where decrepitude and death are not, and where there is neither righteousness nor sin. Proceeding even to that region which is freed from passion, which abounds with equable happiness, and where there is wisdom and the attribute of sattva, verily, proceeding to even that sacred abode of the self-born Brahman, I shall force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, they who are freed from all attachments, who are possessed of cleansed souls, who are steady in the observance of the foremost vows, who are devoted to the yoga that depends on tranquilizing the mind, and who have, in this life, attained to the happiness of heaven, those persons wedded to the attribute of sattva, attained to the sacred region of Brahman. O great ascetic, thou shalt not be able to discover Dhritarashtra there. Gautama said, there where the foremost of Rathantaras is sung, where altars are strewn with the sacred kusa blades, for the performance of Pandrika sacrifices, there where Soma-drinking Brahmanas go on vehicles drawn by excellent steeds. 453. Proceeding even thither I shall force thee to yield up this elephant. I think thou art the slayer of Vritra, viz., the deity that has performed 100 sacrifices, engaged in roving through all the regions of the universe. I hope I have not, through mental weakness, not recognizing thee before, committed any fault by the words I have addressed thee. The deity of 100 sacrifices said, yes, I am Mahabharata. I came to the world of human beings for seizing this elephant. I bow to thee. Do thou command me. I shall readily accomplish all that thou mayst be pleased to say. Gautama said, do thou give me, O chief of the deities, this elephant that is of white complexion and that is so young, for it is only 10 years of age. I have brought it up as a child of my own. Dwelling in these woods, it has grown under my eye and has been to me a dear companion. Do thou set free this my child that thou hast seized and wishes to drag away. The deity of 100 sacrifices said, this elephant that has been sent to thee, O foremost of Brahmanas, cometh to thee looking wishfully at thee. Behold, it sniffs thy feet with its nostrils. My salutations to thee. Do thou pray for my welfare. Gautama said, O chief of the deities, I do always think of thy good. I always offer thee worship. Do thou also, O Sakra, bestow thy blessings on me. Given by thee, I accept this elephant. The deity of 100 sacrifices said, amongst all those highest and foremost of rishis that firmly adhere to truth and that have the Vedas planted in their heart, thou alone hast been able to recognize me. For this reason I am exceedingly pleased with thee. Do thou, therefore, O Brahmana, come with me quickly, accompanied by this thy son. Thou deservest to attain to diverse regions of great felicity without the delay of even a single day. Bhishma continued, having said these words, the wielder of the thunderbolt, taking Gautama with him and placing him before, along with his son, viz., that elephant, proceeded to heaven, that is difficult of attainment by even the righteous. He who would listen to this history every day or would recite it, restraining his senses the while, proceedeth, after death, to the region of Brahman even as Gautama himself. Section CI. Yudhishthira said, thou hast discoursed to us on diverse kinds of gift, on tranquility of soul, on truth, on compassion, on contentment with one's wedded wife, and the merits of gift. It is known to thee, O grandsire, that there is nothing whose puissance is superior to that of penances. It behoveth thee to expound to us what constitutes the highest penances. Bhishma said, I tell thee, O Yudhishthira, that one attains to a region of felicity that corresponds with the kind of penances that one observes. This is what I hold, O son of Kunti, that there is no penance that is superior to abstention from food. In this connection is recited the ancient narrative of the discourse between Bhagirata and the illustrious Brahman, the grandsire of the creation. It has been heard by us, O Bharata, that Bhagirata attained to that region which transcends that of the deities, of kine, and of the rishis. Beholding this, O monarch, the grandsire Brahman, addressing Bhagirata, said, How, O Bhagirata, hast thou attained to this region that is so difficult of attainment? Neither the deities, nor Gandharvas, nor human beings, O Bhagirata, succeed in coming here without having practiced the severest austerities. How, indeed, hast thou attained to this region? Bhagirata said, I used to make gifts of hundreds of thousands of gold coin unto the Brahmanas, observing the Brahmacharya vow all the while. It is not through the merit on those gifts, O learned one, that I have attained to this region. I performed the Agaratra sacrifice for 10 times, and the Pancharatra sacrifice for as many times. The Ekadasaratra sacrifice was performed by me 11 times. The great sacrifice of Jyotishtoma was performed by me 100 times. It is not, however, through the merits of those sacrifices that I have attained to this region of the felicity. 454. For 100 years I lived continuously by the side of the holy Janhavi, all the while practicing the severest austerities. There I made gifts unto the Brahmanas of thousands of male and female slaves. By the side of the Pushkara lakes I made gifts unto the Brahmanas for 100,000 times, 100,000 steeds, and 200,000 kine. I also gave away 1,000 damsels of great beauty, each adorned with golden moons, and 60,000 more decked with ornaments of pure gold. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have succeeded in attaining to these regions. 455. O Lord of the universe, performing those sacrifices known by the name of Gosava, I gave away 10 avudas of kine, presenting each Brahmana with 10 kine, each of whom was accompanied with her calf, each of whom yielded milk at the time, and with each of whom were given a vessel of gold and one of white brass for milking her. Performing many soma sacrifices, I gave away unto each Brahmana 10 kine, each of whom yielded milk, and each of whom had brought forth only her first calf, besides making presents unto them of hundreds of kine belonging to that species which is known by the name of Rohini. I also gave away unto the Brahmanas twice 10 prayutas of other kine, all yielding milk. It is not through the merit of those gifts, O Brahman, that I have succeeded in attaining to this region of felicity. I also gave away 100,000 horses of the Valika breed, all white of complexion, and adorned with garlands of gold. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. I gave away 8 crores of golden coins unto the Brahmanas, O Brahman, and then another 10 crores also, in each sacrifice that I performed. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region of felicity. I also gave away 10 and then 7 crores of steeds, O grandsire, each of green complexion, each having ears that were dark, and each adorned with garlands of gold. I also gave away 10 and 7,000 elephants of huge size, of teeth as large as plowshares, each having those whorls on its body which are called padmas, and each adorned with garlands of gold. I gave away 10,000 cars, O grandsire, whose limbs were made of gold, and which were adorned with diverse ornaments of gold. I also gave away 7,000 other cars with steeds yoked unto each. All the steeds that were yoked unto them were adorned with ornaments of gold. Those cars represented the dakshinas of a sacrifice and were of exactly that kind which is indicated in the Vedas. In the 10 great Vajapaya sacrifices that I performed, I gave away 1,000 horses, each endued with the puissance of Indra himself, judged by their prowess and the sacrifices they had performed. Spending a vast sum of money, O grandsire, and performing 8 Rajasuya sacrifices, I gave away, unto the Brahmanas that officiated in them, 1,000 kings whose necks were adorned with garlands of gold, after having vanquished them in battle. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. In those sacrifices, O Lord of the universe, the presents that flowed from me were as copious as the stream of Ganga herself. And to each Brahmana I gave 2,000 elephants decked with gold, as many steeds adorned with golden ornaments, and 100 villages of the best kind. Verily, I gave these unto each Brahmana for 3 times in succession, observant of penances, subsisting on regulated diet, adopting tranquility of soul, and restraining speech. I dwelt for a long time on the breast of him of it by the side of that Ganga whose irresistible current, as it fell from heaven, was borne by Mahadeva on his head. It is not through the merit of these acts, O grandsire, that I have attained to this region. Throwing the Sami, I adored the gods in myriads of such sacrifices as are completed in course of a single day, and such others as take 12 days for completing, and others still as can be completed in 3 and 10 days, besides many Pundrikas. I have not attained to this region through the merits of any of those sacrifices. 456. I gave unto the Brahmanas 8,000 white-complexioned bulls, each graced with a beautiful hump, and each having one of its horns covered with gold. And to them I also gave beautiful wives whose necks were adorned with chains of gold. I also gave away large heaps of gold and wealth of other kinds. Verily, I gave away hills of gems and precious stones. Villages, numbering by thousands and teeming with wealth and corn, were also given away by me. With all my senses about me, I gave away unto the Brahmanas 100,000 kine, each of whom had brought forth only her first calf, at many great sacrifices which I performed. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. I adored the deities in a sacrifice that is completed in 11 days. Twice I adored them in sacrifices that are completed in 12 days. I adored them also many a time in the horse sacrifices. 6 and 10 times I performed the Arkyana sacrifice. It is not through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. I also gave unto each Brahman a forest of Kanchana trees extending for a yojana on every side, and with each tree adorned with jewels and gems. It is not through the merits of that act that I have attained to this region. For 30 years, with heart perfectly freed from wrath, I observed the Tarayana vow that is possessed of very superior merit, and gave away unto the Brahmanas every day 900 kine. Indeed, O Lord of the universe, every one of those kine belonged to the Rohini species, and yielded milk at the time I gave them away. It is not through the merits of those acts, O chief of the deities, that I have attained to this region. I worshipped 30 fires, O Brahmana, every day. I adored the deities in 8 sacrifices in which the fat of all animals was poured on the fire. I adored them in 7 sacrifices in which the fat of human beings was poured on the fire. I adored them in 1,028 Viswajic sacrifices. It is not through the merits of those sacrifices, O Lord of all the deities, that I have attained to this region. On the banks of Sarayu and Vehuda and Ganga, as also in the woods of Naimisha, I gave away millions of kine unto the Brahmanas. It is not through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. The vow of fast had been known to Indra. He had, however, kept it a secret. Sukra, the descendant of Bhrigu, obtained a knowledge of it by means of spiritual sight acquired through penances. Blazing with energy as he does, it is Usanas who first made it known to the universe. I observed that vow, O boon-giving deity. When I accomplished that very superior vow, the Brahmanas became all gratified with me. 1,000 rishis came thither. All those Brahmanas and rishis, O puissant Lord, gratified with me, said, Do thou repair to the region of Brahman. It is in consequence of the merits of that vow that I have succeeded in attaining to this region of very superior felicity. There is no doubt in this. Asked by the Supreme Ordainer of all things, I have duly expounded the merits of the vow of fast. In my opinion, there is no penance higher than fast. I vow to thee, O foremost of all the deities, be thou propitious unto me. Bhishma continued. King Bhagirath, who had said so and who deserved every honor, was on the conclusion of his speech, honored by Brahman according to the rites ordained for that purpose. Do thou, therefore, O Yudhishthira, observe the vow of fast and worship the Brahmanas every day. The words uttered by Brahmanas can accomplish everything both here and hereafter. Indeed, the Brahmanas should ever be gratified with gifts of robes, food and white complexion, kine and good dwelling houses and mansions. The very deities should gratify the Brahmanas. Freeing thyself from cupidity, do thou practice this vow of very superior merit that is not known to all. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, Man, it is said, is endued with a period of life extending for 100 years, and with energy and might that are considerable. Why then, O grandsire, do human beings die even when they are very young? By what does a man become endued with longevity, and by what is his life shortened? Through what does a man acquire the fame that rests upon great achievements? Through what does one attain to wealth and prosperity? Is it by penances, or brahmacharya, or silent recitation of sacred mantras, or drugs? Is it by his acts, or speech? Do thou explain to me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, I shall tell thee what thou askest me. In fact, I shall tell thee what the reason is for which one becomes short-lived, and what the reason is for which one becomes endued with longevity. I shall also explain to thee the reason for which one succeeds in acquiring the fame that rests on great achievements, and the reason for which one succeeds in acquiring wealth and prosperity. Indeed, I shall enlighten thee as to the manner in which one must live in order to be endued with all that is beneficial for him. It is by conduct that one acquires longevity, and it is by conduct that one acquires wealth and prosperity. Indeed, it is by conduct that one acquires the fame that rests upon great achievements both here and hereafter. The man whose conduct is improper or wicked never acquires a long life. All creatures become afraid of such a man and are oppressed by him. If, therefore, one wishes one's own advancement and prosperity, one should, in this world, betake to conduct that is proper and good. Good conduct succeeds in dispelling the inauspiciousness and misery of even one that is sinful. 457. Righteousness has conduct for its indication. They that are good and righteous are so in consequence of the conduct they follow. The indications, again, of good conduct are afforded by the acts of those that are good or righteous. People esteem that man who acts righteously and who does good acts even if they only hear of him without actually seeing him. They that are atheists, they that are destitute of all acts, they that are disobedient to preceptors and transgress the injunctions of the scriptures, they that are unacquainted with and, therefore, unobservant of duties, and they that are wicked of conduct, become short-lived. They that are of improper behavior, they that transgress all restraints, they that are unscrupulous in respect of sexual congress, become short-lived here and have to go to hell hereafter. Even those men live for 100 years who, though destitute of all accomplishments, betake themselves to propriety and righteousness of conduct and become endued with faith and freed from malice. He that is free from wrath, that is truthful in speech, that never does any injury to any creature in the universe, that is divested of malice and crookedness and insincerity, succeeds in living for 100 years. He who always breaks little clods of earth, or tears up the grass that grows under his feet, or cuts off his nails with his teeth, or is always impure, or very restless, never succeeds in acquiring a long life. 458. One should wake up from sleep at the hour known as the Brahma Muhurta and then think of both religion and profit. Getting up from bed, one should then wash one's face and mouth, and joining one's hands in an attitude of reverence, say the morning prayers. 459. In this way, one should when evening comes, say one's evening prayers also, restraining speech with other people, the while. One should never look at the rising sun, nor at the setting sun. 460. Nor should one look at the sun when he is in eclipse, nor at his image in the water, nor at midday when he is at the meridian. The rishis, in consequence of their adoring the two twilights with great regularity, succeeded in attaining to longevity. Hence, one should, restraining speech, say one's prayers regularly at the two twilights. As regards those brahmanas that do not say their prayers at the two twilights, a righteous king should set them to accomplish such acts as are ordained for the Sudras. Persons of every order should never have sexual congress with other people's wives. There is nothing that shortens life so effectually as sexual congress with other people's wives. For as many thousand years shall the adulterer have to live in hell as the number of pores on the bodies of the women with whom he may commit the offence. One should dress one's hair, apply collyrium to one's eyes, and wash one's teeth, as also worship the deities in the forenoon. One should not gaze at urine or feces, or tread on it or touch it with one's feet. One should not set out on a journey at early dawn, or at midday, or in the evening twilight, or with a companion that is unknown, or with a Sudra, or alone. While going along a road, one should, standing aside, always make way to a Brahmana, to kine, to kings, to an old man, to one that is weighted with burden, to a woman quick with child, or to one that is weak. When one meets a large tree that is known, one should walk round it. One should also, when coming upon a spot where four roads meet, walk round it before pursuing one's journey. At midday, or at midnight, or at night in general, or at the two twilights, one should not proceed to spots where four roads meet. One should never wear sandals or clothes that have been worn by another. One should always observe the vow of Brahmacharya, and should never cross one's legs. One should observe the vow of Brahmacharya on the day of the new moon, as also on that of the full moon, as also on the 8th lunar day of both fortnights. One should never eat the flesh of animals not slain in sacrifice. One should never eat the flesh of the back of an animal. One should avoid censuring and calumniating others, as also all kinds of deceitful behavior. 461. One should never pierce others with wordy shafts. Indeed, one should never utter any cruel speech. One should never accept a gift from a person that is lower and vulgar. One should never utter such words as trouble other people or as are inauspicious or are as sinful. Wordy shafts fall from the mouth. Pierced therewith, the victim grieves day and night. The man of wisdom should never shoot them for piercing the vitals of other people. A forest, pierced with shafts or cut down with the axe, grows again. The man, however, that is pierced with words unwisely spoken, becomes the victim of wounds that fester and lead to death. 462. Barbed arrows and nalikas and broad-headed shafts are capable of being extracted from the body. Wordy shafts, however, are incapable of being extracted, for they lie embedded in the very heart. One should not taunt a person that is defective of a limb or that has a limb in excess, or one that is destitute of learning, or one that is miserable, or one that is ugly or poor, or one that is destitute of strength. One should avoid atheism, calumniating the Vedas, censuring the deities, malice, pride, arrogance, and harshness. One should not, in wrath, take up the rod of chastisement for laying it upon another. Only the son or the pupil, it has been said, can be mildly chastised for purposes of instruction. One should not speak ill of Brahmanas, nor should he point at the stars with one's fingers. If asked, one should not say what the lunation is on a particular day. By telling it, one's life becomes shortened. Having answered calls of nature or having walked over a road, one should wash one's feet. One should also wash one's feet before sitting to recite the Vedas or to eat any food. These are the three things which are regarded as pure and sacred by the deities and as such fit for the Brahmanas' use, viz., that whose impurity is unknown, that which has been washed in water, and that which has been well spoken of. Samyava, Krisara, meat, Sashakala and Pizza should never be cooked for one's own self. Whenever cooked, these should be offered to the deities. 463. One should attend every day to one's fire. One should every day give alms. One should, restraining speech the while, clean one's teeth with a toothstick. One should never be in bed when the sun is up. If one fails any day to be up with the sun, one should then perform an expiation. Raising from bed, one should first salute one's parents and preceptors, or other seniors deserving of respect. By so doing, one attains to long life. The toothstick should be cast off when done with, and a new one should be used every day. One should eat only such food as is not forbidden in the scriptures, abstaining from food of every kind on days of the new moon and the full moon. One should, with senses restrained, answer calls of nature, facing the north. One should not worship the deities without having first washed one's teeth. Without also worshipping the deities first, one should never repair to any person save one's preceptor or one that is old in years or one that is righteous or one that is possessed of wisdom. They that are wise should never see themselves in an unpolished or dirty mirror. One should never have sexual congress with a woman that is unknown or with one that is quick with child. One should never sleep with head turned towards the north or the west. One should not lie down upon a bedstead that is broken or rickety. One should not sleep on a bed without having examined it first with the aid of a light. Nor should one sleep on a bed with another, such as wife, by one's side. One should never sleep in a transverse direction. One should never make a compact with atheists or do anything in conjunction with them. 464. One should never drag a seat with a foot and sit on it. One should never bathe in a state of nudity, nor at night. One possessed of intelligence should never suffer one's limbs to be rubbed or pressed after bathing. One should never smear unguents upon one's body without having first taken bath. Having bathed, one should never wave one's cloth in the air, for drying it. One should not always wear wet clothes. One should never take off one's body the garlands of flowers one may wear. Nor should one wear such garlands over one's outer garments. One should never even talk with a woman during the period of her functional change. One should not answer a call of nature on a field where crops are grown, or at a place too near an inhabited village. One should never answer a call of nature on the water. One should first wash one's mouth thrice with water before eating any food. Having finished one's meals, one should wash one's mouth thrice with water and twice again. One should eat, with face turned eastwards, one's food, restraining speech the while and without censuring the food that is eaten. One should always leave a remnant of the food that is placed before one for eating. Having finished one's meals, one should mentally touch fire. If one eats with face turned eastwards, one becomes endued with longevity. By eating with face turned southwards, One acquires great fame. By eating with face turned westwards, one acquires great wealth. By eating with face turned northwards, one becomes truthful in speech. Having finished one's meals, one should wash all the upper holes of one's body with water. 465. Similarly, all the limbs, the navel, and the palms of the hands should be washed with water. One should never seat oneself upon husk of corn, or upon hair, or upon ashes, or upon bones. One should, on no account, use the water that has been used by another for bathing. One should always perform the Homa for propitiating the deities, and recite the Savitri mantra. One should always eat in a seated posture. One should never eat while walking. One should never answer a call of nature in a standing posture. One should never answer a call of nature on ashes or in a cowpen. One should wash one's feet before sitting to one's meals. One should never sit or lie down for sleep with wet feet. One who sits to one's meals after having washed one's feet lives for 100 years. One should never touch these 3 things of great energy while one is in an impure state, viz., fire, a cow, and a brahmana. By observing this rule, one acquires longevity. One should not, while one is in an impure state, cast one's eyes on these 3 things of great energy, viz., the sun, the moon, and the stars. The life breaths of a young man go upwards when an old and venerable person comes to his abode. He gets them back by standing up and properly saluting the guest. Old men should always be saluted. One should, upon seeing them, offer seats with one's own hand. After the old man has taken his seat, one should seat oneself and remain with hands joined in reverence. When an old man goes along the road, one should always follow him instead of walking ahead. One should never sit on a torn or broken seat. One should, without using it any longer, cast away a broken vessel of white brass. One should never eat without a piece of upper garment wrapping one's body. One should never bathe in a state of nudity. One should never sleep in a state of nudity. One should never even touch the remnants of other people's dishes and plates. One should never, while one is in an impure state, touch another's head, for it is said in the scriptures that the life breaths are all concentrated in the head. One should never strike another on the head or seize another by the hair. One should not join one's hands together for scratching one's head. One should not, while bathing, repeatedly dip one's head in water. By so doing, one shortens one's life. One who has bathed by dipping the head in water should not, afterwards, apply oil to any part of one's body. One should never take a meal without eating some sesame. One should never teach the Vedas or any scriptures at a time when one is impure. Nor should one study while one is impure. When a storm rises or a bad odor permeates in the atmosphere, one should never think of the Vedas. Persons conversant with ancient history recite the Gatha sung by Yama in days of old. He that runs while impure or studies the Vedas under similar circumstances, indeed, that regenerate Brahman who studies the Vedas at forbidden times, loses his Vedas and shortens his life. Hence, one should never study the Vedas with concentrated attention at forbidden times. They who answer a call of nature, with face towards the sun, or towards a blazing fire, or towards a cow, or towards a regenerate person, or on the road, become short-lived. At daytime both calls of nature should be answered with face turned towards the north. At night, those calls should be answered facing the south. By so doing, one does not shorten one's life. One that wishes to live long should never disregard or insult any of these 3, however weak or emaciated they may appear to be, viz., the Brahmana, the Kshatriya, and the snake. All 3 are endued with virulent poison. The snake, if angry, burns the victim with only a glance of its eyes. The Kshatriya also, if angry, burns the objects of his wrath, as soon as he sees him, with his energy. The Brahmana, stronger than any of these two, destroys not only the objects of his wrath but his whole race as well, not by vision alone but by thought also. 466. The man of wisdom should, therefore, tend these three with care. One should never engage in any disputation with one's preceptor. O Yudhishthira, if the preceptor becomes angry, he should always be pacified by due honors being paid to him. Even if the preceptor happens to be entirely wrong, one should still follow and honor him. Without doubt, calumnious sayings against the preceptor always consume the lives of those that utter them. One should always answer a call of nature at a spot far removed from one's habitation. One should wash one's feet at a distance from one's habitation. One should always throw the remnants of one's dishes and plates at a spot far removed from one's habitation. Verily, he who desires his own good should do all these. One should not wear garlands of red flowers. Indeed, they who are possessed of wisdom should wear garlands of flowers that are white in hue. Rejecting the lotus and the lily, O thou of great might, one may bear on one's head, however, a flower that is red, even if it be an aquatic one. 467. A garland of gold can under no circumstances become impure. After one has bathed, O king, one should use perfumes mixed with water. 468. One should never wear one's upper garment for covering the lower limbs or the lower garments for covering the upper ones. Nor should one wear clothes worn by another. One should not, again, wear a piece of cloth that has not its lateral fringes. 469. When one goes to bed, O king, one should wear a different piece of cloth. When making a journey also on a road, one should wear a different piece of cloth. So also, when worshipping the deities, one should wear a different piece of cloth. 470. The man of intelligence should smear his limbs with unguents made of priyangu, sandalwood, vilwa, dagara, and kazara. 471. In observing a fast, one should purify oneself by a bath, and adorn one's person with ornaments and unguents. One should always abstain from sexual congress on days of the full moon and the new moon. One should never, O monarch, eat off the same plate with another even if that other happens to be of one's own or equal rank. Nor should one never eat any food that has been prepared by a woman in her functional period. One should never eat any food or drink, any liquid whose essence has been taken off. Nor should one eat anything without giving a portion thereof to persons that wishfully gaze at the food that one happens to take. The man of intelligence should never sit close to one that is impure. Nor should one sit close to persons that are foremost in piety. 472. All food that is forbidden in ritual acts should never be taken even on other occasions. The fruits of the Ficus religiosa and the Ficus bengalensis, as also the leaves of the Crotalaria juncea, and the fruits of the Ficus glomerata, should never be eaten by one who is desirous of his own good. The flesh of goats, of kine, and the peacock, should never be eaten. One should also abstain from dried flesh and all flesh that is stale. The man of intelligence should never eat any salt, taking it up with his hand. Nor should he eat curds and flour of fried barley at night. One should abstain also from flesh of animals not slain in sacrifices. One should, with concentrated attention, eat once in the morning and once in the evening, abstaining entirely from all food during the interval. One should never eat any food in which one may detect a hair. Nor should one eat at the sarada of an enemy. One should eat silently. One should never eat without covering one's person with an upper garment, and without sitting down. 473. One should never eat any food placing it on the bare ground. One should never eat except in a sitting posture. One should never make any noise while eating. 474. The man of intelligence should first offer water and then food to one that has become his guest, and after having served the guest thus, should then sit to his meals himself. He who sits down to dinner in a line with friends and himself eats any food without giving thereof to his friends, is said to eat virulent poison. As regards water and beer and flour of fried barley and curds and ghee and honey, one should never, after drinking or eating these, offer the remnants thereof to others. One should never, O chief of men, eat any food doubtingly. 475. One desirous of food should never drink curds at the conclusion of a meal. After the meal is finished, one should wash one's mouth and face with their right hand only, and taking a little water should then dip the toe of the right foot in it. After washing, one should touch the crown of one's head with their right hand. With concentrated attention, one should next touch fire. The man who knows how to observe all these ordinances with care succeeds in attaining to the foremost place among his kinsmen. One should, after finishing one's meals, with one's nose and eyes and ears and navel and both hands wash with water. One should not, however, keep one's hands wet. Between the tip and the root of the thumb is situate the sacred turtha known by the name of Brahma. On the back of the little finger, it is said, is situate the Divaturtha. The intervening space between the thumb and the forefinger, O Bharata, should be used for discharging the pietary rites, after touching water according to the ordinance. 476. One should never indulge in other people's calumny, nor should one ever utter anything that is disagreeable. The man that desires his own good should never seek to provoke against himself the wrath of others. One should never seek to converse with a person that has fallen away from his order. The very sight of such a person should be avoided. One should never come in contact with a fallen person. By avoiding such contact, one succeeds in attaining to a long life. One should never indulge in sexual congress at daytime. Nor should one have congress with a maiden, nor with a harlot, nor with a barren woman. One should never have congress with a woman that has not bathed after the expiry of her functional period. By avoiding such acts, one succeeds in attaining to a long life. After washing the several limbs directed, in view of religious acts, one should wash one's lips thrice, and once more twice. By doing this, one becomes purified and fit for religious acts. The several organs of sense should each be washed once, and water should also be sprinkled over the whole body. Having done this, one should go through the worship of the Pitras and the deities, agreeably with the ordinances of the Vedas. Listen to me, O thou of Kuru's race, as I tell thee what purification is cleansing and beneficial for a Brahmana. Before beginning to eat and after finishing the meal, and in all acts requiring purification, the Brahmana should perform the Ukamana with water placed on the limb called the Brahmaturtha. 477. After rejecting any matter from the throat or spitting, one should wash one's mouth before one can become pure. A kinsman who happens to be old, or a friend who happens to be poor, should be established in one's house and his comforts looked after as if he were a member of the family. By doing this, one succeeds in acquiring both fame and long life. The establishment of pigeons in one's house is fraught with blessedness, as also of parrots, both male and female. If female these taken to one's abode, they succeed in dispelling calamity. The same is the case with cockroaches. If fireflies and vultures and wood pigeons and bees enter a house or seek residence in it, acts of propitiating the deities should be performed. These are creatures of evil omen, as also ospreys. One should never divulge the secrets of high-souled men. One should never have sexual congress with a forbidden woman. Nor should one ever have such congress with the spouse of a king or with women that are the friends of queens. One should never cultivate intimacy with physicians, or with children, or with persons that are old, or with one's servants, O Yudhishthira. One should always provide for friends, for brahmanas, and for such as seek one's protection. By doing this, O king, one acquires a long life. The man of wisdom should reside in such a house as has been constructed with the aid of a brahmana and an engineer skilled in his profession, if indeed, O king, he desires his own good. 478. One should not, O king, sleep at the evening twilight, nor should one study at such an hour for acquiring any branch of knowledge. The man of intelligence should never eat also at such an hour. By acting in this way one acquires a long life. One should never perform any act in honor of the Baitress at night time. One should not deck one's person after finishing one's meals. One should bathe that night, if one desires one's own advancement. One should also, O Bharata, always abstain from the flour of fried barley at night. The remnants of food and drink, as also the flowers with which one has worshipped the deities, should never be used. Inviting a guest at night, one should never, with excessive courtesy, force him to eat to the point of gratification, nor should one eat oneself to the point of gratification at night. One should not slay a bird for eating it, especially after having fed it. 479. One possessed of wisdom should wed a maiden born in a high family, endued with auspicious indications, and of full age, begetting children upon her and thus perpetuating one's race by that means. One should make over one's sons to a good preceptor for acquiring general knowledge, O Bharata, as also a knowledge of the special customs of the family, O monarch. The daughters that one may beget should be bestowed upon youths of respectable families, that are again possessed of intelligence. Sons should also be established, and a portion of the family inheritance given to them, O Bharata, as their provision. One should bathe by dipping one's head in water before one sits down to perform any act in honor of the Baitress of the deities. One should never perform a sarada under the constellation of one's nativity. No sarada should be performed under any of the Bhadrapadas, prior or later, nor under the constellation Kritika, O Bharata. The sarada should never be performed under any of those constellations that are regarded as fierce, such as Asleshaw, etc., and any of those that, upon calculation, seem to be hostile. Indeed, in this respect, all these constellations should be avoided which are forbidden in treatises on astrology. One should sit facing either the east or the north while undergoing a shave at the hands of the barber. By so doing, O great king, one succeeds in acquiring a long life. One should never indulge in other people's calumny or self-reproach. For, O chief of the Bharatas, it is said that calumny is sinful, whether of others or of oneself. In wedding, one should avoid a woman that is deficient of any limb. A maiden too, if such, should also be avoided. A woman of the same pravaras should also be avoided, as also one that has any malformation, as also one that has been born in the race to which one's mother belongs. 480. One possessed of wisdom should never have sexual congress with a woman that is old, or one that has abandoned the domestic mode of life for entering the forest mode, or one that is true to her lord, or one whose organs of generation are not healthy or well-formed. 481. It behoveth thee not to wed a woman that is of a yellow complexion, or one that is afflicted with leprosy, or one born in a family in which there has been epilepsy, or one that is low in birth and habits, or one that is born in a family in which the disease called switra, leprosy, has appeared, or one belonging by birth to a race in which there are early deaths. Only that maiden who is endued with auspicious indications, and who is accomplished for qualifications of diverse kinds, who is agreeable and handsome, should be wedded. One should wed, O Yudhishthira, in a family that is higher or at least equal to one's own. One who is desirous of one's own prosperity should never wed a woman that is of an inferior order or that has fallen away from the order of her birth. Carefully igniting the fire, one should accomplish all those acts which have been ordained and declared in the Vedas or by the Brahmanas. 482. One should never seek to injure women. Spouses should always be protected. Malice always shortens life. Hence, one should always abstain from cherishing malice. Sleep at daytime shortens life. To sleep after the sun has risen shortens life. They who sleep at any of the twilights, or at nightfall, or who go to sleep in a state of impurity, have their lives shortened. Adultery always shortens life. One should not remain in a state of impurity after shaving. 483. One should, O Bharata, carefully abstain from studying or reciting the Vedas, and eating, and bathing, at eventide. When the evening twilight comes, one should collect one's senses for meditation, without doing any act. One should, O king, bathe and then worship the Brahmanas. Indeed, one should bathe before worshipping the deities and reverentially saluting the preceptor. One should never go to a sacrifice unless invited. Indeed, one may go there without an invitation if one wishes only to see how the sacrifice is conducted. If one goes to a sacrifice for any other purpose without an invitation, and if one does not, on that account, receive proper worship from the sacrificer, one's life becomes shortened. One should never go alone on a journey to foreign parts, nor should one ever proceed alone to any place at night. Before evening comes, one should come back to one's house and remain within it. One should always obey the commands of one's mother and father and preceptor, without at all judging whether those commands are beneficial or otherwise. One should, O king, attend with great care to the Vedas and the science of arms. Do then, O king, carefully attend to the practice of riding an elephant, a steed, and a war chariot. The man who attends to these with care succeeds in attaining to happiness. Such a king succeeds in becoming unconquerable by foes, and sway his servants and kinsmen without any of them being able to get the better of him. The king that attains to such a position and that carefully attends to the duty of protecting his subjects has never to incur any loss. Thou shouldst acquire, O king, the science of reasoning, as also the science of words, the science of the Gandharvas, and the 64 branches of knowledge known by the name of Kala. One should every day hear the Puranas and the Itihasas and all the other narratives that exist, as also the life stories of all high-souled personages. When one's spouse passes through functional period, one should never have congress with her, nor even summon her for conversation. The man endued with wisdom may accept her companionship on the 4th day after the bath of purification. If one indulges in congress on the 5th day from the first appearance of the functional operation, one gets a daughter. By indulging in congress on the 6th day, one happens to have a son. The man of wisdom should in the matter of congress attend to this rule about odd and even days. Kinsmen and relatives by marriage and friends should all be treated with respect. One should, according to the best of one's power, adore the deities in sacrifices, giving away diverse kinds of articles as sacrificial dakshina. After the period ordained for the domestic mode of life has been passed, one should, O king, enter the life of a forest recluse. I have thus told thee all the indications, in brief, of persons who succeed in living long. 484. What remains untold by me should be heard by thee from the mouths of persons well versed in the 3 Vedas, O Yudhishthira. Thou shouldst know that conduct is the root of prosperity. Conduct is the enhancer of fame. It is conduct that prolongs life. It is conduct that destroys all calamities and evils. conduct has been said to be superior to all the branches of knowledge. It is conduct that begets righteousness, and it is righteousness that prolongs life. Conduct is productive of fame, of long life, and of heaven. Conduct is the most efficacious right of propitiating the deities, for bringing about auspiciousness of every kind. The self-born Brahman himself has said that one should show compassion unto all orders of men. 485. Section CV. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O chief of Bharata's race, how the eldest brother should behave towards his younger brothers and how the younger brothers should behave towards their eldest brother." Bhishma said, "Do thou, O son, always behave towards thy younger brothers as their eldest brother should. Thou art always the eldest of all these thy brothers. That high conduct which the preceptor should always adopt towards his disciples should be adopted by thee towards thy younger brothers. If the preceptor happens to be endued with wisdom, the disciple cannot possibly behave towards him in a respectful or proper way. If the preceptor happens to be possessed of purity and highness of conduct, the disciple also succeeds in attaining to conduct of the same kind. O Bharata, the eldest brother should at times be blind to the acts of his younger brothers, and though possessed of wisdom should at times act as if he does not understand their acts. If the younger brothers be guilty of any transgression, the eldest brother should correct them by indirect ways and means. If there be good understanding among brothers, and if the eldest brother seeks to correct his younger brothers by direct or ostensible means, persons that are enemies, O son of Kunti, that are afflicted with sorrow at the sight of such good understanding and who, therefore, always seek to bring about a disunion, set themselves to disunite the brothers and cause dissension among them. It is the eldest brother that enhances the prosperity of the family or destroys it entirely. If the eldest brother happens to be endued with sense and wicked in behavior, he brings about the destruction of the whole family. The eldest brother who injures his younger brothers ceases to be regarded as the eldest and forfeits his share in the family property and deserves to be checked by the king. That man who acts deceitfully has, without doubt, to go to regions of grief and every kind of evil. The birth of such a person serves no useful purpose even as the flowers of the cane. 486. That family in which a sinful person takes birth becomes subject to every evil. Such a person brings about infamy, and all the good acts of the family disappear. Such among the brothers as are wedded to evil acts forfeit their shares of the family property. In such a case, the eldest brother may appropriate the whole Yochuka property without giving any portion thereof to his younger brothers. If the eldest brother makes any acquisition, without using the paternal property and by going to a distant place he may appropriate for his own use, such acquisitions, without giving any share thereof to his younger brothers. If unseparated brothers desire, during the lifetime of their father, to portion the family property, the father should give equal shares unto all his sons. If the eldest brother happens to be of sinful acts and undistinguished by accomplishments of any kind, he may be disregarded by his younger brothers. If the wife or the younger brother happens to be sinful, her or his good must still be looked after. Persons conversant with the efficacy of righteousness say that righteousness is the highest good. The upadhyaya is superior to even 10 vakaryas. The sire is equal to 10 upadhyayas. The mother is equal to 10 sires or even the whole earth. There is no senior equal to the mother. Verily, she transcends all in respect of the reverence due to her. 487. It is for this reason that people regard the mother to deserve so much reverence. After the father has ceased to breathe, O Bharata, the eldest brother should be regarded as the father. It is the eldest brother who should assign unto them their means of support and protect and cherish them. All the younger brothers should bow to him and obey his authority. Indeed, They should live in dependence upon him even as they did upon their father while he was alive. So far as the body is concerned, O Bharata, it is the father and the mother that create it. That birth, however, which the Acharya ordains, is regarded as the true birth, that is, besides, really unfading and immortal. The eldest sister, O chief of Bharata's race, is like unto the mother. The wife of the eldest brother also is like unto the mother, for the younger brother, in infancy, receives suck from her. 488. Section CVI. Yudhishthira said, the disposition is seen, O grandsire, in all the orders of men, including the very militias, of observing fasts. The reason, however, of this is not known to us. It has been heard by us that only Brahmanas and Kshatriyas should observe the vow of fasts. How, O grandsire, are the other orders to be taken as earning any merit by the observance of fasts? How have vows and fasts come to be observed by persons of all orders, O king? What is that end to which one devoted to the observance of fasts attains? It has been said that fasts are highly meritorious and that fasts are a great refuge. O Prince of men, what is the fruit that is earned in this world by the man that observe fasts? By what means is one cleansed of one's sins? By what means doth one acquire righteousness? By what means, O best of the Bharatas, doth one succeed in acquiring heaven and merit? After having observed a fast, what should one give away, O king? Oh, tell me, what those duties are by which one may succeed in obtaining such objects as lead to happiness. Vaisampayana continued, and Kunti's son by the deity of Dharma, who was conversant with every duty and who said so unto him, Santanu's son, Bhishma, who was acquainted with every duty, answered in the following words. Bhishma said, in former days, O king, I heard of these high merits, O chief of Bharata's race, as attaching to the observance of fasts according to the ordinance. I had, O Bharata, asked the Rishi Angiras of high ascetic merit, the very same questions which thou hast asked me today. Questioned by me thus, the illustrious Rishi, who sprang from the sacrificial fire, answered me even thus in respect of the observance of fasts according to the ordinance. Angiras said, as regards Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, fasts for 3 nights at a stretch are ordained for them, O delighter of the Kuras. Indeed, O chief of men, a fast for 1 night, for 2 nights, and for 3 nights, may be observed by them. They should never go beyond 3 nights. As regards Vaisyas and Sudras, the duration of fasts prescribed for them is a single night. If, from folly, they observe fasts for 2 or 3 nights, such fasts never lead to their advancement. Indeed, for Vaisyas and Sudras, fasts for 2 nights have been ordained, on certain special occasions. Fasts for 3 nights, however, have not been laid down for them by persons conversant with and observant of duties. That man of wisdom who, with his senses and soul under control, O Bharata, fasts, by abstaining from one of the 2 meals, on the 5th and the 6th days of the moon as also on the day of the full moon, becomes endued with forgiveness and beauty of person and conversance with the scriptures. Such a person never becomes childless and poor. He who performs sacrifices for adoring the deities on the 5th and 6th days of the moon, transcends all the members of his family and succeeds in feeding a large number of Brahmanas. He who observes fasts on the 8th and the 14th days of the dark fortnight, becomes freed from maladies of every kind and possessed of great energy. The man who abstains from 1 meal every day throughout the month called Margashirsha should, with reverence and devotion, feed a number of Brahmanas. By so doing he becomes freed from all his sins. Such a man becomes endued with prosperity, and all kinds of grain become his. he becomes endued with energy. In fact, such a person reaps an abundance of harvest from his fields, acquires great wealth and much corn. That man, O son of Kunti, who passes the whole month of Purusha, abstaining every day from one of two meals, becomes endued with good fortune and agreeable features and great fame. He who passes the whole month of Magha, abstaining every day from one of the two meals, takes birth in a high family and attains to a position of eminence among his kinsmen. He who passes the whole month of Bhagavata, confining himself every day to only one meal, becomes a favorite with women who, indeed, readily own his sway. He who passes the whole of the month of Chaitra, confining himself every day to one meal, takes birth in a high family and becomes rich in gold, gems, and pearls. The person, whether male or female, who passes the month of Vaisakha, confining himself or herself every day to one meal, and keeping his or her senses under control, succeeds in attaining to a position of eminence among kinsmen. The person who passes the month of Jyeshta, confining himself every day to one meal a day, succeeds in attaining to a position of eminence and great wealth. If a woman, she reaps the same reward. He who passes the month of Ashada, confining himself to one meal a day and with senses steadily concentrated upon his duties, becomes possessed of much corn, great wealth, and a large progeny. He who passes the month of Shravana, confining himself to one meal a day, receives the honors of Abhisheka wherever he may happen to reside, and attains to a position of eminence among kinsmen whom he supports. That man who confines himself to only one meal a day for the whole month of Prashthapada, becomes endued with great wealth and attains to swelling and durable affluence. The man who passes the month of Aswin, confining himself to one meal a day, becomes pure in soul and body, possessed of animals and vehicles in abundance, and a large progeny. He who passes the month of Kartika, confining himself to one meal every day, becomes possessed of heroism, many spouses, and great fame. I have now told thee, O chief of men, what the fruits are that are obtained by men by observing fasts for the 2 and 10 months in detail. Listen now, O king, to me as I tell thee what the rules are in respect of each of the lunar days. The man who, abstaining from it every day, takes rice at the expiration of every fortnight, becomes possessed of a great many kine, a large progeny, and long life. He who observes a fast for 3 nights every month and conducts himself thus for 2 and 10 years, attains to a position of supremacy among his kinsmen and associates, without a rival to contest his claim and without any anxiety caused by anyone endeavoring to rise to the same height. These rules that I speak of, O chief of Bharata's race, should be observed for 2 and 10 years. Let the inclination be manifested towards it. That man who eats once in the forenoon and once after evening and abstains from drinking, or eating anything, in the interval, and who observes compassion towards all creatures and pours libations of clarified butter on his sacred fire every day, attains to success, O king, in 6 years. There is no doubt in this. Such a man earns the merit that attaches to the performance of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Endued with merit and freed from every kind of stain, he attains to the region of the Apsaras that echo with the sound of songs and dance, and passes his days in the company of 1,000 damsels of great beauty. He rides on a car of the complexion of melted gold and receives high honors in the region of Brahma. After the exhaustion of that merit, such a person comes back to earth and attains to pre-eminence of position. That man who passes one whole year, confining himself every day to only one meal, attains to the merit of the Itaritro sacrifice. He ascends to heaven after death and receives great honors there. Upon the exhaustion of that merit he returns to earth and attains to a position of eminence. He who passes 1 whole year observing fasts for 3 days in succession and taking food on every 4th day, and abstaining from injury from every kind, adheres to truthfulness of speech and keeps his senses under control, attains to the merit of the Vajrapaya sacrifice. Such a person ascends to heaven after death and receives high honors there. That man, O son of Kunti, who passes a whole year observing fasts for 5 days and taking food on only the 6th day, acquires the merit of the horse sacrifice. The chariot he rides is drawn by Chakravakas. Such a man enjoys every kind of happiness in heaven for full 40,000 years. He who passes a whole year observing fasts for 7 days and taking food on only every 8th day, acquires the merit of the Gavamaya sacrifice. The chariot he rides is drawn by swans and cranes. Such a person enjoys all kinds of happiness in heaven for 50,000 years. He who passes a whole year, O king, eating only at intervals of a fortnight, acquires the merit of a continuous fast for 6 months. This has been said by the illustrious Angiras himself. Such a man dwells in heaven for 60,000 years. He is roused every morning from his bed by the sweet notes of venas and valakis and flutes, O king. He who passes a whole year, drinking only a little water at the expiration of every month, acquires, O monarch, the merit of the Viswajik sacrifice. Such a man rides a chariot drawn by lions and tigers. He dwells in heaven for 70,000 years in the enjoyment of every kind of happiness. No fast for more than a month, O chief of men, has been ordained. Even this, O son of Pritha, is the ordinance in respect of fasts that has been declared by sages conversant with duties. That man who, unafflicted by disease and free from every malady, observes a fast, verily acquires, at every step, the merits that attach to sacrifices. Such a man ascends to heaven on a car drawn by swans. Endued with puissance, he enjoys every kind of happiness in heaven for 100 years. 100 apsaras of the most beautiful features wait upon and sport with him. He is roused from his bed every morning by the sound of the kanchas and the nupras of those damsels. 489. Such a person rides on a car drawn by 1,000 swans. Dwelling, again, in a region teeming with hundreds of the most beautiful damsels, he passes his time in great joy. The person who is desirous of heaven does not like the accession of strength when he becomes weak, or the cure of wounds when he is wounded, or the administration of healing drugs when he is ill, or soothing by others when he is angry, or the mitigation, by the expenditure of wealth, of sorrows caused by poverty. Leaving this world where he suffers only privations of every kind, he proceeds to heaven and rides on cars adorned with gold, his person embellished with ornaments of every kind. There, in the midst of hundreds of beautiful damsels, he enjoys all kinds of pleasure and happiness, cleansed of every sin. Indeed, abstaining from food and enjoyments in this world, he takes leave of this body and ascends to heaven as the fruit of his penances. There, freed from all his sins, health and happiness become his, and whatever wishes arise in his mind become crowned with fruition. Such a person rides on a celestial car of golden complexion, of the effulgence of the morning sun, set with pearls and lapis lazuli, resounding with the music of venas and morajas, adorned with banners and lamps, and echoing with the tinkle of celestial bells. Such a person enjoys all kinds of happiness in heaven for as many years as there are pores in his body. There is no sastra superior to the Veda. There is no person more worthy of reverence than the mother. There is no acquisition superior to that of righteousness, and no penance superior to fast. There is nothing more sacred in heaven or earth than brahmanas. After the same manner there is no penance that is superior to the observance of fasts. It was by fasts that the deities have succeeded in becoming denizens of heaven. It is by fasts that the rishis have attained to high success. Viswamitra passed 1,000 celestial years, confining himself every day to only one meal, and as the consequence thereof attained to the status of a Brahmana. Kayavana and Jamadani and Vasishta and Gautama and Bhrigu, all these great rishis endued with the virtue of forgiveness, have attained to heaven through observance of fasts. In former days Angiras declared so unto the great rishis. The man who teaches another the merit of fasts have never to suffer any kind of misery. The ordinances about fasts, in their due order, O son of Kunti, have flowed from the great rishi Angiras. The man who daily reads these ordinances or hears them read, becomes freed from sins of every kind. Not only is such a person freed from every calamity, but his mind becomes incapable of being touched by any kind of fault. Such a person succeeds in understanding the sounds of all creatures other than human, and acquiring eternal fame, become foremost of his species. Section Kvi. Yudhishthira said, O high-souled grandsire, thou hast duly discoursed to us on the subject of sacrifices, including the merits and detail that attach to them both here and hereafter. It should be remembered, however, O grandsire, that sacrifices are incapable of being performed by people that are poor, for these require a large store of diverse kinds of articles. Indeed, O grandsire, the merit attaching to sacrifices can be acquired by only kings and princes. That merit is incapable of being acquired by those that are destitute of wealth and divested of ability and that live alone and are helpless. Do thou tell us, O grandsire, what the ordinances are in respect of those acts that are fraught with merit equal to what attaches to sacrifices and which, therefore, are capable of being performed by persons destitute of means. 490. Bhishma said, Listen, O Yudhishthira. Those ordinances that I have told thee of, those, viz., that were first promulgated by the great Rishi Angiras, and that have reference to meritorious fasts for their sole, are regarded as equal to sacrifices, in respect of the fruits they bring about both here and hereafter. That man who takes one meal in the forenoon and one at night, without taking any food or drink during the interval, and who observes this regulation for a period of 6 years in succession, abstaining all the while from injuring any creature and regularly pouring libations on his sacred fire every day, attains, without doubt, to success. Such a man acquires hereafter a car of the complexion of heated gold, and attains to a residence, for millions of years, in the region of Prajapati, in the company of celestial damsels, that ever echoes with the sound of music and dance, and blazes with the effulgence of fire. He who passes 3 years, confining himself every day to one meal and abstaining all the while from congress with any other woman save his own wedded wife, attains to the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Such a man is regarded as having performed a sacrifice, with plenty of gifts in gold, that is dear to Vasava himself. By practicing truthfulness of speech, making gifts, reverencing the Brahmanas, avoiding malice, becoming forgiving and self-restrained, and conquering wrath, a man attains to the highest end. Riding on a car of the complexion of white clouds that is drawn by swans, he lives, for millions and millions of years, in the company of Apsaras. Fasting for a whole day and eating only one meal on the second day, he who pours libations upon his sacred fire for the period of a whole year, verily, he who observes such a fast and attends every day to his fire and rises every day from bed before sunrise, attains to the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Such a man acquires a car drawn by swans and cranes. Surrounded by the most beautiful damsels, he resides in the region of Indra. That man who eats only one meal every 3rd day, and pours libations every day on his sacred fire for a period of a whole year, indeed, he who thus attends to his fire every day and wakes up from sleep every morning before the sun is up, attains to the high merit of the Uttara sacrifice. He acquires a car drawn by peacocks and swans and cranes. Proceeding to the region of the 7 celestial rishis, he takes up his residence there, surrounded by apsaras of great beauty. It is well known that such residence lasts for full 3 padmas of years. 491. Fasting for 3 days in succession. He who takes only 1 meal every 4th day, and pours libations every day on his sacred fire, acquires the high merit of the Vajrapaya sacrifice. The car he acquires is graced by celestial damsels of great beauty that have Indra for their father. He resides in the region of Indra for millions and millions of years and experiences great happiness by witnessing the sports of the chief of the deities. Fasting for 4 days in succession, he who eats only 1 meal every 5th day, and pours libations on the sacred fire every day for the period of a whole year, and who lives without cupidity, telling the truth, reverencing the Brahmanas, abstaining from every kind of injury, and avoiding malice and sin, acquires the merit of the Vajrapaya sacrifice. The car he rides is made of gold and drawn by swans and endues with the effulgence of many suns rising together. He acquires a palatial mansion of pure white. He lives there in great happiness for full 150 padmas of years. 492. Fasting for 5 days. He who takes food on only the 6th day, and pours libations on his sacred fire every day for a whole year, and who performs 3 ablutions in course of the day for purifying himself and saying his prayers and doing his worship, and who leads a life of brahmacharya, divested of malice in his conduct, acquires the merit of the Gomada sacrifice. He acquires an excellent car adorned with pure gold, possessed of the effulgence of a blazing fire and drawn by swans and peacocks. He sleeps on the lap of apsaras and is awakened every morning by the melodious tinkle of nuparas and conches. He leads such a life of happiness for 10,000 million years and 3,000 million besides, and 8 and 10 padmas and 2 pitakas. 493. Such a man resides also, honoured by all, in the region of Brahma for as many years as there are hairs on the bodies of hundreds of bears. Fasting for 6 days, he who eats only 1 meal every 7th day and pours libations on the sacred fire every day, for a full year, restraining speech all the while and observing the vow of brahmacharya, and abstaining from the use of flowers and unguents and honey and meat, attains to the region of the Maruts and of Indra. Crowned with the fruition of every desire as it springs up in the mind, he is waited upon and adored by celestial damsels. He acquires the merits of a sacrifice in which abundance of gold is given away. Proceeding to the regions named, he lives there for countless years in the greatest happiness. 494. He who shows forgiveness to all in fasting for 7 days eats on every 8th day for a whole year, and, pouring libations every day on the sacred fire, adores the deities regularly, acquires the high merits of the Pundrika sacrifice. The car he rides is of a colour like that of the lotus. Without doubt, such a man acquires also a large number of damsels, possessed of youth and beauty, some having complexions that are dark, some with complexions like that of gold, and some that are semas, whose looks and attitudes are of the most agreeable kind. He who fasts for 8 days and takes only 1 meal on every 9th day for a whole year, and pours libations on the sacred fire every day, acquires the high merits of 1,000 horse sacrifices. The car he rides in heaven is as beautiful as a lotus. He always makes his journeys on that car, accompanied by the daughters of Rudra adorned with celestial garlands and endued with the effulgence of the midday sun or the fires of blazing flames. Attaining to the regions of Rudra, He lives there in great happiness for countless years. He who fasts for 9 days and takes only one meal every 10th day for a whole year, and pours libations on his sacred fire every day, acquires the high merit of 1,000 horse sacrifices, and attains to the companionship of Brahmanas' daughters endued with beauty capable of charming the hearts of all creatures. These damsels, possessed of such beauty, and some of them possessed of complexion like that of the lotus and some like that of the same flower of the blue variety, always keep him in joy. 495. He acquires a beautiful vehicle that moves in beautiful circles and that looks like the dense cloud called Avatar. Verily, it may be said to resemble also an ocean wave. That vehicle resounds with the constant tinkle of rows of pearls and gems, and the melodious blare of conchs, and is adorned with columns made of crystals and diamonds, as also with an altar constructed of the same minerals. He makes his journeys on such a car, drawn by swans and cranes, and lives for millions and millions of years in great happiness in heaven. He who fasts for 10 days and eats only ghee on every 11th day for a whole year, and pours libations on his sacred fire every day, who never, in word or thought, covets the companionship of other people's wives, and who never utters an untruth even for the sake of his mother and father, succeeds in beholding Mahadeva of great puissance seated on his car. Such a person acquires the high merit of 1,000 horse sacrifices. He beholds the car of the self-born Brahman himself approach for taking him on it. He rides in it, accompanied by celestial damsels possessed of great beauty, and complexion as effulgent as that of pure gold. Endued with the blazing splendor of the yoga fire, he lives for countless years in a celestial mansion in heaven, full of every happiness. For those countless years he experiences the joy of bending his head in reverence unto Rudra, adored by deities and Danavas. Such a person obtains every day the sight of the great deity. That man who, having fasted for 11 days, eats only a little ghee on the 12th, and observes this conduct for a whole year, succeeds in obtaining the merits attaching to all the sacrifices. The car he rides in is possessed of the effulgence of a dozen suns, adorned with gems and pearls and corals of great value, embellished with rows of swans and snakes and of peacocks and chakravakas uttering their melodious notes, and beautified with large domes, is the residence to which he attains in the region of Brahman. That abode, O king, is always filled with men and women who wait upon him for service. Even this is what the highly blessed Rishi Angiras, conversant with every duty, said regarding the fruits of such a fast. That man who, having fasted for 12 days, eats a little ghee on the 13th, and bears himself in this way for a whole year, succeeds in attaining to the merits of the divine sacrifice. Such a man obtains a car of the complexion of the newly blown lotus, adorned with pure gold and heaps of jewels and gems. He proceeds to the region of the Maruts that teem with celestial damsels, that are adorned with every kind of celestial ornament, that are redolent with celestial perfumes, and that contain every element of felicity. The number of years he resides in those happy regions is countless, 496. So that with the sound of music and the melodious voice of Gandharvas and the sounds and blare of drums and Panavas, he is constantly gladdened by celestial damsels of great beauty. That man who, having fasted for 13 days, eats a little ghee on the 14th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, obtains the merits of the Mahamda sacrifice. 497. Celestial damsels of indescribable beauty, and whose age cannot be guessed, for they are forever young in appearance, adorned with every ornament and with armlets of blazing effulgence, wait upon him with many cars and follow him in his journeys. He is waked every morning from his bed by the melodious voice of swans, the tinkle of nuparas, and the highly agreeable jingle of conches. Verily, he resides in a superior abode, waited upon by such celestial damsels, for years and countless as the sands on the shores of Ganga. That man who, keeping his senses under control, fasts for a fortnight and takes only one meal on the 16th day, and bears himself in this way for a whole year, pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, acquires the high merits that attach to 1,000 Rajasuya sacrifices. The car he rides in is possessed of great beauty and is drawn by swans and peacocks. Riding in such a vehicle, that is, besides, adorned with garlands of pearls and the purest gold and graced with bevies of celestial damsels decked with ornaments of every kind, having 1 column and 4 arches and 7 altars exceedingly auspicious, endued with thousands of banners and echoing with the sound of music, celestial and of celestial attributes, embellished with gems and pearls and corals, and possessed of the effulgence of lightning. Such a man lives in heaven for 1,000 yugas, having elephants and rhinoceroses for dragging that vehicle of his. That man who, having fasted for 15 days, takes one meal on the 16th day and bears himself in this way for one whole year, acquires the merits attaching to the Soma sacrifice. Proceeding to heaven, he lives in the company of Soma's daughters. His body fragrant with unguents whose perfumes are as sweet as those of Soma himself, he acquires the power of transporting himself immediately to any place he likes. Seated on his car, he is waited upon by damsels of the most beautiful features and agreeable manners, and commands all articles of enjoyment. The period for which he enjoys such happiness consists of countless years. 498. That man who, having fasted for 16 days, eats a little ghee on the 17th day and bears himself in this way for a whole year, pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, proceeds to the regions of Varuna and Indra, and Rudra and the Maruts and Usanas and Brahman himself. There he is waited upon by celestial damsels and obtains a sight of the celestial rishi called Birbhuva and grasps the whole universe in his ken. The daughters of the deities gladden him there. Those damsels, of agreeable manners and adorned with every ornament, are capable of assuming 32 forms. As long as the sun and the moon move in firmament, so long does that man of wisdom reside in those regions of felicity, subsisting upon the succulence of ambrosia and nectar. That man who, having fasted for 17 days, eats only one meal on the 18th day, and bears himself in this way for a whole year, succeeds in grasping the 7 regions, of which the universe consists, in his ken. While performing his journeys on his car, he is always followed by a large train of cars producing the most agreeable rattle and ridden by celestial damsels blazing with ornament and beauty. Enjoying the greatest happiness, the vehicle he rides in is celestial and endued with the greatest beauty. It is drawn by lions and tigers, and produces a rattle as deep as the sound of the clouds. He lives in such felicity for 1,000 kalpas, subsisting upon the succulence of ambrosia that is as sweet as nectar itself. That man who, having fasted for 18 days, eats only one meal on the 19th day and bears himself in this way for a full year, succeeds in grasping within his ken all the 7 regions of which the universe consists. The region to which he attains is inhabited by diverse tribes of Apsaras and resounds with the melodious voice of Gandharvas. The car he rides in is possessed of the effulgence of the sun. His heart being freed from every anxiety, he is waited upon by the foremost of celestial damsels. Decked with celestial garlands, and possessed of beauty of form, he lives in such happiness for millions and millions of years. That man who, having fasted for 19 days, eats only one meal on every 20th day and bears himself in this way for a full year, adhering all the while to truthfulness of speech and to the observance of other excellent rituals, abstaining also from meat, leading the life of the Brahmacharin, and devoted to the good of all creatures, attains to the extensive regions of great happiness, belonging to the Adityas. While performing his journeys on his own car, he is followed by a large train of cars ridden by Gandharvas and Apsaras decked with celestial garlands and unguents. That man who, having fasted for 20 days, takes a single meal on the 21st day and bears himself in this way for a full year, pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, attains to the regions of Usanas and Sakra, of the Aswins and the Maruts, and resides there in uninterrupted happiness of great measure. Unacquainted with sorrow of every kind, he rides in the foremost of cars for making his journeys, and waited upon by the foremost of celestials, damsels, and possessed of puissance, he sports in joy like a celestial himself. That man who, having fasted for 21 days, takes a single meal on the 22nd day and bears himself in this way for a full year, pouring libations on his sacred fire every day, abstaining from injuring any creature, adhering to truthfulness of speech, and freed from malice, attains to the regions of the Vasas and becomes endued with effulgence of the sun. Possessed of the power of going everywhere at will, subsisting upon nectar, and riding in the foremost of cars, his person decked with celestial ornaments, he sports in joy in the company of celestial damsels. That man who, having fasted for 22 days, takes a single meal on the 23rd day and bears himself in this way for a full year, thus regulating his diet and keeping his senses under control, attains to the regions of the deity of wind, of Usanas, and of Rudra. Capable of going everywhere at will and always roving at will, he is worshipped by diverse tribes of Apsaras. Riding in the foremost of cars and his person decked with celestial ornaments, he sports for countless years in great felicity in the company of celestial damsels. That man who, having fasted for 23 days, eats a little ghee on the 24th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, pouring libations on his sacred fire, resides for countless years in great happiness in the regions of the Adityas, his person decked with celestial robes and garlands and celestial perfumes and unguents. Riding in an excellent car made of gold and possessed of great beauty and drawn by swans, he sports in joy in the company of thousands and thousands of celestial damsels. That man who, having fasted for 24 days, eats a single meal on the 25th day and bears himself thus for a full year, succeeds in obtaining a car of the foremost kind, full of every article of enjoyment. He is followed in his journeys by a large train of cars drawn by lions and tigers, and producing a rattle as deep as the roar of the clouds, ridden by celestial damsels, and all made of pure gold and possessed of great beauty. Himself riding on an excellent celestial car possessed of great beauty, he resides in those regions for 1,000 kalpas, in the company of hundreds of celestial damsels, and subsisting upon the succulence of ambrosia that is sweet as nectar itself. That man who, having fasted for 25 days, eats only one meal on the 26th day, and bears himself thus for a full year in the observance of such a regulation in respect of diet, keeping his senses under control, freed from attachment to worldly objects, and pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, that blessed man, worshipped by the Apsaras, attains to the regions of the 7 Maruts and of the Vasas. When performing his journeys, he is followed by a large train of cars made of excellent crystal and adorned with all kinds of gems, and ridden by Gandharvas and Apsaras who show him every honor. He resides in those regions, in enjoyment of such felicity, and endues with celestial energy, for 2,000 yugas. That man who, having fasted for 26 days, eats a single meal on the 27th day and bears himself in this way for a full year, pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, acquires great merit and proceeding to heaven receives honors from the deities. Residing there, he subsists on nectar, freed from thirst of every kind, and enjoying every felicity. his soul purified of every dross, and performing his journeys on the celestial car of great beauty, he lives there, O king, bearing himself after the manner of the celestial rishis and the royal sages. Possessed of great energy, he dwells there in great happiness in the company of celestial damsels of highly agreeable manners, for 3,000 dugas and kalpas. That man who, having fasted for 27 days, eats a single meal on the 28th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, with soul and senses under perfect control, acquires very great merit, which, in fact, is equal to what is acquired by the celestial rishis. Possessed of every article of enjoyment, and endued with great energy, he blazes with the effulgence of the midday sun. Sportive damsels of the most delicate features, and endued with splendor of complexion, having deep bosoms, tapering thighs, and full and round hips, decked with celestial ornaments, gladden him with their company while he rides on a delightful and excellent car, possessed of the effulgence of the sun, and equipped with every article of enjoyment, for thousands and thousands of kalpas. That man who, having fasted for 28 days, eats a single meal on the 29th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, adhering all the while to truthfulness of speech, attains to auspicious regions of great happiness that are worshipped by celestial rishis and royal sages. The car he obtains is endued with the effulgence of the sun and the moon, made of pure gold and adorned with every kind of gem, ridden by apsaras and gandharvas singing melodiously. Thereon he is attended by auspicious damsels adorned with celestial ornaments of every kind. Possessed of sweet dispositions and agreeable features, and endued with great energy, these gladden him with their company. Endued with every article of enjoyment and with great energy, and possessed of the splendor of a blazing fire, he shines like a celestial, with a celestial form having every excellence. The regions he attains are those of the Vasas and the Marats, of the Sadayas and the Aswins, of the Rudras and of Brahman himself. That man who, having fasted for a full month, takes a single meal on the first day of the following month, and bears himself in this way for a full year, looking on all things with an equal eye, attains to the regions of Brahman himself. There he subsists upon the succulence of ambrosia. Endued with a form of great beauty and highly agreeable to all, he shines with energy and prosperity like the sun himself of 1,000 rays. Devoted to yoga and adorned with celestial robes and garlands and smeared with celestial perfumes and unguents, he passes his time in great happiness, unacquainted with the least sorrow. He shines on his car attended by damsels that blaze forth with effulgence emitted by themselves. Those damsels, the daughters of the celestial rishis and the Rudras, adore him with veneration, capable of assuming diverse forms that are highly delightful and highly agreeable. Their speech is characterized by diverse kinds of sweetness, and they are able to gladden the person they wait upon in diverse kinds of ways. While performing his journeys, he rides on a car that looks like the firmament itself in color, for subtlety of the material that compose it. In his rear are cars that look like the moon, before him are those that resemble the clouds, on his right are vehicles that are red, below him are those that are blue, and above him are those that are of variegated hue. He is always adored by those that wait upon him. Endued with great wisdom, he lives in the region of Brahman for as many years as are measured by the drops of rain that fall in course of 1,000 years on that division of the earth which is called Jambudvipa. Verily, possessed of the effulgence of a deity, he lives in that region of unalloyed felicity for as many years as the drops of rain that fall upon the earth in the season of showers. The man who, having fasted for a whole month, eats on the first day of the following month, and bears himself in this way for 10 years, attains to the status of a great rishi. He was not to undergo any change of form while proceeding to heaven for enjoying the rewards of his acts in his life. Verily, Even this is the status to which one attains by restraining speech, practicing self-denial, subjugating wrath, sexual appetite, and the desire to eat, pouring libations on the sacred fire, and regularly adoring the two twilights. That man who purifies himself by the observance of these and similar vows and practices, and who eats in this way, becomes as stainless as ether and endued with effulgence like that of the sun himself. 499. Such a man, O king, proceeding to heaven in even his own carnal form, enjoys all the felicity that is the like deity at his will. I have thus told thee, O chief of the Bharatas, what the excellent ordinances are in respect of sacrifices, one after another, as dependent upon the fruits of fasts. 500. Poor men, O son of Pritha, who are unable to perform sacrifices, may, nevertheless, acquire the fruits thereof, by the observance of fasts. Verily, by observing these fasts, even a poor man may attain to the highest end, O foremost one of Bharata's race, attending all the while, besides, to the worship of the deities and the Brahmanas. I have thus recited to thee in detail the ordinances in respect of fasts. Do not harbour any doubt in respect of those men that are so observant of vows, that are so heedful and pure and high-souled, that are so freed from pride and contentions of every kind, that are endued with such devoted understandings, and that pursue their end with such steadiness and fixity of purpose without ever deviating from their path. Section Kvi. Yudhishthira said, Do thou tell me, O grandsire, of that which is regarded as the foremost of all tirthas. Indeed, it behoveth thee to expound to me what the tirtha is which conduces to the greatest purity. 501. Bhishma said, Without doubt, all tirthas are possessed of merit. Listen, however, with attention to me as I tell thee what the tirtha, the cleanser, is of men endued with wisdom. Adhering to eternal truth, one should bathe in the tirtha called manasa, which is unfathomable for its depth, stainless, and pure, and which has truth for its waters and the understanding for its lake. 502. The fruits in the form of cleansing that one acquires by bathing in that tirtha are freedom from cupidity, sincerity, truthfulness, mildness of behavior, compassion, abstention from injuring any creature, self-restraint, and tranquility. Those men that are freed from attachments, that are divested of pride, that transcend all pairs of opposites, such as pleasure and pain, praise and blame, heat and cold, etc., that have no spouses and children and houses and gardens, etc., that are endued with purity, and that subsist upon the alms given to them by others, are regarded as tirthas. He who is acquainted with the truths of all things and who is freed from the idea of mum, is said to be the highest tirtha. 503. In ascertaining the indications of purity, the gaze should ever be directed towards these attributes, so that where these are present, thou mayst take purity to be present, and where these are not, purity also should be concluded to be not. Those persons from whose souls the attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas have been washed off, they who, regardless of external purity and impurity, pursue the ends they have proposed to themselves, they who have renounced everything, they who are possessed of omniscience and endued with universal sight, and they who are of pure conduct, are regarded as tirthas possessing the power of cleansing. That man whose limbs only are wet with water is not regarded as one that is washed. He, on the other hand, is regarded as washed who has washed himself by self-denial. Even such a person is said to be pure both inwardly and outwardly. They who never concern themselves with what is past, they who feel no attachment to acquisitions that are present, indeed, they who are free from desire, are said to be possessed of the highest purity. Knowledge is said to constitute the especial purity of the body. So also freedom from desire, and cheerfulness of mind. Purity of conduct constitutes the purity of the mind. The purity that one attains by ablutions in sacred waters is regarded as inferior. Verily, that purity which rises from knowledge is regarded as the best. Those ablutions which one performs with a blazing mind in the waters of the knowledge of Brahma in the tirtha called Manasa are the true oblations of those that are conversant with truth. That man who is possessed of true purity of conduct and who is always devoted to the preservation of a proper attitude towards all, indeed, he who is possessed of pure attributes and merit, is regarded as truly pure. These that I have mentioned have been said to be the tirthas that inhere to the body. Do thou listen to me as I tell thee what those sacred tirthas are that are situate on the earth also. Even as especial attributes that inhere to the body have been said to be sacred, there are particular spots on earth as well, and particular waters that are regarded as sacred. By reciting the names of the tirthas, by performing ablutions there, and by offering oblations to the Pitrus in those places, one's sins are washed off. Verily, those men whose sins are thus washed off succeed in attaining to heaven when they leave this world. In consequence of their association with persons that are righteous, through the especial efficacy of the earth itself, of those spots and of particular waters, there are certain portions of the earth that have come to be regarded as sacred. The tirthas of the mind are separate and distinct from those of the earth. That person who bathes in both attains to success without any delay. As strength without exertion, or exertion without strength can never accomplish anything singly, and as these, when combined, can accomplish all things, even so one that becomes endued with the purity that is contributed by the tirthas in the body, as also by that which is contributed by the tirthas on the earth, becomes truly pure and attains to success. That purity which is derived from both sources is the best. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, It behoveth thee, O grandsire, to tell me what are the highest, the most beneficial, and the most certain fruit of all kinds of fasts in this world. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to what was sung by the self-born himself, and by accomplishing which a person, without doubt, attains to the highest happiness. That man who fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month called Margashirsha and worships Krishna as Kesava for the whole day and night, attains to the merit of the horse sacrifice and becomes cleansed of all his sins. He who, after the same manner, fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Pusha and worships Krishna as Narayana for the whole day and night, attains to the merits of the Vajrapiya sacrifice and the highest success. He who fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Magha and worships Krishna as Madhava for the whole day and night, attains to the merits of the Rajasuya sacrifice, and rescues his own race from misery. 504. He who fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Falguna and worships Krishna as Govinda for the whole day and night, attains to the merit of the Itaratro sacrifice and goes to the region of Soma. He who fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Chaitra and worships Krishna as Vishnu for the whole day and night, attains to the merit of the Pandrika sacrifice and proceeds to the region of the deities. By observing a similar fast on the 12th day of the month of Vaisakha and worshipping Krishna as the slayer of Madhu for the whole day and night, one attains to the merits of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and proceeds to the region of Soma. By observing a fast on the 12th lunar day in the month of Jyeshta and worshipping Krishna as him who had, in Vali's sacrifice, covered the universe with 3 steps of his, one attains to the merits of the Gomada sacrifice and sports with the Apsaras in great happiness. By observing a fast on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Ashada and worshipping Krishna as the dwarf who beguiled the Asura king Vali, one attains to the merits of the Narmada 505 sacrifice and sports in happiness with the Apsaras. by observing a fast for the 12th lunar day of the month Sravana and worshipping Krishna for day and night as Sridhara, one attains to the merits of the sacrifice called Panchayi Ajna and acquires a beautiful car in heaven whereon he sports in joy. By observing a fast on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Bhadrapada and worshipping Krishna as Hashikasa for the whole day and night, one attains to the merits of the Sautramani sacrifice and becomes cleansed of all sins. By observing a fast for the 12th day of the moon in the month of Aswin and worshipping Krishna as Padmanabha, one attains without doubt to the merits of the sacrifice in which 1,000 kine are given away. By observing a fast for the 12th day of the moon in the month of Kartika and worshipping Krishna as Damodara, one attains, without doubt, to the combined merits of all the sacrifices. He who, in this way, adores Krishna for a whole year as Pundrakaksha, acquires the power of recollecting the incidents of his past births and wins much wealth in gold. Similarly, he who worships Krishna every day as a Pendra attains to identity with him. After Krishna has been worshipped in this way, one should, at the conclusion of one's vow, feed a number of brahmanas or make gifts unto them of ghee. The illustrious Vishnu, that ancient being, has himself said that there is no fast that possesses merits superior to what attach to fast of this kind. Section CX. Vaisampayana said, approaching the Kuru grandsire, venerable in years, viz., Bhishma, who was then lying on his bed of arrows, Yudhishthira, possessed of great wisdom, put the following question. Yudhishthira said, How, O grandsire, does one acquire beauty of form and prosperity and agreeableness of disposition? How, indeed, does one become possessed of religious merit and wealth and pleasure? How does one become endued with happiness? Bhishma said, in the month of Margashira, when the moon comes in conjunction with the asterism called Mula, when his 2 feet are united with that very asterism, O king, when Rohini is in his calf, when his knee joints are in Aswini, and his shins are in the 2 Ashadas, when Falguni makes his anus, and Kritika his waist, when his navel is in Bhadrapada, his ocular region in Revati, and his back on the Dhanishtas, when Anurada makes his belly, when with his 2 arms he reaches the Visikas, when his 2 hands are indicated by Asta, when Panavasu, O king, makes his fingers, as Asha his nails, when Jayashtha is known for his neck, when by Sravana is pointed out his ears, and his mouth by Pushaya, when Swati is said to constitute his teeth and lips, when Satabhisha is his smile and Magga his nose, when Mrigasairas is known to be in his eye, and Chitara in his forehead, when his head is in Brahmi, when Adra constitutes its hair, O king, the vow called Chandravarata should be commenced. Upon the completion of that vow, gift of ghee should be made unto Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas. As the fruit of that vow, one becomes possessed about knowledge. Indeed, one becomes, in consequence of such a vow, as full of every blessed attribute as the moon himself when he is at full. Section CXI. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou that art possessed of great wisdom and conversant with all the scriptures, I desire to know those excellent ordinances in consequence of which mortal creatures have to travel through their rounds of rebirth. What is that conduct by following which, O king, men succeed in attaining to high heaven, and what is that conduct by which one sinks in hell? When, abandoning the dead body that is as inert as a piece of wood or clod of earth, people proceed to the other world, what are those that follow them thither? Bhishma said, Yonder comes the illustrious Vrihaspati of great intelligence. Do thou ask his blessed self. The subject is an eternal mystery. None else is capable of explaining the matter. There is no speaker like Vrihaspati. Vaisampayana said, while the son of Pritha and the son of Ganga were thus speaking with each other, There came to that spot from the firmament the illustrious Vrihaspati of cleansed soul, King Yudhishthira, and all others, with Dhritarashtra at their head, stood up and received Vrihaspati with proper honours. Verily, the worship they offered to the preceptor of the celestials was excellent. Then Dharma's royal son, Yudhishthira, approaching the illustrious Vrihaspati, asked him the question in proper form, desirous of knowing the truth. Yudhishthira said, O illustrious one, thou art conversant with all duties and all the scriptures. Do thou tell me, what is truly the friend of mortal creatures? Is the father, or mother, or son, or preceptor, or kinsman, or relatives, or those called friends, that may be said to truly constitute the friend of a mortal creature? One goes to the next world, leaving one's dead body that is like a piece of wood or a clod of earth. Who is it that follows him thither? Vrihaspati said, One is born alone, O king, and one dies alone. One crosses alone the difficulties one meets with, and one alone encounters whatever misery falls to one's lot. One has really no companion in these acts. The father, the mother, the brother, the son, the preceptor, kinsman, relatives, and friends, leaving the dead body as if it were a piece of wood or a clod of earth, after having mourned for only a moment, all turn away from it and proceed to their own concerns. Only righteousness follows the body that is thus abandoned by them all. Hence, it is plain that righteousness is the only friend and that righteousness only should be sought by all. One endued with righteousness would attain to that high end which is constituted by heaven. If endued with unrighteousness, he goes to hell. Hence, the man of intelligence should always seek to acquire religious merit through wealth won by lawful means. Piety is the one only friend which creatures have in the world hereafter. Let by cupidity, or stupefaction, or compassion, or fear, one destitute of much knowledge is seen to do improper acts, for the sake of even another, his judgment thus stupefied by cupidity. 506. Piety, wealth and pleasure, these three constitute the fruit of life. One should acquire these three by means of being free from impropriety and sin. Yudhishthira said, I have carefully heard the words spoken by thy illustrious self, these words that are fraught with righteousness, and that are highly beneficial. I wish now to know of the existence of the body after death. 507. The dead body of man becomes subtle and unmanifest. It becomes invisible. How is it possible for piety to follow it? Vrihaspati said, Earth, wind, ether, water, light, mind, Yama, the king of the dead, understanding, the soul, as also day and night, all together behold as witnesses the merits and demerits of all living creatures. With these, righteousness follows the creature when dead. 508. When the body becomes bereft of life, skin, bones, flesh, the vital seed and blood, O thou with great intelligence, leave it at the same time. Endues with merit and demerit, Jiva, after the destruction of this body, attains to another. After the attainment by Jiva of that body, the presiding deities of the five elements once more behold as witnesses all his acts good and bad. What else dost thou wish to hear? If endued with righteousness, Jiva enjoys happiness. What other topic, belonging to this or the other world, shall I discourse upon? Yudhishthira said, Thy illustrious self has explained how righteousness follows Jiva. I desire to know how the vital seed is originated. Vrihaspati said, The food that these deities, O king, who dwell in the body, viz., earth, wind, ether, water, light, and mind eat, gratifies them. When those five elements become gratified, O monarch, with mind numbering as their sixth, their vital seed then becomes generated, O thou of cleansed soul. When an active union takes place between male and female, the vital seed flows out and causes conception. I have thus explained to thee what thou hast asked. What else dost thou wish to hear? Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O illustrious one, said how conception takes place. Do thou explain how the jiva that takes birth grows, by becoming possessed of body. Brihaspati said, As soon as jiva enters the vital seed, he becomes overwhelmed by the elements already mentioned. When jiva becomes disunited therewith, he is said to attain to the other end, viz., death. Endued as jiva becomes with all those elements, he attains, in consequence thereof, a body. The deities that preside over those elements behold as witnesses all his acts, good and bad. What else dost thou wish to hear? Yudhishthira said, Leaving off skin and bone and flesh, and becoming destitute of all those elements, in what does jiva reside, O illustrious one, for enjoying and enduring happiness and misery? Brihaspati said, Endued with all his acts, the jiva quickly enters the vital seed, and utilizing the functional flow of women, takes birth in time, O Bharata. After birth, the jiva receives woe and death from the messengers of the armor. Indeed, misery and a painful round of rebirth are his inheritance. Endued with life, O king, the jiva in this world, from the moment of his birth, enjoys and endures his own previous acts, depending upon righteousness, and its reverse. If the jiva, according to the best of his power, follows righteousness from the day of his birth, he then succeeds in enjoying, when reborn, happiness without interruption. If, on the other hand, without following righteousness without interruption, he acts sinfully, he reaps happiness at first as the reward of his righteousness and endures misery after that. Endued with unrighteousness, the jiva has to go to the dominions of Yama and suffering great misery there, he has to take birth in an intermediate order of being. 509. Listen to me as I tell thee what the different acts are by doing which the jiva, stupefied by folly, has to take birth in different orders of being, as declared in the Vedas, the scriptures, and their sacred histories. Mortals have to go to the frightful regions of Yama. In those regions, O king, there are places that are fraught with every merit and that are worthy on that account of being the abodes of the very deities. There are, again, places in those regions that are worse than those which are inhabited by animals and birds. Indeed, there are spots of these kinds in the abode of Yama which, so far as its happier regions are concerned, is equal to the region of Brahman himself in merits. Creatures, bound by their acts, endure diverse kinds of misery. I shall, after this, tell thee what those acts and dispositions are in consequence of which a person obtains to an end that is fraught with great misery and terror. If a regenerate person, having studied the 4 Vedas, becomes stupefied by folly and accepts a gift from a fallen man, he has then to take birth in the asinine order. He has to live as an ass for 5 and 10 years. Casting off his asinine form, he has next to take birth as an ox, in which state he has to live for 7 years. Casting off his bovine form, he has next to take birth as a Rakshasa of regenerate order. Living as Rakshasa of the regenerate order for 3 months, he then regains his status, in his next birth, of a Brahmana. 510. A Brahmana, by officiating at the sacrifice of a fallen person, has to take birth as a vile worm. In this form he has to live for 5 and 10 years, O Bharata. Freed from the status of a worm, he next takes birth as an ass. As an ass he has to live for 5 years, and then a hog, in which state also he has to remain for as many years. After that, he takes birth as a cock, and living for 5 years in that form, he takes birth as a jackal and lives for as many years in that state. He has next to take birth as a dog, and living thus for a year he regains his status of humanity. That foolish disciple who offends his preceptor by doing any injury to him, has certainly to undergo 3 transformations in this world. Such a person, O monarch, has in the first instance to become a dog. He has then to become a beast of prey, and then an ass. Living his asinine form, he has to wander for some time in great affliction as a spirit. After the expiration of that period, he has to take birth as a Brahmana. That sinful disciple who even in thought commits adultery with the wife of his preceptor, has in consequence of such a sinful heart to undergo many fierce shapes in this world. First taking birth in the canine order, he has to live for 3 years. Casting off the canine form when death comes, he takes birth as a worm or vile vermin. In this form he has to live for a year. Leaving that form he succeeds in regaining his status as a human being of the regenerate order. If the preceptor kills, without reason, his disciple who is even as a son to him, he has, in consequence of such a willful act of sin on his part, to take birth as a beast of prey. That son who disregards his father and mother, O king, has to take birth, after leaving off his human form as an animal of the asinine order. Assuming the asinine form, he has to live for 10 years. After that he has to take birth as a crocodile, in which form he has to live for a year. After that he regains the human form. That son with whom his parents become angry has, in consequence of his evil thoughts towards them, to take birth as an ass. As an ass he has to live for 10 months. He has then to take birth as a dog and to remain as such for 4 and 10 months. After that he has to take birth as a cat, and living in that form for 7 months he regains his status of humanity. Having spoken ill of parents, one has to take birth as a saraka. Striking them, one has to take birth, O king, as tortoise. Living as a tortoise for 10 years, he has next to take birth as a porcupine. After that he has to take birth as a snake, and living for 6 months in that form he regains the status of humanity. That man who, while subsisting upon the food that his royal master supplies, commits acts that are injurious to the interests of his master, that man, thus stupefied by folly, has after death to take birth as an ape. For 10 years he has to live as an ape, and after that for 5 years as a mouse. After that he has to become a dog, and living in that form for a period of 6 months he succeeds in regaining his status of humanity. That man who misappropriates what is deposited with him in trustfulness has to undergo 100 transformations. He at last takes birth as a vile worm. In that order he has to live for a period of 10 and 5 years, O Bharata. Upon the exhaustion of his great demerit in this way, he succeeds in regaining his status of humanity. That man who harbors malice towards others has, after death, to take birth as a Sangaka. That man of wicked understanding who becomes guilty of breach of trust has to take birth as a fish. Living as a fish for 8 years, he takes birth, O Bharata, as a deer. Living as a deer for 4 months, he has next to take birth as a goat. After the expiration of a full year he casts off his goatish body, he takes birth then as a worm. After that he succeeds in regaining his status of humanity. That shameless insensate man who, through stupefaction, steals paddy, barley, sesame, masher, kulatha, oilseeds, oats, kalea, mugger, wheat, atasi, and other kinds of corn, has to take birth as a mouse 511. After leading the life for some time he has to take birth as a hog. As soon as he takes birth as a hog he has to die of disease. In consequence of his sin, that foolish man has next to take birth as a dog, O king. Living as a dog for 5 years, he then regains his status of humanity. Having committed an act of adultery with the spouse of another man, one has to take birth as a wolf. After that he has to assume the forms of a dog and jackal and vulture. He has next to take birth as a snake, and then as a canker, and then as a crane. 512. that man of the sinful soul who, stupefied by folly, commits an act of sexual congress with the spouse of a brother, has to take birth as a male cochlear and to live in that form for a whole year, O king. He who, through lust, commits an act of sexual congress with the wife of a friend, or the wife of preceptor, or the wife of his king, has, after death, to take the form of a hog. He has to live in his porcine form for 5 years and then to assume that of the wolf for 10 years. For the next 5 years he has to assume that of the wolf for 10 years. For the next 5 years he has to live as a cat and then for the next 10 years as a cock. He has next to live for 3 months as an ant, and then as a worm for a month. Having undergone these transformations he has next to live as a vile worm for 4 and 10 years. When his sin becomes exhausted by such chastisement, he at last regains the status of humanity. When a wedding is about to take place, or a sacrifice, or an act of gifts is about to be made, O thou with great puissance, the man who offers any obstruction has to take birth in his next life as a vile worm. Assuming such a form he has to live, O Bharata, for 5 and 10 years. When his demerit is exhausted by such suffering, he regains the status of humanity. Having once bestowed his daughter in marriage upon a person, he who seeks to bestow her again upon a second husband, has, O king, to take birth among vile worms. Assuming such a form, O Yudhisthira, he has to live for a period of 3 and 10 years. Upon the exhaustion of his demerit by such sufferance, he regains the status of humanity. He who eats without having performed the rites in honor of the deities or those in honor of the Pitrus or without having offered, even, oblations of water to both the rishis and the Pitrus, has to take birth as a crow. Living as a crow for 100 years he next assumes the form of a cock. His next transformation is that of a snake for a month. After this, he regains the status of humanity. He who disregards his eldest brother who is even like a sire, has, after death, to take birth in the order of grains. Having assumed that form he has to live in it for 2 years. Casting off that form at the conclusion of that period, he regains the status of humanity. That Sudra who has sexual intercourse with a Brahmana woman has, after death, to take birth as a hog. As soon as he takes birth in the porcine order, he dies of disease, O king. The wretch has next to take birth as a dog, O king, in consequence of his dire act of sin. Casting off his canine form he regains, upon the exhaustion of his demerit, the status of humanity. The Sudra who begets offspring upon a Brahmana woman, leaving off his human form, becomes reborn as a mouse. The man who becomes guilty of ingratitude, O king, has to go to the regions of Yama and to undergo very painful and severe treatment at the hands of the messengers, provoked to fury, of the grim king of the dead. Clubs with heavy hammers and mallets, sharp-pointed lances, heated jars, all fraught with severe pain, frightful forests of sword blades, heated sands, thorny salmalis, these and many other instruments of the most painful torture such a man has to endure in the regions of Yama, O Bharata. The ungrateful person, O chief of Bharata's race, having endured such terrible treatment in the regions of the grim king of the dead, has to come back to this world and take birth among vile vermin. 513. He has to live as a vile vermin for a period of 5 and 10 years, O Bharata. He has then to enter the womb and die prematurely before birth. After this, that person has to enter the womb 100 times in succession. Indeed, having undergone 100 rebirths, he at last becomes born as a creature in some intermediate order between man and inanimate nature. Having endured misery for a great many years, he has to take birth as a hairless tortoise. A person that steals curds has to take birth as a crane. One becomes a monkey by stealing raw fish. That man of intelligence who steals honey has to take birth as a gadfly. By stealing fruits or roots or cakes one becomes an ant. By stealing nishpava one becomes a huligalaka. 514. By stealing pizza one becomes in one's next birth a titiri bird. By stealing cakes one becomes a screech owl. That man of little intelligence who steals iron has to take birth as a cow. That man of little understanding who steals white brass has to take birth as a bird of the Harita species. By stealing a vessel of silver one becomes a pigeon. By stealing a vessel of gold one has to take birth as a vile vermin. By stealing a piece of silken cloth one becomes a grikara. By stealing a piece of cloth made of red silk one becomes a vartaka. 515. By stealing a piece of muslin one becomes a parrot. By stealing a piece of cloth that is of fine texture one becomes a duck after casting off one's human body. By stealing a piece of cloth made of cotton one becomes a crane. By stealing a piece of cloth made of jute one becomes a sheep in one's next life. By stealing a piece of linen one has to take birth as a hare. By stealing different kinds of coloring matter one has to take birth as a peacock. By stealing a piece of red cloth one has to take birth as a bird of the Javajavaka species. By stealing unguents, such as sandal paste, and perfumes in this world, the man possessed of cupidity, O king, has to take birth as a mole. Assuming the form of a mole one has to live in it for a period of 5 and 10 years. After the exhaustion of his demerit by such sufferings he regains the status of humanity. By stealing milk, one becomes a crane. That man, O king, who through stupefaction of the understanding, steals oil, has to take birth, after casting off this body, as an animal that subsists upon oil as his form. 516. That wretch who himself well armed, slays another while that other is unarmed, from motives of obtaining his victim's wealth or from feelings of the hostility, has, after casting off his human body, to take birth as an ass. Assuming that asinine form he has to live for a period of 2 years and then he meets with death at the edge of a weapon. Casting off in this way his asinine body he has to take birth in his next life as a deer always filled with anxiety at the thought of foes that may kill him. Upon the expiration of a year from the time of his birth as a deer, he has to yield up his life at the point of a weapon. Thus casting off his form of a deer, he next takes birth as a fish and dies in consequence of being dragged up in net on the expiration of the 4th month. He has next to take birth as a beast of prey. For 10 years he has to live in that form, and then he takes birth as a pard, in which form he has to live for a period of 5 years. Impelled by the change that is brought about by time, he then casts off that form, and his demerit having been exhausted he regains the status of humanity. That man of little understanding who kills a woman has to go to the regions of Yama and to endure diverse kinds of pain and misery. He then has to pass through full 21 transformations. After that, O monarch, he has to take birth as a vile vermin. Living as a vermin for 20 years, he regains the status of humanity. By stealing food, one has to take birth as a bee. Living for many months in the company of other bees, his demerit becomes exhausted and he regains the status of humanity. By stealing paddy, one becomes a cat. That man who steals food mixed with sesame cakes has in his next birth to assume the form of a mouse, large or small according to the largeness or smallness of the quantity stolen. He bites human beings every day and as the consequence thereof becomes sinful and travels through a varied round of rebirths. That man of foolish understanding who steals ghee has to take birth as a gallinule. That wicked person who steals fish has to take birth as a crow. By stealing salt one has to take birth as a mimicking bird. That man who misappropriates what is deposited with him through confidence has to sustain a diminution in the period of his life, and after death has to take birth among fishes. Having lived for some time as a fish, he dies and regains the human form. Regaining, however, the status of humanity, he becomes short-lived. Indeed, having committed sins, O Bharata, one has to take birth in an order intermediate between that of humanity and vegetables. Those people are entirely unacquainted with righteousness which has their own hearts for its authority. Those men that commit diverse acts of sin and then seek to expiate them by continuous vows and observances of piety, become endued with both happiness and misery and live in great anxiety of heart. 517. Those men that are of sinful conduct and that yield to the influence of cupidity and stupefaction, without doubt, take birth as mlichas that do not deserve to be associated with. Those men, on the other hand, who abstain from sin all their lives, become free from disease of every kind, endued with beauty of form and possessed of wealth. Women also, when they act in the way indicated, attain to births of the same kind. Indeed, they have to take births as the spouses of the animals I have indicated. I have told thee all the faults that relate to the appropriation of what belongs to others. I have discoursed to thee very briefly on the subject, O sinless one. In connection with some other subject, O Bharata, thou shalt again hear of those faults. I heard all this, O king, in days of old, from Brahman himself, and I asked all about it in a becoming way, when he discoursed on it in the midst of the celestial rishis. I have told thee truly and in detail all that thou hadst asked me. Having listened to all this, O monarch, do thou always set thy heart on righteousness. Section XCI. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast told me, O regenerate one, what the end is of unrighteousness or sin. I desire now to hear, O foremost of speakers, of what the end is of righteousness. Having committed diverse acts of sin, by what acts of people succeed in attaining to an auspicious end in this world? By what acts also do people attain to an auspicious end in heaven? Brihaspati said, by committing sinful acts with perverted mind, one yields to the sway of unrighteousness and as a consequence goeth to hell. That man who, having perpetrated sinful acts through stupefaction of mind, feels the pangs of repentance and sets his heart on contemplation of the deity, has not to endure the consequences of his sins. One becomes freed from one's sins in proportion as one repents for them. If one having committed a sin, O king, proclaims it in the presence of Brahmanas conversant with duties, one becomes quickly cleansed from the obloquy arising from one's sin. Accordingly as one becomes cleansed therefrom fully or otherwise, like a snake freed from his diseased slough, by making, with a concentrated mind, gifts of diverse kinds unto a Brahmana, and concentrating the mind on the deity, one attains to an auspicious end. I shall now tell thee what those gifts are, O Yudhishthira, by making which a person, even if guilty of having committed sinful acts, may become endued with merit. Of all kinds of gifts, that of food is regarded as the best. One desirous of attaining to merit should, with a sincere heart, make gifts of food. Food is the life-breath of men. From it all creatures are born. All the worlds of living creatures are established upon food. Hence food is applauded. The deities, rishis, Pitras, and men, all praise food. King Randideva, in days of old, proceeded to heaven by making gifts of food. Food that is good and that has been acquired lawfully, should be given, with a cheerful heart, unto such Brahmanas as are possessed of Vedic law. That man has never to take birth in an intermediate order, whose food, given with a cheerful heart, is taken by 1,000 Brahmanas. A person, O chief of men, by feeding 10,000 Brahmanas, becomes cleansed of the piety and devoted yoga practices. A Brahmana conversant with the Vedas, by giving away food acquired by him as alms, and to a Brahmana devoted to the study of the Vedas, succeeds in attaining to happiness here. That Kshatriya who, without taking anything that belongs to a Brahmana, protects his subjects lawfully, and makes gifts of food, obtained by the exercise of his strength, and to Brahmanas foremost in Vedic knowledge, with concentrated heart, succeeds by such conduct, O thou of righteous soul, in cleansing himself, O son of Pandu, of all his sinful acts. That Vaisya who divides the produce of his fields into 6 equal shares and makes a gift of one of those shares unto Brahmanas, succeeds by such conduct in cleansing himself from every sin. That Sudra who, earning food by hard labor and at the risk of life itself, makes a gift of it to Brahmanas, becomes cleansed from every sin. That man who, by putting forth his physical strength, earns food without doing any act of injury to any creature, and makes gift of it unto Brahmanas, succeeds in avoiding all calamities. A person by cheerfully making gifts of food acquired by lawful means unto Brahmanas preeminent for Vedic law, becomes cleansed of all his sins. By treading in the path of the righteous one becomes freed from all sins. A person by making gifts of such food as is productive of great energy, becomes himself possessed of great energy. The path made by charitable persons is always trod by those that are endued with wisdom. They that make gifts of food are regarded as givers of life. The merit they acquire by such gifts is eternal. Hence, a person should, under all circumstances, seek to earn food by lawful means, and having earned to make always gifts of it unto deserving men. Food is the great refuge of the world of living creatures. By making gifts of food, one has never to go to hell. Hence, one should always make gifts of food, having earned it by lawful means. The householder should always seek to eat after having made a gift of food unto a Brahmana. Every man should make the day fruitful by making gifts of food. 518. A person by feeding, O king, 1,000 Brahmanas, all of whom are conversant with duties and the scriptures and the sacred histories, has not to go to hell and to return to this world for undergoing rebirths. Endued with the fruition of every wish, he enjoys great felicity hereafter. Possessed of such merit, he sports in happiness, freed from every anxiety, possessed of beauty of form and great fame and endued with wealth. I have thus told thee all about the high merit of gifts of food. Even this is the root of all righteousness and merit, as also of all gifts, O Bharata. Section XI. Yudhishthira said, abstention from injury, the observance of the Vedic ritual, meditation, subjugation of the senses, penances, and obedient services rendered to the preceptors, which amongst these is fraught with the greatest merit with respect to a person. Brihaspati said, all these 6 are fraught with merit. They are different doors of piety. I shall discourse upon them presently. Do thou listen to them, O chief of the Bharatas. I shall tell thee what constitutes the highest good of a human being. That man who practices the religion of universal compassion achieves his highest good. That man who keeps under control the 3 faults, viz., lust, wrath, and cupidity, by throwing them upon all creatures, and practices the virtue of compassion, attains to success. 519. He who, from motives of his own happiness, slays other harmless creatures with a rod of chastisement, never attains to happiness in the next world. That man who regards all creatures as his own self, and behaves towards them as towards his own self, laying aside the rod of chastisement and completely subjugating his wrath, succeeds in attaining to happiness. The very deities, who are desirous of a fixed abode, become stupefied in ascertaining the track of that person who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures and looks upon them all as his own self, for such a person leaves no track behind. 520. One should never do that to another which one regards as injurious to one's own self. This, in brief, is the rule of righteousness. One, by acting in a different way, by yielding to desire, becomes guilty of unrighteousness. In refusals and gifts, in happiness and misery, in the agreeable and the disagreeable, one should judge of their effects by a reference to one's own self. 521. When one injures another, the injured turns round and injures the injurer. Similarly, when one cherishes another, that other cherishes the cherisher. One should frame one's rule of conduct according to this. I have told thee what righteousness is even by this subtle way. Vaisampayana continued, the preceptor of the deities, possessed of great intelligence, having said this unto King Yudhishthira the Just, ascended upwards for proceeding to heaven, before our eyes. Section Ksif. Vaisampayana said, after this, King Yudhishthira, endued with great energy, and the foremost of eloquent men, addressed his grandsire lying on his bed of arrows, in the following words. Yudhishthira said, O thou of great intelligence, the rishis and brahmanas and the deities, led by the authority of the Vedas, all applaud that religion which has compassion for its indication. But, O king, what I ask thee is this, how does a man, who has perpetrated acts of injury to others in word, thought and deed, succeed in cleansing himself from misery? Bhishma said, utterers of Brahma have said that there are 4 kinds of compassion or abstention from injury. If even one of those 4 kinds be not observed, the religion of compassion, it is said, is not observed. As all 4-footed animals are incapable of standing on 3 legs, even so the religion of compassion cannot stand if any of those 4 divisions or parts be wanting. As the footprints of all other animals are engulfed in those of the elephant, even so all other religions are said to be comprehended in that of compassion. A person becomes guilty of injury through acts, words and thoughts. 522. Discarding it mentally at the outset, one should next discard in word and thought. He who, according to this rule, abstains from eating meat is said to be cleansed in a 3-fold way. It is heard that utterers of Brahma ascribe to 3 causes the sin of eating meat. That sin may attach to the mind, to words, and to acts. It is for this reason that men of wisdom who are endued with penances refrain from eating meat. Listen to me, O king, as I tell thee what the faults are that attach to the eating of meat. The meat of other animals is like the flesh of one's son. That foolish person, stupefied by folly, who eats meat is regarded as the vilest of human beings. The union of father and mother produces an offspring. After the same manner, the cruelty that a helpless and sinful wretch commits produces its progeny of repeated rebirths fraught with great misery. As the tongue is the cause of the knowledge or sensation of taste, so the scriptures declare, attachment proceeds from taste. 523. Well-dressed, cooked with salt or without salt, meat, in whatever form one may take it, gradually attracts the mind and enslaves it. How will those foolish men that subsist upon meat succeed in listening to the sweet music of celestial drums and cymbals and lyres and harps? They who eat meat applaud it highly, suffering themselves to be stupefied by its taste, which they pronounce to be something inconceivable, indescribable, and unimaginable. Such praise even of meat is fraught with a demerit. In former days, many righteous men, by giving the flesh of their own bodies, protected the flesh of other creatures, and as a consequence of such acts of merit, have proceeded to heaven. In this way, O monarch, the religion of compassion is surrounded by 4 considerations. I have thus declared to thee that religion which comprises all other religions within it. Section CXV. Yiddish theory said, thou hast told it many times that abstention from injury is the highest religion. In sraddhas, however, that are performed in honor of the pietous persons for their own good should make offerings of diverse kinds of meat. Thou hast said so while discoursing formally upon the ordinances in respect of sraddhas. How can meat, however, be procured without slaying a living creature? Thy declarations, therefore, seem to me to be contradictory. A doubt has, therefore, arisen in our mind respecting the duty of abstaining from meat. What are the faults that one incurs by eating meat, and what are the merits that one wins? What are the demerits of him who eats meat by himself, killing a living creature? What are the merits of him who eats the meat of animals killed by others? What the merits and demerits of him who kills a living creature for another, or of him who eats meat buying it of others? I desire, O sinless one, that thou shouldst discourse to me on this topic in detail. I desire to ascertain this eternal religion with certainty. How does one attain to longevity? How does one acquire strength? How does one attain to faultlessness of limbs? Indeed, how does one become endued with excellent indications? Bhishma said, listen to me, O sign of Kuru's race, what the merit is that attaches to abstention from meat. Listen to me as I declare to thee what the excellent ordinances, in truth, are on this head. Those high-souled persons who desire beauty, faultlessness of limbs, long life, understanding, mental and physical strength, and memory, should abstain from acts of injury. On this topic, O sign of Kuru's race, innumerable discourses took place between the rishis. Listen, O Yiddish theory, what their opinion was. The merit acquired by that person, O Yiddish theory, who, with the steadiness of a vow, adores the deities every month in horse sacrifices, is equal to his who discard honey and meat. The 7 celestial rishis, the Valakilyas, and those rishis who drink the rays of the sun, endued with great wisdom, applaud abstention from meat. The self-born Manu has said that that man who does not eat meat, or who does not slay living creatures, or who does not cause them to be slain, is a friend of all creatures. Such a man is incapable of being oppressed by any creature. He enjoys the confidence of all living beings. He always enjoys, besides, the approbation and commendation of the righteous. The righteous Narada has said that that man who wishes to increase his own flesh by eating the flesh of other creatures meets with calamity. Brihaspati has said that that man who abstains from honey and meat acquires the merit of gifts and sacrifices and penances. In my estimation, these 2 persons are equal, viz., he who adores the deities every month in a horse sacrifice for a space of 100 years, and he who abstains from honey and meat. In consequence of abstention from meat, one comes to be regarded as one who always adores the deities in sacrifices, or as one who always makes gifts to others, or as one who always undergoes the severest austerities. That man who having eaten meat gives it up afterwards, acquires merit by such an act that is so great that a study of all the Vedas or a performance, O Bharata, of all the sacrifices, cannot bestow its like. It is exceedingly difficult to give up meat after one has become acquainted with its taste. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult for such a person to observe the high vow of abstention from meat, a vow that assures every creature by dispelling all fear. That learned person who giveth to all living creatures the dakshina of complete assurance comes to be regarded, without doubt, as the giver of life breaths in this world. 524. Even this is the high religion which men of wisdom applaud. The life breaths of other creatures are as dear to them as those of one's to one's own self. Men endued with intelligence and cleansed souls should always behave towards other creatures after the manner of that behavior which they like others to observe towards themselves. It is seen that even those men who are possessed of learning and who seek to achieve the highest good in the form of emancipation, are not free from the fear of death. What need there be said of those innocent and healthy creatures endued with love of life, when they are sought to be slain by sinful wretches subsisting by slaughter? For this reason, O monarch, know that the discarding of meat is the highest refuge of religion, of heaven, and of happiness. Abstention from injury is the highest religion. It is, again, the highest penance. It is also the highest truths from which all duty proceeds. Flesh cannot be had from grass or wood or stone. Unless a living creature is slain, it cannot be had. Hence is the fault in eating flesh. The deities who subsist upon swaha, swada, and nectar are devoted to truth and sincerity. Those persons, however, who are for gratifying the sensation of taste, should be known as Rakshasas wedded to the attribute of passion. That man who abstains from meat is never put in fear, O king, by any creature, wherever he may be, viz., in terrible wildernesses or inaccessible fastnesses, by day or by night, or at the two twilights, in the open squares of towns or in assemblies of men, from upraised weapons or in places where there is great fright from wild animals or snakes. All creatures seek his protection. He is an object of confidence with all creatures. He never causes any anxiety in others, and himself has never to become anxious. If there were nobody who ate flesh, there would then be nobody to kill living creatures. The man who kills living creatures kills them for the sake of the person who eats flesh. If flesh were regarded as inedible, there would then be no slaughter of living creatures. It is for the sake of the eater that the slaughter of living creatures goes on in the world. Since, O thou of great splendor, the period of life is shortened of persons who slaughter living creatures or cause them to be slaughtered, it is clear that the person who wishes his own good should give up meat entirely. Those fierce persons who are engaged in slaughter of living creatures never find protectors when they are in need. Such persons should always be molested and persecuted even as beasts of prey. Through cupidity or stupefaction of the understanding, for the sake of strength and energy, or through association with the sinful, the disposition manifests itself in men for sinning. That man who seeks to increase his own flesh by eating the flesh of others has to live in this world in great anxiety, and after death has to take birth in indifferent races and families. High rishis devoted to the observance of vows and self-restraint have said that abstention from meat is worthy of every praise, productive of fame and heaven, and a great propitiation by itself. This I heard in days of old, O son of Kunti, from Markandeya, when the Trishi discoursed on the demerits of eating flesh. He who eats the flesh of animals that are desirous of living but that have been killed by either himself or others, incurs the sin that attaches to the slaughter for his act of cruelty. He who purchases flesh slays living creatures through his wealth. He who eats flesh slays living creatures through such act of eating. He who binds or seizes and actually kills living creatures is the slaughterer. Those are the three kinds of slaughter, each of these three acts being so. He who does not himself eat flesh but approves of an act of slaughter becomes stained with the sin of slaughter. By abstaining from meat and showing compassion to all creatures, one becomes incapable of being molested by any creature, and acquires a long life, perfect health, and happiness. The merit that is acquired by a person by abstaining from meat, we have heard, is superior to that of one who makes presents of gold, of kine, and of land. One should never eat meat of animals not dedicated in sacrifices and that are, therefore, slain for nothing, and that has not been offered to the gods and Baitres with the aid of the ordinances. There is not the slightest doubt that a person by eating such meat goes to hell. If one eats the meat that has been sanctified in consequence of its having been procured from animals dedicated in sacrifices and that have been slain for the purpose of feeding Brahmanas, one incurs a little fault. By behaving otherwise, one becomes stained with sin. That wretch among men who slays living creatures for the sake of those who would eat them incurs great demerit. The eater's demerit is not so great. That wretch among men who, following the path of religious rites and sacrifices laid down in the Vedas, would kill a living creature from desire of eating its flesh, would certainly become a resident of hell. That man who, having eaten flesh, abstains from it afterwards, attains to great merit in consequence of such abstention from sin. He who arranges for obtaining flesh, he who approves of those arrangements, he who slays, he who buys or sells, he who cooks, and he who eats, are all regarded as eaters of flesh. I shall now cite another authority, depending upon that was declared by the ordainer himself, and established in the Vedas. It has been said that that religion which has acts for its indications has been ordained for householders, O chief of kings, and not for those men who are desirous of emancipation. Manu himself has said that meat which is sanctified with mantras and properly dedicated, according to the ordinances of the Vedas, in rites performed in honor of the Pitris, is pure. All other meat falls under the class of what is obtained by useless slaughter, and is, therefore, uneatable, and leads to hell and infamy. One should never eat, O chief of Bharata's race, like a Rakshasa, any meat that has been obtained by means not sanctioned by the ordinance. Indeed, one should never eat flesh obtained from useless slaughter and that has not been sanctified by the ordinance. That man who wishes to avoid calamity of every kind should abstain from the meat of every living creature. It is heard that in the ancient Kalpa, persons, desirous of attaining to regions of merit hereafter, performed sacrifices with seeds regarding such animals and dedicated by them. Filled with doubts respecting the propriety of eating flesh, the rishis asked Vasu, the ruler of the Chedis, for solving them. King Vasu, knowing that flesh is inedible, answered that was edible, O monarch. From that moment Vasu fell down from the firmament on the earth. After this he once more repeated his opinion, with the result that he had to sink below the earth for it. Desirous of benefiting all men, the Hysaldagastya, by the aid of his penances, dedicated, once for all wild animals of the deer species to the deities. Hence, there is no longer any necessity of sanctifying those animals for offering them to the deities and the Pitris. Served with flesh according to the ordinance, the Pitris become gratified. Listen to me, O King of Kings, as I tell thee this, O sinless one. There is complete happiness in abstaining from meat, O monarch. He that undergoes severe austerities for 100 years and he that abstains from meat are both equal in point of merit. Even this is my opinion. In the lighted fortnight of the month of Kartika in especial, one should abstain from honey and meat. In this, it has been ordained, there is great merit. He who abstains from meat for the 4 months of the rains acquires the 4 valued blessings of achievements, longevity, fame and might. He who abstains for the whole month of Kartika from meat of every kind, transcends all kinds of woe and lives in complete happiness. They who abstain from flesh by either months or fortnights at a stretch have the region of Brahma ordained for them in consequence of their abstention from cruelty. Many kings in ancient days, O son of Pritha, who had constituted themselves the souls of all creatures and who were conversant with the truths of all things, viz., soul and not soul, had abstained from flesh either for the whole of the month of Kartika or for the whole of the lighted fortnight in that month. They were Nabaga and Amvarisha and the Hysaltgaya and Deu and Andrania and Dilipa and Rag and Peru and Kartavaria and Anirada and Nuashor and Yayati and Rigas and Vishwaksina and Sasavindu and Uvanaswa and Sivi, the son of Uznara, and Machakunda and Mandatri, and Harishchandra. Do thou always speak the truth? Never speak an untruth. Truth is an eternal duty. It is by truth that Harishchandra roves through heaven like a second Chandramas. These are the kings also, viz. Sayanachitra, O monarch, and Somaka and Vrika and Rayavata and Rantideva and Vasuanstranjaya, and Dashmanta and Karashma and Rama and Alaka and Nala, and Virupaswa and Nimai and Janaka of great intelligence, and Ala and Prithu and Virasana, and Ikshvaku, and Sambhu, and Sweta, and Sagara, and Andantu and Shavau, and Haryaswa and Kshupa and Berata, O monarch, did not eat flesh for the month of Kartika, and as the consequence thereof attained to heaven, and endued with prosperity, blazed forth with effulgence in the region of Brahman, adored by Gandharvas and surrounded by 1,000 damsels of great beauty. Those high-souled men who practice this excellent religion, which is characterized by abstention from injury, succeed in attaining to a residence in heaven. These righteous men who, from the time of birth, abstain from honey and meat and wine, are regarded as munis. That man who practices this religion consisting of abstention from meat, or who recites it for causing others to hear it, will never have to go to hell, even if he be exceedingly wicked in conduct in other respects. He, O king, who, oftentimes, reads these ordinances about abstention from meat, that are sacred and adored by the rishis, or hears it read, becomes cleansed of every sin and attains to great felicity in consequence of the fruition of every wish. Without doubt, he attains also to a position of eminence among kinsmen. When afflicted with calamity, he readily transcends it. When obstructed with impediments, he succeeds in freeing himself from them with the utmost ease. When ill with disease, he becomes cured speedily, and afflicted with sorrow, he becomes liberated from it with greatest ease. Such a man has never to take birth in the intermediate order of animals or birds. Born in the order of humanity, he attains to great beauty of person, endues with great prosperity. O chief of Kuru's race, he acquires great fame as well. I have thus told thee, O king, all that should be said on the subject of abstention from meat, together with the ordinances respecting both the religion of Pravriti and Nivritti as framed by the rishis. Section CXVI. Yudhishthira said, Alas, those cruel men, who, discarding diverse kinds of food, covet only flesh, are really like great Rakshasas. Alas, they do not relish diverse kinds of cakes and diverse sorts of proverbs and various species of kanda with juicy flavor so much as they do flesh. My understanding, for this reason, becomes stupefied in this matter. I think, when such is the case, that there is nothing which can compare with flesh in the matter of taste. I desire, therefore, O puissant one, to hear what the merits are of abstention from flesh, and the demerits that attach to the eating of flesh, O chief of Bharata's race. Thou art conversant with every duty. Do thou discourse to me in full agreeably to the ordinances on duty on this subject. Do tell me what, indeed, is edible and what inedible. Tell me, O grandsire, what is flesh, of what substances it is, the merits that attach to abstention from it, and what the demerits are that attach to the eating of flesh. Bhishma said, It is even so, O mighty armed one, as thou sayest. There is nothing on earth that is superior to flesh in point of taste. There is nothing that is more beneficial than flesh to persons that are lean, or weak, or afflicted with disease, or addicted to sexual congress, or exhausted with travel. Flesh speedily increases strength. It produces great development. There is no food, O scorcher of foes, that is superior to flesh. But, O delighter of the curse, the merits are great that attach to men that abstain from it. Listen to me as I discourse to thee on it. That man who wished to increase his own flesh by the flesh of another living creature is such that there is none meaner and more cruel than he. In this world there is nothing that is dearer to a creature than his life. Hence, instead of taking that valuable possession, one should show compassion to the lives of others as one does to one's own life. Without doubt, O son, flesh has its origin in the vital seed. There is great demerit attaching to its eating, as, indeed, there is merit in abstaining from it. One does not, however, incur any fault by eating flesh sanctified according to the ordinances of the Vedas. The audition is heard that animals were created for sacrifice. They who eat flesh in any other way are said to follow the Rakshasa practice. Listen to me as I tell thee what the ordinance is that has been laid down for the Kshatriyas. They do not incur any fault by eating flesh that has been acquired by expenditure of prowess. All deer of the wilderness were dedicated to the deities and the Pitras in days of old, O king, by Agastya. Hence, the hunting of deer is not censured. There can be no hunting without risk of one's own life. There is equality of risk between the slayer and the slain. Either the animal is killed or it kills the hunter. Hence, O Bharata, even royal sages betake themselves to the practice of hunting. By such conduct they do not become stained with sin. Indeed, the practice is not regarded as sinful. There is nothing, O delighter of the curse, that is equal in point of merit, either here or hereafter, to the practice of compassion to all living creatures. The man of compassion has no fear. Those harmless men that are endued with compassion have both this world and the next. Persons conversant with duty say that that religion is worthy of being called religion which has abstention from cruelty for its indication. The man of cleansed soul should do only such acts as have compassion for their soul. That flesh which is dedicated in sacrifices performed in honor of the deities and the Pitras is called Havi, and, as such, is worthy of being eaten. That man who is devoted to compassion and who behaves with compassion towards others has no fear to entertain from any creature. It is heard that all creatures abstain from causing any fear unto such a creature. Whether he is wounded or fallen down or prostrated or weakened or bruised, in whatever state he may be, all creatures protect him. Indeed, they do so, under all circumstances, whether he is on even or uneven ground. Neither snakes nor wild animals, neither pisachas nor rakshasas, ever slay him. When circumstances of fear arise, he becomes freed from fear who frees others from situations of fear. There has never been, nor will there ever be, a gift that is superior to the gift of life. It is certain that there is nothing dearer to oneself than one's life. Death, O Bharata, is a calamity or evil unto all creatures. When the time comes for death, a trembling of the whole frame is seen in all creatures. Enduring birth in the uterus, decrepitude and afflictions of diverse kinds. In this ocean of the world, living creatures may be seen to be continually going forward and coming back. Every creature is afflicted by death. While dwelling in the uterus, all creatures are cooked in the fluid juices that are alkaline and sour and bitter, of urine and phlegm and feces, juices that produce painful sensations and are difficult to bear. There in the uterus, they have to dwell in a state of helplessness and are even repeatedly torn and pierced. They that are covetous of meat are seen to be repeatedly cooked in the uterus in such a state of helplessness. Attaining to diverse kinds of birth, they are cooked in the hell called Kambipaka. They are assailed and slain, and in this way have to travel repeatedly. There is nothing so dear to one as one's life when one comes to this world. Hence, a person of cleansed soul should be compassionate to all living creatures. That man, O king, who abstains from every kind of meat from his birth, without doubt, acquires a large space in heaven. They who eat the flesh of animals who are desirous of life, are themselves eaten by the animals they eat, without doubt. Even this is my opinion. Since he hath eaten me, I shall eat him in return, even this, O Bharata, constitutes the character as Mansa of Mansa. 525. The slayer is always slain. After him the eater meets with the same fate. He who acts with hostility towards another, in this life, becomes the victim of similar acts done by that other. Whatever acts one does in whatever bodies, one has to suffer the consequences thereof in those bodies. 526. Abstention from cruelty is the highest religion. Abstention from cruelty is the highest self-control. Abstention from cruelty is the highest gift. Abstention from cruelty is the highest penance. Abstention from cruelty is the highest sacrifice. Abstention from cruelty is the highest puissance. Abstention from cruelty is the highest friend. Abstention from cruelty is the highest happiness. Abstention from cruelty is the highest truth. Abstention from cruelty is the highest sruti. Gifts made in all sacrifices, ablutions performed in all sacred waters, and the merit that one acquires from making all kinds of gifts mentioned in the scriptures, all these do not come up to abstention from cruelty, in point of the merit that attaches to it. The penances of a man that abstains from cruelty are inexhaustible. The man that abstains from cruelty is regarded as always performing sacrifices. The man that abstains from cruelty is the father and mother of all creatures. Even these, O chief of Kuru's race, are some of the merits of abstention from cruelty. Altogether, the merits that attach to it are so many that they are incapable of being exhausted even if one were to speak for 100 years. Section XVI. Yudhishthira said, desiring to die or desiring to live, many persons give up their lives in the great sacrifice of battle. Tell me, O grandsire, what is the end that these attain to? To throw away life in battle is fraught with sorrow for men. O thou of great wisdom, thou knowest that to give up life is difficult for men, whether they are in prosperity or adversity, in felicity or calamity. In my opinion, thou art possessed of omniscience. Do thou tell me the reason of this? Bhishma said, in prosperity or adversity, in happiness or woe, living creatures, O Lord of the earth, coming into this world, live according to a particular tenor. Listen to me as I explain the reason to thee. The question thou hast asked me is excellent, O Yudhishthira. In this connection, O king, I shall explain to thee the old narrative of the discourse that took place in former times between the island-born rishi and a crawling worm. In days of old, when that learned Brahmana, viz., the island-born Krishna, having identified himself with Brahma, roamed over the world, he beheld, on a road over which cars used to pass, a worm moving speedily. The rishi was conversant with the course of every creature and the language of every animal. Possessed of omniscience, he addressed the worm he saw in these words. Vyasa said, O worm, thou seemest to be exceedingly alarmed, and to be in great haste. Tell me, whither dost thou run, and whence hast thou been afraid? The worm said, hearing the rattle of yonder large car, I am filled with fear. O thou of great intelligence, fierce is the roar it makes. It is almost come. The sound is heard. Will it not kill me? It is for this that I am flying away. The sound, as it is heard from a near point, I catch, of the bulls I hear. They are breathing hard under the whip of the driver, as they are drawing the heavy burden. I hear also the diverse sounds made by the men who are driving the bulls. Such sounds are incapable of being heard by a creature that like us has taken his birth in the order of worms. It is for this reason that I am flying from this situation of great fright. Death is felt by all creatures to be fraught with pain. Life is an acquisition difficult to make. Hence, I fly away in fear. I do not wish to pass from a state of happiness to one of woe. Bhishma continued, thus addressed. The island-born Vyasa said, O worm, whence can be thy happiness? Thou belongest to the intermediate order of being. I think death would be fraught with happiness to thee. Sound, touch, taste, scent, and diverse kinds of excellent enjoyments are unknown to thee, O worm. I think death will prove a benefit to thee. The worm said, a living creature, in whatever situation he may be placed, becomes attached to it. In even this order of being I am happy, I think, O thou with great wisdom. It is for this that I wish to live. In even this condition, every object of enjoyment exists for me according to the needs of my body. Human beings and those creatures that spring from immobile objects have different enjoyments. In my former life I was a human being. O puissant one, I was a Sudra possessed of great wealth. I was not devoted to the Brahmanas. I was cruel, vile in conduct, and a usurer. I was harsh in speech. I regarded cunning as wisdom. I hated all creatures. Taking advantage of pretexts in compacts made between myself and others, I was always given to taking away what belonged to others. Without feeding servants and guests arrived at my house, I used to fill, when hungry, my own stomach, under the impulse of pride, covetous of good food. Greedy I was of wealth, I never dedicated, with faith and reverence, any food to the deities and the Pitrus, although duty required me to dedicate food unto them. Those men that came to me, moved by fear, for seeking my protection, I sent adrift without giving them any protection. I did not extend my protection to those that came to me with prayers for dispelling their fear. I used to feel unreasonable envy at seeing other people's wealth, and corn, and spouses held dear by them, and articles of drink, and good mansions. Beholding the happiness of others, I was filled with envy and I always wished them poverty. Following that course of conduct which promised to crown my own wishes with fruition, I sought to destroy the virtue, wealth, and pleasures of other people. In that past life of mine, I committed diverse deeds largely fraught with cruelty and such other passions. Recollecting those acts I am filled with repentance and grief even as one is filled with grief at the loss of one's dear son. In consequence of these acts of mine I do not know what the fruits are of good deeds. I, however, worshipped my old mother and on one occasion worshipped a Brahmana. Endued with birth and accomplishments, that Brahmana, in course of his wanderings, came to my house once as a guest. I received him with reverent hospitality. In consequence of the merit attaching to that act, my memory has not forsaken me. I think that in consequence of that act one shall once more succeed in regaining happiness. O thou of ascetic wealth, thou knowest everything. Do thou in kindness tell me what is for my good. Section XVI. Vyasa said, it is in consequence of a meritorious act, O worm, that thou, though born in the intermediate order of being, art not stupefied. That act is mine, O worm, in consequence of which thou art not stupefied. 527. In consequence of the puissance of my penances, I am able to rescue a being of a demerit by granting him a sight only of my person. There is no stronger might than the might that attaches to penances. Know, O worm, that thou hast taken birth in the order of worms through the evil acts of thy past life. If, however, thou thinkest of attaining to righteousness and merit, thou mayst again attain to it. Deities as well as beings crowned with ascetic success, enjoy or in due consequence of acts done by them in this field of action. Amongst men also, when acts of merit are performed, they are performed from desire of fruit, and not with disregard for fruit. the very accomplishment that one seeks to acquire are sought from desire of the happiness they will bring. 528. Learned or ignorant, in a former life, the creature that is, in this life, destitute of speech and understanding and hands and feet, is really destitute of everything. 529. He that becomes a superior Brahmana adores, while alive, the deities of the sun and the moon, uttering diverse sacred mantras. O worm, thou shalt attain to that state of existence. Attaining to that status, thou wilt enjoy all the elements converted into articles of enjoyment. When thou hast attained to that state, I shall impart to thee Brahma. Or, if thou wishest, I may place thee in any other status. The worm, agreeing to the words of Vyasa, did not leave the road, but remains on it. Meanwhile, the large vehicle which was coming in that direction came to that spot. 530. Torn to pieces by the assault of the wheels, the worm gave up his life breath. Born at last in the Kshatriya order through the grace of Vyasa of immeasurable puissance, he proceeded to see the great Rishi. He had, before becoming a Kshatriya, to pass through diverse orders of being, such as hedgehog and iguana and boar and deer and bird, and Chandala and Sudra and Vaisya. Having given an account of his various transformations unto the truth-telling Rishi, and remembering the Rishi's kindness for him, the worm, now transformed into a Kshatriya, with joined palms fell at the Rishi's feet and touched them with his head. The worm said, My present status is that high one which is coveted by all and which is attainable by the possession of the 10 well-known attributes. Indeed, I who was formerly a worm have thus attained to the status of a prince. Elephants of great strength, decked with golden chains, bear me on their backs. And to my cars are yoked Kamvoa steeds of high mettle. Numerous vehicles, unto which are attached camels and mules, bear me. With all my relatives and friends I now eat food rich with meat. Worshipped by all, I sleep, O highly blessed one, on costly beds in delightful rooms into which disagreeable winds cannot blow. Towards the small hours of every night, suitors and Magadhas and encomiasts utter my praises even as the deities utter the agreeable praises of Indra, their chief. Through the grace of thyself that art firm in truth and endued with immeasurable energy, I who was before a worm have now become a person of the royal order. I bow my head to thee, O thou of great wisdom. Do thou command me as to what I should do now. Ordained by the puissance of thy penances, even this happy status hath now become mine. Vyasa said, I had today been worshipped by thee, O king, with diverse words expressive of reverence. Transformed into a worm, thy memory had become clouded. That memory has again appeared. The sin thou committed in a former life has not yet been destroyed, that sin, viz., which was earned by thee while thou wert a Sudra covetous of wealth and cruel in behavior and hostile to the Brahmanas. Thou wert able to obtain a sight of my person. That was an act of merit to thee while thou wert a worm. In consequence of thy having saluted and worshipped me thou shalt rise higher. 4. From the Kshatriya order thou shalt rise to the status of a Brahmana, if only thou castest off thy life breaths on the field of battle for the sake of Kainor Brahmanas. O Prince, enjoying much felicity and performing many sacrifices with copious presents, thou shalt attain to heaven, and transformed into eternal Brahma, thou wilt have perfect beatitude. Those that take birth in the intermediate order of animals become, when they rise, Sudras. The Sudra rises to the status of the Vaisya, and the Vaisya to that of the Kshatriya. The Kshatriya who takes pride in the discharge of the duties of his order succeeds in attaining to the status of a Brahmana. The Brahmana, by following a righteous conduct, attains to heaven that is fraught with great felicity. Section 6. Bhishma said, having cast off the status of a worm and taken birth as a Kshatriya of great energy, the person, of whom I am speaking, remembering his previous transformations, O monarch, began to undergo severe austerities. Beholding those severe austerities of the Kshatriya who was well conversant with religion and wealth, the island-born Krishna, that foremost of Brahmanas, went to him. Vyasa said, the penances that appertain, O worm, to the Kshatriya order consist of the protection of all creatures. Do thou regard these duties of the Kshatriya order to be the penances laid down for thee? Thou shalt then attain to the status of a Brahmana. Ascertaining what is right and what is wrong, and cleansing thy soul, do thou duly cherish and protect all creatures, judiciously gratifying all good desires and correcting all that is unholy. Be thou of cleansed soul, be thou contented and be thou devoted to the practice of righteousness. Conducting thyself in this way, thou wilt then, when thou castest off thy life breaths, become a Brahmana. Bhishma continued, although he had retired into the woods, yet, O Yudhishthira, having heard the words of the great Rishi, he began to cherish and protect his subjects righteously. Soon, O best of kings, that worm, in consequence of the due discharge of the duty of protecting his subjects, became a Brahmana after casting off his Kshatriya body. Beholding him transformed into a Brahmana, the celebrated Rishi, viz., the island-born Krishna of great wisdom, came to him. Vyasa said, O chief of Brahmanas, O blessed one, be not troubled, through fear of death. He who acts righteously attains to respectable birth. He, on the other hand, who acts unrighteously attains to a lower and vile birth. O thou that art conversant with righteousness, one attains to misery agreeably the measure of one's sin. Therefore, O worm, do not be troubled through fear of death. The only fear thou shouldst entertain is about the loss of righteousness. Do thou, therefore, go on practicing righteousness. The worm said, through thy grace, O Holy One, I have attained from happy to happier positions. Having obtained such prosperity as has its roots in righteousness, I think, my demerits have been lost. Bhishma said, the worm having, at the command of the holy Rishi, attained to the status of a Brahmana that is so difficult to attain, caused the earth to be marked with 1,000 sacrificial stakes. That foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma then obtained a residence in the region of Brahman himself. Indeed, O son of Pritha, the worm attained to the highest status, viz., that of eternal Brahma, as the result of his own acts done in obedience to the counsels of Vyasa. Those bulls among Kshatriyas, also, who have cast off their life breaths on the field of Kurukshetra, exerting their energy the while, have all attained to a meritorious end. Therefore, O king, do not mourn on their account. Section CXX. Yudhishthira said, which amongst these three is superior, viz., knowledge, penances, and gifts? I ask thee, O foremost of righteous persons, do tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the conversation between Maitreya and the island-born Krishna. Once on a time, the island-born Krishna, O king, while wandering over the world in disguise, proceeded to Varanasi and waited upon Maitreya, who belonged by birth to a race of Munis 531. Seeing Vyasa arrive, that foremost of rishis, viz., Maitreya, gave him a seat and after worshipping him with due rites, fed him with excellent food. Having eaten that good food which was very wholesome and which produced every kind of gratification, the high-souled Krishna became exceedingly delighted, and as he sat there, he even laughed aloud. Seeing Krishna laugh, Maitreya addressed him, saying, Tell me, O righteous-souled one, what the reason is of thy laughter. Thou art an ascetic, endued with capacity to control thy emotions. Great joy, it seems, has come over thee. Saluting thee, and worshipping thee with bent head, I ask thee this, viz., what the puissance is of my penances and what the high blessedness is that is thine. The acts I do are different from those which thou doest. Thou art already emancipated, though still owning life breaths. I, however, am not yet freed. For all that I think that there is not much difference between thee and me, I am again distinguished by birth. 532. Vyasa said, This wonder that has filled me hath arisen from an ordinance that looks like a hyperbole, and from its paradoxical statement for the comprehension of the people. The declaration of the Vedas seems to be untrue. But why should the Vedas say an untruth? It has been said that there are 3 tracks which constitute the best vows of a man. One should never injure, one should always tell the truth, and one should make gifts. The rishis of old announced this, following the declarations of the Vedas. These injunctions were heard in days of old, they should certainly be followed by us even in our times. Even a small gift, made under the circumstances laid down, produces great fruits. 533. And to a thirsty man thou hast given a little water with a sincere heart. Thyself thirsty and hungry, thou hast, by giving me such food, conquered many high regions of felicity, O puissant one, as one does by many sacrifices. I am exceedingly delighted with thy very sacred gift, as also with thy penances. Thy puissance is that of righteousness, thy appearance is that of righteousness. The fragrance of righteousness is about thee. I think that all thy acts are performed agreeably to the ordinance. O Son, superior to ablutions in sacred waters, superior to the accomplishment of all Vedic vows, is gift. Indeed, O Brahmana, gift is more auspicious than all sacred acts. If it be not more meritorious than all sacred acts, there can be no question about its superiority. All those rites laid down in the Vedas which thou applaudest do not come up to gift, for gift without doubt is, as I hold, fraught with very superior merit. The track that has been made by those men who make gifts is the track that is trodden by the wise. They who make gifts are regarded as givers of even the life breaths. The duties that constitute righteousness are established in them. As the Vedas, when well studied, as the restraining of the senses, as a life of universal renunciation, even so is gift which is fraught with very superior merit. Thou, O Son, wilt rise from joy to greater joy in consequence of thy having betaken thyself to the duty of making gifts. The man of intelligence, who practices this duty, certainly rises from joy to greater joy. We have without doubt met with many direct instances of this. Men endued with prosperity succeed in acquiring wealth, making gifts, performing sacrifices, and earning happiness as the result thereof. It is always observed, O thou of great wisdom, to happen naturally that happiness is followed by misery and misery is followed by happiness. 534. Men of wisdom have said that human beings in this world have 3 kinds of conduct. Some are righteous, some are sinful, and some are neither righteous nor sinful. The conduct of the person who is devoted to Brahma is not regarded either way. His sins are never regarded as sins. So also the man who is devoted to the duties laid down for him is regarded as neither righteous nor sinful, for the observance of those duties. Those men that are devoted to sacrifices, gifts, and penances are regarded as righteous. These, however, that injure other creatures and are unfriendly to them, are regarded as sinful. There are some men who appropriate what belongs to others. These certainly fall into hell and meet with misery. All other acts that men do are indifferent, being regarded as neither righteous nor sinful. Do thou sport and grow and rejoice and make gifts and perform sacrifices. Neither men of knowledge nor those endued with penances will then be able to get the better of thee. Section CXXI. Bhishma said, thus addressed by Vyasa, Maitreya, who was a worshipper of acts, who had been born in a race endued with great prosperity, who was wise and possessed of great learning, said unto him these words. Maitreya said, O thou with great wisdom, without doubt it is as thou hast said. O puissant one, with thy permission I desire to say something. Vyasa said, Whatever thou wishest to say, O Maitreya, do thou say, O man of great wisdom, for I wish to hear thee. Maitreya said, Thy words on the subject of gift are faultless and pure. Without doubt, thy soul has been cleansed by knowledge and penances. In consequence of thy soul being cleansed, even this is the great advantage I reap from it. With the aid of my understanding I see that thou art endued with high penances. As regards ourselves we succeed in acquiring prosperity through only a sight of personages like thee. I think that is due to thy grace and flows from the nature of my own acts. 535. Penances, knowledge of the Vedas, and birth in a pure race, these are the causes of the status which one acquires of a Brahmana. When one has these three attributes, then does he come to be called a regenerate person. If the Brahmana be gratified, the Baitra's and the deities are also gratified. There is nothing superior to a Brahmana possessed of Vedic law. Without the Brahmana, all would be darkness. Nothing would be known. The four orders would not exist. The distinction between righteousness and unrighteousness, truth and falsehood, would cease. On a well-tilled field, an abundant harvest can be reaped. Even so, one may reap great merit by making gifts unto a Brahmana possessed of great learning. If there were no Brahmanas endued with Vedic law and good conduct for accepting gifts, the wealth possessed by wealthy people would be useless. The ignorant Brahmana, by eating the food that is offered to him, destroys what he eats, for it produces no merit to him who gives it. The food that is eaten also destroys the eater, for the eater incurs sin by eating what is offered to him. That ought to be properly termed an eatable which is given away to a deserving man. In all other cases, he that takes it makes the donor's gift thrown away, and the receiver is likewise ruined for his improperly accepting it. The Brahmana possessed of learning becomes the subjugator of the food that he eats. Having eaten it, he begets other food. The ignorant who eats the food offered to him loses his right to the children he begets, for the latter become his whose food has enabled the progenitor to beget them. Even this is the subtle fault that attaches to persons eating other people's food when they have not the puissance to win that food. The merit which the giver acquires by making the gift is equal to what the taker acquires by accepting the food. Both the giver and the acceptor depend equally upon each other. Even this is what the rishis have said. There where Brahmanas exist, possessed of Vedic law and conduct, people are unable to earn the sacred fruits of gifts and to enjoy them both here and hereafter. Those men who are of pure lineage, who are exceedingly devoted to penances, and who make gifts and study the Vedas, are regarded as worthy of the most reverent worship. It is those good men that have chalked out the path by treading on which one does not become stupefied. It is those men that are the leaders of others to heaven. They are the men who bear on their shoulders the burden of sacrifices and live for eternity. Section XXI. Bhishma said, thus addressed, the Holy One replied unto Maitreya, saying, By good luck, thou art endued with knowledge. By good luck, thy understanding is of this kind. They that are good highly applaud all righteous attributes. That personal beauty and youth and prosperity do not succeed in overwhelming these due to good luck. This favor done to thee is due to the kindness of the deities. Listen to me as I discourse to thee upon what is even superior, in efficacy, to gift. Whatever scriptures and religious treatises there are, whatever righteous inclinations are observable in the world, they have flowed in their due order, agreeably with the lead of the Vedas, according to their due order. Following the my applaud gift, thou praisest penances and Vedic law. Penances are sacred. Penances are the means by which one may acquire the Vedas and heaven also. With the aid of penances and of knowledge, one attains to the highest fruits, we have heard. It is by penances that one destroys one's sins and all else that is evil. It has been heard by us that with whatever purpose in view one undergoes penances, one attains the fruition thereof in consequence of those penances. The same may be said of knowledge. Whatever is difficult to accomplish, whatever is difficult to conquer, what is difficult to attain, and whatever is difficult to cross, can all be achieved with the aid of penances. Of all things, penances are possessed of very superior might. The man who drinks alcohol, or he that takes by force what belongs to others, or he that is guilty of feticide, or he that violates the bed of his preceptor, succeeds in crossing with the aid of penances. Indeed, one becomes cleansed of all these sins through penances. One possessed of all knowledge and, therefore, having true vision, and an ascetic of whatever kind, are equal. One should always bow unto these 536. All men who have the Vedas for their wealth should be worshipped. Similarly, all men endued with penances deserve to be worshipped. Those who make gifts obtain happiness hereafter and much prosperity here. Righteous men of this world, by making gifts of food, obtain both this world and that of Brahman himself with many other regions of superior felicity. Those men who are adored by all, themselves adore him who makes gifts. Those men that are honored everywhere themselves honor him who make gifts. Wherever the giver goes, he hears himself praised. He who does acts and he who omits to do them gets each what is proportionate to his acts and omissions. Whether one dwells in the upper regions or in the nether, one always attains to those places to which one becomes entitled by one's acts. As regards thyself, thou wilt certainly obtain whatever food and drink thou mayst covet, for thou art endued with intelligence, good birth, Vedic law, and compassion. Thou art possessed of youth, O Maitreya. Thou art observant of vows. Be thou devoted to righteousness. Do thou take instructions from me regarding those duties which thou shouldst first follow, the duties, viz., of householders. In that house in which the husband is gratified with his wedded wife, and the wife gratified with her husband, all auspicious results ensue. As filth is washed away from the body with water, as darkness is dispelled by the splendor of fire, even so is sin washed off by gifts and penances. Bless thee, O Maitreya, let mansions be thine. I depart hence in peace. Do thou keep in mind what I have said. Thou shalt then be able to reap many advantages. Maitreya then walked round his illustrious guest and bowed his head unto him, and joining his hands in reverence said, Let blessing be to thee also, O Holy One. Section XXI. Yudhishthira said, O thou that art conversant with all duties, I desire to hear, in detail, what the excellent behavior is of good and chaste women. Do thou, O grandsire, discourse to me on this. Bhishma said, Once on a time, in the celestial regions, a lady named Sumana of Kikaya's race, addressing Sandili, possessed of great energy and conversant with the truth relating to everything and endued with omniscience, said, By what conduct, O auspicious lady, by what course of acts, hast thou succeeded in attaining to heaven, purged of every sin? Thou blazest forth with thy own energy like a flame of fire. Thou seemest to be a daughter of the Lord of Stars, come to heaven in thy own effulgence. Thou wearest vestments of pure white, and art quite cheerful and at thy ease. Seated on that celestial chariot, thou shinest, O auspicious dame, with energy multiplied 1,000-fold. Thou hast not, I ween, attained to this region of happiness by inconsiderable penances and gifts and vows. Do thou tell me the truth? Thus questioned sweetly by Sumana, Sandili of sweet smiles, addressing her fair interrogatrix, thus answered her out of the hearing of others, I did not wear yellow robes, nor barks of trees. I did not shave my head, nor did I keep matted locks on my head. It is not in consequence of these acts that I have attained to the status of a celestial. I never, in heedlessness, addressed any disagreeable or evil speech to my husband. I was always devoted to the worship of the deities, the Pitris, and the Brahmanas. Always heedful I waited upon and served my mother-in-law and father-in-law. Even this was my resolution, that I should never behave with deceit. I never used to stay at the door of our house, nor did I speak long with anybody. I never did any evil act. I never laughed aloud. I never did any injury. I never disclosed any secret. Even thus did I bear myself always. When my husband, having left home upon any business, used to come back, I always served him by giving him a seat, and worshipped him with reverence. I never ate food of any kind which was unknown to my husband and at which my husband was not pleased. Raising at early dawn I did and caused to be done whatever was brought about and required to be accomplished for the sake of relatives and kinsmen. When my husband leaves home for going to a distant place on any business, I remain at home engaged in diverse kinds of auspicious acts for blessing his enterprise. Verily, during the absence of my husband I never use galerium, or ornaments. I never wash myself properly, or use garlands and unguents, or deck my feet with lac dye, or person with ornaments. When my husband sleeps in peace I never awake him, even if important business required his attention. I was happy to sit by him lying asleep. I never urged my husband to exert more energetically for earning wealth to support his family and relatives. I always kept secrets without disclosing them to others. I used to keep always our premises clean. That woman who with concentrated attention adheres to this path of duty becomes the recipient of considerable honors in heaven, like a second Arundhati. Bhishma continued, the illustrious and highly blessed Sandali, of righteous conduct, having said these words unto Sumana on the subject of woman's duties towards her husband, disappeared therein then. That man, O son of Pandu, who reads this narrative at every full moon and new moon, succeeds in attaining to heaven and enjoying great felicity in the woods of Nandana. Section Ksif. Yudhishthira said, which is of superior efficacy, conciliation or gifts? Tell me, O chief of Bharata's race, which of these two is superior in point of efficacy? Bhishma said, some become gratified by conciliation, while others are gratified by gifts. Every man, according to his own nature, affects the one or the other. Listen to me, O king, as I explain to thee the merits of conciliation, O chief of Bharata's race, so that the most furious creatures may be appeased by it. In this connection is cited the ancient narrative of how a Brahmana, who had been seized in the forest by a Rakshasa, was freed, with the aid of conciliation. A certain Brahmana, endued with eloquence and intelligence, fell into distress, for he was seized in a lone forest by a Rakshasa who wished to feed on him. The Brahmana, possessed of understanding and learning, was not at all agitated. Without suffering himself to be stupefied at the sight of that terrible cannibal, he resolved to apply conciliation and see its effect on the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa, respectfully saluting the Brahmana so far as words went, asked him this question, Thou shalt escape, but tell me for what reason I am pale of hue and so lean. Reflecting for a brief space of time, the Brahmana accepted the question of the Rakshasa and replied in the following well-spoken words. The Brahmana said, dwelling in a place that is distant from thy abode, moving in a sphere that is not thy own, and deprived of the companionship of thy friends and kinsmen, thou art enjoying vast affluence. It is for this that thou art so pale and lean. Verily, O Rakshasa, thy friends, though well treated by thee, are still not well disposed towards thee in consequence of their own vicious nature. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Thou art endued with merit and wisdom and a well-regulated soul. Yet it is thy lot to see others that are destitute of merit and wisdom honoured in preference to thyself. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Persons possessed of wealth and affluence much greater than thine but inferior to thee in point of accomplishments are, verily, disregarding thee. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Though distressed through want of the means of support, thou art led by the highness of thy soul to disregard such means as are open to thee for drawing thy sustenance. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. In consequence of thy righteousness thou hadst stinted thyself for doing good to another. This other, O righteous Rakshasa, thinks thee deceived and subjugated by his superior intelligence. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. I think thou art grieving for those persons who with souls overwhelmed by their lust and wrath are suffering misery in this world. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Though graced with the possession of wisdom, thou art ridiculed by others who are entirely destitute of it. Verily, persons of wicked conduct are condemning thee. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, some enemy of thine, with a friendly tongue, coming to thee behaved at first like a righteous person and then has left thee, beguiling thee like a knave. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Thou art well conversant with the course of world's affairs. Thou art well skilled in all mysteries. Thou art endued with capacity. Those who know thee to be such do not yet respect and praise thee. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Staying in the midst of bad men engaged together in some enterprise, thou hadst discourse to them, dispelling their doubts, for all that they did not admit thy superior merits. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, though destitute of wealth and intelligence and Vedic law, thou desirest yet, with the aid of thy energy alone, to accomplish something great. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. It seems that although thou art resolved to undergo severe austerities by retiring into the forest, yet thy kinsmen art not favourably inclined towards this project of thine. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Some neighbour of thine, possessed of great wealth and endued with youth and handsome features, verily, covets thy dear spouse. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. The words spoken by thee, even when excellent, in the midst of wealthy men, are not regarded by them as wise or well-timed. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Some dear kinsman of thine, destitute of intelligence though repeatedly instructed in the scriptures, has become angry. Thou hast not succeeded in pacifying him. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, somebody, having first set thee to the accomplishment of some object desirable to thee, is now seeking to snatch the fruit thereof from thy grasp. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, though possessed of excellent accomplishments and worshipped by all on that account, thou art yet regarded by thy kinsmen as worshipped for their sake and not for thy own. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, through shame thou art unable to give out some purpose in thy heart, moved also by the inevitable delay that will occur in its accomplishment. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, thou desirest, with the aid of thy intelligence, to bring under thy influence diverse persons with diverse kinds of understandings and inclinations. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. 537. Destitute of learning, without courage, and without much wealth, thou seekest such fame as is won by knowledge and prowess and gifts. Verily, it is for this that thou hast been pale and lean. Thou hast not been able to acquire something upon which thou hast set thy heart for a long time, or that which thou seekest to do is sought to be undone by somebody else. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Verily, without being able to see any fault on thy part. Thou hast been cursed by somebody. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. 538. Destitute of both wealth and accomplishments, thou seekest in vain to dispel the grief of thy friends and the sorrows of sorrowing men. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Beholding righteous persons the domestic mode of life, unrighteous persons living according to the forest mode, and emancipated persons attached to domesticity and fixed abodes, thou hast become pale and lean. Verily, thy acts connected with righteousness, with wealth, and with pleasure, as also the well-timed words spoken by thee, do not bear fruit. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Though endued with wisdom, yet desirous of living, thou livest with wealth obtained by thee in gift from somebody of evil conduct. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Beholding unrighteousness increasing on every side and righteousness languishing, thou art filled with grief. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Urged by time, thou seekest to please all thy friends even when they are disputing and ranged on the sides opposite to one another. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Beholding persons possessed of Vedic lore engaged in improper acts, and persons of learning unable to keep their senses under control, thou art filled with grief. It is for this that thou art pale and lean. Thus praised, the Rakshasa worshipped that learned Brahmana in return, and making him his friend and bestowing sufficient wealth upon him in gift, let him off, without devouring him. Section CXXV. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, how a poor man, desirous of achieving his own good, should bear himself after having acquired the status of humanity and come into this region of acts that is so difficult to attain. Tell me also what is the best of all gifts, and what should be given under what circumstances. Tell me, O son of Ganga, who art truly deserving of honour and worship. It behoveth thee to discourse to us of these mysteries. Vaisampayana continued, thus questioned by that famous monarch, viz., the son of Pandu. Bhishma explained, in these words, unto that king these high mysteries appertaining to duty. Bhishma said, Listen to me with concentrated attention, O king, as I explain to thee, O Bharata, these mysteries appertaining to duties, after the same manner in which the holy Vyasa had explained them to me in days of yore. This subject is a mystery to the very deities, O monarch. Yama of stainless deeds, with the aid of vows well observed and yoga meditation, had acquired the knowledge of these mysteries as the high fruits of his penances. 539. What pleases what deity? What pleases the Pitras, the Rishis, the Pramatkas, associates of Mahadeva, the goddess Shri Chitragupta, the recording assistant of Yama, and the mighty elephants at the cardinal points of the compass? What constitutes the religion of the Rishis, the religion which has many mysteries and which is productive of high fruits, the merits of what are called great gifts, and the merits that attach to all the sacrifices? He who knows these, O sinless one, and knowing acts according to his knowledge, becomes freed from stains if he has stains and acquires the merits indicated. Equal to 10 butchers is one oilman. Equal to 10 oilmen is one drinker of alcohol. Equal to 10 drinkers of alcohol is one courtesan. Equal to 10 courtesans is a single, territorial, chief. 540. A great king is said to be equal to half of these all. Hence, one should not accept gifts from these. On the other hand, one should attend to the science that is sacred and that has righteousness for its indications, of the aggregate of 3, viz., religion, wealth, and pleasure. Amongst these, wealth and pleasure are naturally attractive. Hence, one should, with concentrated attention, listen to the sacred expositions of religion, in particular, for the fruits are very great of listening to the mysteries of religion. One should certainly hear every topic connected with religion as ordained by the deities themselves. In it is contained the ritual in respect of the Sraddha, in which have been declared the mysteries connected with the Pitris. The mysteries connected with all the deities have also been explained there. It comprehends the duties and practices, productive of great merit, of the rishis also, together with the mysteries attaching to them. It contains an exposition of the merits of great sacrifices and those that attach to all kinds of gifts. Those men who always read the scriptures bearing on these topics, those who bear them properly in their mind, and he who, having listened to them, follows them in practice, are all regarded to be as holy and sinless as the puissant Narayana himself. The merits that attach to the gift of wine, those that belong to the performance of ablutions in sacred waters, those that are won by the performance of sacrifices, all these are required by that man who treats guests with reverence. They who listen to these scriptures, they who are endued with faith, and they who have a pure heart, it is well known, conquer many regions of happiness. Those righteous men who are endued with faith become cleansed of all stains, and no sin can touch them. Such men always increase in righteousness and succeed in attaining to heaven. Once on a time, a celestial messenger, coming to the court of Indra of his own accord, but remaining invisible, addressed the chief of the deities in these words, at the command of those two deities who are the foremost of all physicians, and who are endued with every desirable attribute. I have come to this place where I behold human beings and Pitris and the deities assembled together. Why, indeed, is sexual congress interdicted for the man who performs a Sraddha and for him also who eats at a Sraddha for the particular day? Why are 3 rice balls offered separately at a Sraddha? And to whom should the first of those balls be offered? And to whom should the second one be offered? And whose has it been said is the third or remaining one? I desire to know all this. After the celestial messenger had said these words connected with righteousness and duty, the deities who were seated towards the east, the Pitris also, applauding that ranger of the sky, began as follows. The Pitris said, Welcome art thou, and blessings upon thee. Do thou listen, O best of all rangers of the sky. The question thou hast asked is a high one and fraught with deep meaning. The Pitris of that man who indulges in sexual congress on the day he performs a Sraddha, or eats at a Sraddha, have to lie for the period of a whole month on his vital seed. As regards the classification of the rice balls offered at a Sraddha, we shall explain what should be done with them one after another. The first rice ball should be conceived as thrown into the waters. The second ball should be given to one of the wives to eat. The third ball should be cast into the blazing fire. Even this is the ordinance that has been declared in respect of the Sraddha. Even this is the ordinance that is followed in practice according to the rites of religion. The Pitris of that man who act according to this ordinance become gratified with him and remain always cheerful. The progeny of such a man increases, and inexhaustible wealth always remains at his command. The celestial messenger said, Thou hast explained the division of the rice balls and the consignment one after another to the 3, viz., water, the spouse, and the blazing fire, together with the reasons thereof. 541. Whom does that rice ball which is consigned to the waters reach? How does it, by being so consigned, gratify the deities, and how does it rescue the Pitris? The second ball is eaten by the spouse. That has been laid down in ordinance. How do the Pitris of that man, whose spouse eats the ball, become the eaters thereof? The last ball goes into the blazing fire. How does that ball succeed in finding its way to thee, or who is he unto whom it goes? I desire to hear this, that is, what are the ends attained by the rice balls offered at Sraddhas when thus disposed of by being cast into the water, given to the spouse, and thrown into the blazing fire? The Pitris said, Great is this question which thou hast asked. It involves a mystery and is fraught with wonder. We have been exceedingly gratified with thee, O Ranger of the Sky. The very deities and the munis applaud acts done in honor of the Pythras. Even they do not know what the certain conclusions are of the ordinances in respect of the acts done in honor of the Pythras, excepting the high Sult, immortal, and excellent Markandeya, that learned Brahmana of great fame, who is ever devoted to the Pythras. None amongst them is conversant with the mysteries of the ordinances in respect of the Pythras. Having heard from the holy Vyasa what the end is of the 3 rice balls offered at the Sarada, as explained by the Pythras themselves in reply to the question of the celestial messenger, I shall explain the same to thee. Do thou hear, O monarch, what the conclusions are with respect to the ordinances about the Sarada. Listen with rapt attention, O Bharata, to me as I explain what the end is of the 3 rice balls. That rice ball which goes into water is regarded as gratifying the deity of the moon. That deity, thus gratified, O thou of great intelligence, gratifies in return the other deities and the Pythras also with them. It has been laid down that the 2nd rice ball should be eaten by the spouse of the man that performs the Sraddha. The Pythras, who are ever desirous of progeny, confer children on the woman of the house. Listen now to me as I tell thee what becomes of the rice ball that is cast into the blazing fire. With that ball the Pythras are gratified, and as the result thereof they grant the fruition of all wishes unto the person offering it. I have thus told thee everything about the end of the 3 rice balls offered at the Sarada and consigned to the 3, viz., water, the spouse, and the fire. That Brahmana who becomes the Ritwik at a Sarada constitutes himself, by that act, the Pythri of the person performing the Sarada. Hence, he should abstain that day from sexual intercourse with even his own spouse. 542. O best of all rangers of the sky, the man who eats at Sarada should bear himself with purity for that day. By acting otherwise, one surely incurs the faults I have indicated. It cannot be otherwise. Hence, the Brahmana who is invited to a Sarada for eating the offerings should eat them after purifying himself by a bath and bear himself piously for the day by abstaining from every kind of injury or evil. The progeny of such a person multiply, and he also who feeds him reaps the same reward. Bhishma continued, after the Pythras said so, a rishi of austere penances, named Vidyatprabha, whose form shone with splendor like that of the sun, spoke. Having heard those mysteries of religion as propounded by the Pythras, he addressed Sakra, saying, stupefied by folly, men slay numerous creatures born in the intermediate orders, such as worms and ants and snakes and sheep and deer and birds. Heavy is the measure of sin they incur by these acts. What, however, is the remedy? When this question was asked, all the gods and rishis endued with wealth of penances and the highly blessed Pythras applauded that ascetic. Sakra said, thinking in one's mind of Kurukshetra and Gaya and Ganga and Prabhasa and the lakes of Pushkara, one should dip one's head in water. By so doing, one becomes cleansed of all one's sins like Chandramas freed from Rau. One should bathe in this way for 3 days in succession and then fast for every day. Besides this, one should touch, after bathing, the back of the cow and bow one's head to her tail. Vidyatprabha, after this, once more addressing Vasava, said, I shall declare a rite that is more subtle. Listen to me, O thou of 100 sacrifices. Rubbed with the astringent powder of the hanging roots of the banyan and anointed with the oil of priyangu, one should eat the shashtika paddy mixed with milk. By so doing, one becomes cleansed of all one's sins. 543. Listen now to another mystery unknown to many, but which was discovered by the rishis with the aid of meditation. I heard it from Vrihaspati while he recited it in the presence of Mahadeva. O chief of the deities, do thou hear it with Rudra in thy company, O Lord of Sakhi. If a person, ascending a mountain, stands there on one foot, with arms upraised and joined together, and abstaining from food looks at a blazing fire, he acquires the merits of severe penances and obtains the rewards that attach to fasts. Heated by the rays of the sun, he becomes cleansed of all his sins. One who acts in this way in both the summer and the winter seasons, becomes freed from every sin. Cleansed of every sin, one acquires a splendor of complexion for all time. Such a man blazes with energy like the sun or shines in beauty like the moon. After this, the chief of the deities, viz., he of 100 sacrifices, seated in the midst of the gods, then sweetly addressed Vrihaspati, saying these excellent words, O Holy One, do thou duly discourse on what those mysteries of religion are that are fraught with happiness to human beings, and what the faults are which they commit, together with the mysteries that attach to them. Vrihaspati said, they who pass urine, facing the sun, they who do not show reverence for the wind, they who do not pour libations on the blazing fire, they who milk a cow whose calf is very young, moved by the desire of obtaining from her as much milk as possible, commit sins. I shall declare what those faults are, O Lord of Sakhi. Do thou listen to me. The sun, wind, the bearer of sacrificial oblations, O Vasava, and Kine, who are the mothers of all creatures, were created by the Self-Born himself, for rescuing all the worlds, O Sakra. These are the deities of human beings. Listen all of ye to the conclusions of religion. Those wicked men and wicked women who pass urine facing the sun, live in great infamy for 6 and 8 years. That man, O Sakra, who cherishes no reverence for the wind, gets children that fall away prematurely from the womb of his spouse. Those men who do not pour libations on the blazing fire find that the fire, when they do ignite it for such rites as they wish to perform, refuses to eat their libations. 544. Those men who drink the milk of kine whose calves are very young, never get children for perpetuating their races. 545. Such men see their children die and their races shrink. Even these are the consequences of the acts referred to, as observed by regenerate persons venerable for age in their respective races. Hence, one should always avoid that which has been interdicted, and do only that which has been directed to be done, if one is desirous of achieving prosperity. This that I say unto thee is very true. After the celestial preceptor had said this, the highly blessed deities, with the Maruts, and the highly blessed Rishis questioned the Pitris, saying, Ye Pitris, at what acts of human beings, who are generally endued with little understanding, do ye become gratified? What gifts, made in course of such rites as are gone through for improving the position of deceased persons in the other world, become inexhaustible in respect of their efficacy. 546. By performing what acts can men become freed from the debt they owe to the Pitris? We desire to hear this. Great is the curiosity we feel. The Pitris said, Ye highly blessed ones, the doubt existing in your minds has been properly propounded. Listen as we declare what those acts are of righteous men that gratify us. Bulls endued with blue complexion should be set free. Gifts should be made to us, on the day of the new moon, of sesame seeds and water. In the season of rains, lamps should be lighted. By these acts of men, they can free themselves from the debt they owe to the Pitris. 547. Such gifts never become vain. On the other hand, they become inexhaustible and productive of high fruits. The gratification we derive from them is regarded to be inexhaustible. Those men who, endued with faith, beget offspring, rescue their deceased ancestors from miserable hell. Hearing these words of the Pitris, Vridagargya, possessed of wealth of penances and high energy, became filled with wonder so that the hair on his body stood erect. Addressing them, he said, "Ye that are all possessed of wealth of penances, tell us what the merits are that attach to the setting free of bulls endued with blue complexion. What merits, again, attach to the gift of lamps in the season of rains and the gift of water with sesame seeds?" The Pytrus said, "If the bull of blue complexion, upon being set free, raises a small quantity of water with its tail, the Pytrus of the person that is set that bull free become gratified with that water for full 60,000 years. The mud such a bull raises with its horns from the banks of a river or lake succeeds, without doubt, in sending the Pytrus of the person that sets the animal free to the region of Soma. By giving lamps in the season of rains, one shines with effulgence like Soma himself. The man who gives lamps is never subject to the attribute of darkness. Those men who make gifts, on the day of the new moon, of sesame seeds and water, mixed with honey and using a vessel of copper, O thou that art possessed of wealth of penances, are regarded as duly performing a sarada with all its mysteries. These men get children of sound health and cheerful minds. The merit acquired by the giver of the Pinda to the Pytrus takes the form of the growth of his race. Verily, he who performs these acts with faith becomes freed from the debt he owes to the Pytrus. Even thus has been laid down the proper time for the performance of the sarada, the ordinance in respect of the rites to be observed, the proper person that should be fed at the sarada, and the merits that attach to it. I have declared everything to thee in due order. Section XV. Bhishma said, the chief of the deities, Indra, after the Pitri has ceased to speak, addressed the priest Antari, saying, O Lord, what are those acts by which thou becomest gratified? How, indeed, do men succeed in gratifying thee? Vishnu said, that which I greatly hate is the detraction of Brahmanas. Without doubt, if the Brahmanas are worshipped, I regard myself worshipped. All superior Brahmanas should always be saluted with reverence, after feeding them with hospitality. One should reverence one's own feet also, in the evening. I am gratified with men who act in this way, as also with those who worship and make offerings to the wool that is noticeable on cow dung, when it first drops from the cow. 548. They who behold a Brahmana that is a dwarf in stature, or a boar that has just risen from water and that bears on his head a quantity of mud taken up from the bank, have never to meet with any evil. They become freed from every sin. That man who worships every day the as water, ficus religiosa, and substance called Gorachana and the cow, is regarded as worshipping the whole universe with the deities and asuras and human beings. Verily, staying within these, I accept, in my own form, the worship that is offered to them. The worship that is offered to these is the worship offered to me. This has been so as long as the world have been created. Those men of little understanding that worship me in a different way worship me in vain, for the worship of that kind I never accept. Verily, the worship of other kinds is not at all gratifying to me. Indra said, Why dost thou applaud the circular marks on cow dung, the feet, the boar, the Brahmana that is a dwarf in stature, and mud raised up from the soil? It is thou who createst, and it is thou who destroyest them. Thou art the eternal nature of all mortal or transitory things. Bhishma continued, hearing these words of Indra, Vishnu smiled a little and then said, It was with my circular disc that the daityas were slain. It was with my 2 feet that the world was covered. Assuming the form of the boar I slew Hiranyaksha. Assuming the form of a dwarf I conquered the Asura, King Valley. Those high-souled men who worship these gratify me. Verily, they who worship me in these forms never meet with discomfiture. If one beholding a Brahmana leading the Brahmacharya mode of life arrived at one's house, offers unto him the first portion of one's food that belongs as of right to a Brahmana, and eats what remains thereafter, one is regarded as eating Amrita. If one, after adoring the morning twilight, stands with face directed towards the sun, one reaps the merit that attaches to the performance of ablutions in altars and becomes cleansed of all sins. Ye rishis possessed of wealth of penances, I have told you in details what constitutes a great mystery. On what else shall I discourse unto you? Tell me your doubts. Baladeva said, Listen now to another great mystery that is fraught with happiness to men. Ignorant persons, unacquainted with it, meet with much distress at the hands of other creatures. That man who, rising at early dawn, touches a cow, ghee, and curds, as also mustard seeds and the larger variety thereof called priyanku, becomes cleansed of all sins. As regards rishis possessed of wealth of penances, they always avoid all creatures both before and behind, as also all that is impure while performing sraddhas. 549. The deities said, if a person, taking a vessel of copper, filling it with water, and facing the east, resolves upon the fast or the observance of a particular vow, the deities become gratified with him and all his wishes become crowned with success. By observing fasts, or vows in any other way, men of little understandings gain nothing. 550. In uttering the resolution about the observance of fasts and in making offerings to the deities, the use of a vessel of copper is preferable. In presenting the offerings to the deities, in giving and accepting alms, in presenting the ingredients of the argyle and in offering oblations of water mixed with sesame seeds to the Pitris, a vessel of copper should be used. By doing these acts in any other way, one acquires little merit. Even these mysteries have been laid down relating to how the deities are gratified. Dharma said, the offerings made in all rites in honor of the deities and in those in honor of the Pitris should never be given away to a brahmana that has accepted service under the king, or that rings the bell or attends to subsidiary duties in acts of worship or at sraddhas, or that keeps kine, or that is engaged in trade, or that follows some art as a profession, or that is an actor, or that quarrels with friends, or that is destitute of Vedic studies, or that marries a Sudra woman. 551. The performer of the sraddha who gives away such offerings unto such a brahmana falls away from prosperity and multiplies not his race. He fails, again, to gratify his Pitris by doing such an act. From the house of that person whence a guest returns unsatisfied, the Pitris, the deities, and the sacred fires, all return disappointed in consequence of such treatment of the guest. That man who does not discharge the duties of hospitality towards the guest arrived at his abode, comes to be regarded as equally sinful with those that are slayers of women or of kine, that are ungrateful towards benefactors, that are slayers of brahmanas, or that are violators of the beds of their preceptors. Agni said, Listen ye with concentrated attention. I shall recite the demerits of that man of wicked understanding who lifts up his feet for striking therewith a cow or a highly blessed brahmana or a blazing fire. The infamy of such a man spreads throughout the world and touches the confines of heaven itself. His Pitris become filled with fear. The deities also become highly dissatisfied on his account. Endued with great energy, fire refuses to accept the libations poured by him. For 100 lives he has to rot in hell. He is never rescued at any time. One should, therefore, never touch a cow with one's feet, or a brahmana of high energy, or a blazing fire, if one is endued with faith and desires one's own good. These are the demerits declared by me of one who lifts up one's feet towards these three. Viswamitra said, Listen to a high mystery that is unknown to the generality of men and that is connected with religion. He who offers the Pitris rice boiled in sugared milk, sitting with face directed to the south at noontide in the shade caused by an elephant's body, in the month of Bhadrapada, under the constellation Magga, acquires great merits. Listen to what those merits are. The man who makes such an offering to the Baitrus under such circumstances is regarded as performing a great Sraddha each year for 13 years in succession. 552. The kind said, that man becomes cleansed of all his sins who adores a cow with these mantras, viz. O Vahila, O Samanga, O thou that art fearless everywhere, O thou that art forgiving and full of auspiciousness, O friend, O source of all plenty, in the region of Brahman, in days of yore, thou wert present with thy calf in the sacrifice of Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt. Thou tookest thy station in the firmament and in the path of Agni. The deities with Narada among them adored thee on that occasion by calling thee Savamsaha. Such man attains to the region of Purandara. He acquires, besides, the merits that attach to kine, and the splendor of Chandramas also. Such a man becomes freed from every sin, every fear, every grief. At the end, he obtains residence in the happy region of the thousand-eyed Indra. Bhishma continued, after this, the highly blessed and celebrated 7 rishis, with Vasishta at the head, rose and circumambulating the lotus-born Brahman, stood around him with hands joined in reverence. Vasishta, that foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, became their spokesman and asked this question that is beneficial to every creature, but especially so to Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, by doing what acts may men of righteous conduct who are, however, destitute of the good of this world, succeed in acquiring merits attaching to sacrifices? Hearing this question of theirs, the Grand Sai Brahman began to say what follows. Brahman said, excellent is this question, ye highly blessed ones. It is at once auspicious and high and fraught with a mystery. This question that ye have put is subtle and is fraught with high benefit to mankind. Ye rishis possessed of wealth of penances, I shall recite everything to you in detail. Do ye listen with attention to what I say as to how men acquire the merits attaching to sacrifices, even when they are unable to perform them through poverty, in the lighted fortnight of the month of Purusha, when the constellation Rohini is in conjunction, if one, purifying oneself by a bath, lies under the cope of heaven, clad in a single piece of raiment, with faith and concentrated attention, and drinks the rays of the moon, one acquires the merits that attach to the performance of great sacrifices. Ye foremost of regenerate persons, this is a high mystery that I declare unto you in reply to your questions, ye that are possessed of insight into the subtle truths of all topics of inquiry. Section XVI. Bhavasu, otherwise called Surya, said, there are 2 offerings. One of those consists of a palmful of water and the other called a kshata consists of rice grains with ghee. One should, on the day of the full moon, stand facing that bright orb and make unto him the 2 offerings mentioned, viz., a palmful of water and the rice grains with ghee called a kshata. The man who presents these offerings is said to adore his sacred fire. Verily, he is regarded as one that has poured libations on the 3 principal fires. That man of little understanding who cutteth down a large tree on the day of the new moon, becomes stained with the sin of Brahmanacide. By killing even a single leaf one incurs that sin. That foolish man who chews a toothbrush on the day of the new moon is regarded as injuring the deity of the moon by such an act. The Baitrus of such a person become annoyed with him. 553. The deities do not accept the libations poured by such a man on days of the full moon and the new moon. His Baitrus become enraged with him, and his race and the family become extinct. Sri said, that sinful house, in which eating and drinking vessels and seats and beds lie scattered, and in which women are beaten, the deities and Baitrus leave in disgust. Verily, without accepting the offerings made unto them by the owners of such houses, the deities and the Pitres fly away from such a sinful habitation. Angiras said, the offspring of that man increase who stands every night for a full year under a Karanjaka tree with a lamp for lighting it, and holds besides in his hand the roots of the Shivakala plant. 554. Gajya said, one should always do the duties of hospitality to one's guests. One should give lamps in the hall or shed where sacrifices are performed. One should avoid sleep during the day, and abstain from all kinds of flesh or food. One should never injure kine and brahmanas. One should always recite names of the Pushkara lakes and the other sacred waters. Such a course of duty is the foremost. Even this constitutes a high religion with its mysteries. If observed in practice, it is sure to produce great consequences. If a person performs even 100 sacrifices, he is doomed to see the exhaustion of the merits attaching to the libations poured therein. The duties, however, which I have mentioned are such that when observed by a person endued with faith, their merit becomes inexhaustible. Listen now to another high mystery concealed from the view of many. The deities do not accept the libations poured upon the fire on the occasion of saradas and rites in their honor, or on the occasion of those rites that are performable on ordinary lunar days, or on the especially sacred days of the full moon and the new moon, if they behold a woman in her season of impurity, or one that is the daughter of a mother afflicted with leprosy. The Pitres of the man who allows such a woman to come near the place where the sarada is being performed by him, do not become gratified with him for 13 years. Robed in raiment of white, and becoming pure in body and mind, one should invite brahmanas and cause them to utter their benedictions when one performs the srada. On such occasions one should also recite the brata. It is by observing all these that the offerings made at saradas become inexhaustible. Dharmiya said, broken utensils, broken bedsteads, cocks and dogs, as also such trees as have grown within the dwelling houses, are all inauspicious objects. In a broken utensil is Kali himself, while in a broken bedstead is loss of wealth. When a cock or a dog is in sight, the deities do not eat the offerings made to them. Under the roots of a tree scorpions and snakes undoubtedly find shelter. Hence, one should never plant a tree within one's abode. 555. Jimadani said, that man whose heart is not pure is sure to go to hell even if he adores the deities in a horse sacrifice or in 100 Vajrapaya sacrifices, or if he undergoes the severest austerities with head downmost. Purity of heart is regarded as equal to sacrifices and truth. A very poor brahmana, by giving only a prasta of powdered barley with a pure heart unto a brahmana, attained to the region of Brahman himself. This is a sufficient proof of the importance of purity of heart. Section XVI. Vayu said, I shall recite some duties the observance of which is fraught with happiness to mankind. Do ye listen also with concentrated attention to certain transgressions with the secret causes upon which they depend. That man who offers for the 4 months of the rainy season sesame and water, unto the Pitres, and food, according to the best of his power, unto a brahmana well conversant with the duties, who duly pours libations on the sacred fire, and makes offerings of rice boiled in sugared milk, who gives lamps in honor of the Pitres, with sesame and water, verily he who does all this with faith and concentrated attention acquires all the merits that attach to 100 sacrifices in which animals are offered to the deities. Listen to this other high mystery that is unknown to all. That man who thinks it all right when the Sudra ignites the fire upon which he is to pour libations, or who does not see any fault when women who are incompetent to assist at sradas and other rites are allowed to assist at them, really becomes stained with sin. 556. The 3 sacrificial fires become enraged with such a person. In his next life he has to take birth as a Sudra. His Pytris, together with the deities, are never gratified with him. I shall now recite what the expiations are which one must go through for cleansing oneself from such sins. Listen to me with attention. By performing those expiatory acts, one becomes happy and free from fever. Fasting all the while, one should, for 3 days, with concentrated attention, pour libation on the sacred fire of the urine of a cow mixed with cow dung and milk and ghee. The deities accept the offerings of such a man on the expiration of a full year. His Pytris also, when the time comes for him for performing the Sraddha, become gratified with him. I have thus recited what is righteous and what is unrighteous, with all their unknown details, in respect of human beings desirous of attaining to heaven. Verily, men who abstain from these transgressions or who having committed them undergo the expiatory rites indicated, succeed in attaining to heaven when they leave this world. Section 6. Lamaza said, the Pytris of those men who, without having wedded wives of their own, betake themselves to the wives of other people, become filled with disappointment when the time for the Sraddhas comes. He who betakes himself to the wives of other people, he who indulges in sexual union with a woman that is barren, and he who appropriates what belongs to a Brahmana, are equally sinful. Without doubt, the Pytris of such people cut them off without desiring to have any intercourse with them. The offerings they make fail to gratify the deities and the Pytris. Hence, one should always abstain from sexual congress with women that are the wedded wives of others, as also with women that are barren. The man who desires his own good should not appropriate what belongs to a Brahmana. Listen now to another mystery, unknown to all with regard to religion. One should, endued with faith, always do the bidding of one's preceptor and other seniors. On the 12th lunar's day, as also on the day of the full moon, every month, one should make gifts unto Brahmanas of ghee and the offerings that constitute a kshatriya. Listen to me as I say what the measure is of the merit that such a person acquires. By such an act one is said to increase Soma and the ocean. Vasava, the chief of the celestials, confers upon him a 4th part of the merits that attach to a horse sacrifice. By making such gifts, a person becomes endued with great energy and prowess. The divine Soma, well pleased with him, grants him the fruition of his wishes. Listen now to another duty, together with the foundation on which it rests, that is productive of great merit. In this age of Kali, that duty, if performed, brings about much happiness to men. That man who, raising at early dawn and purifying himself by a bath, attires himself in white robes and with a concentrated attention makes gifts unto Brahmanas of vessels full of sesame seeds, who makes offerings unto the Pytris of water with sesame seeds and honey, and who gives lamps as also the food called Grisara acquires substantial merits. Listen to me as I say what those merits are. The divine chastiser of Parker has ascribed these merits to the gift of vessels of copper and brass filled with sesame seeds. He who makes gifts of kine, he who makes gifts of land that are productive of eternal merit, he who performs the Agnishtoma sacrifice with copious presents in the form of dakshina to the Brahmanas, are all regarded by the deities as acquiring merits equal to those which one acquires by making gifts of vessels filled with sesame seeds. Gifts of water with sesame seeds are regarded by the Pytris as productive of eternal gratification to them. The grandsires all become highly pleased with gifts of lamps and Grisara. I have thus recited the ancient ordinance, laid down by the rishis, that is highly applauded by both the Pytris and the deities in their respective regions. Section CXXX. Bhishma said, the rishis there assembled, together with the Pytris and the deities, then, with concentrated attention, questioned Arundhati, the spouse of Vasishtha, who was endued with great ascetic merit. Possessed of abundant wealth of penances, Arundhati was equal to her husband, the high-souled Vasishta, in energy, for in both vows and conduct she was her husband's equal. Addressing her they said, "We desire to hear from thee the mysteries of duty and religion. It behoveth thee, O amiable lady, to tell us what thou regardest as a high mystery." Arundhati said, "The great progress I have been able to achieve in penances is due to your consideration for me in thus remembering my poor self. With your gracious permission, I shall now discourse on duties that are eternal, on duties that are high mysteries. I shall discourse thereon with the causes on which they depend. Listen to me as I discourse to you elaborately. A knowledge of these should be imparted unto him only that is possessed of faith or that has a pure heart. These four, viz., he that is bereft of faith, he that is full of pride, he that is guilty of Brahmanicide, and he that violates the bed of his preceptor, should never be talked to. Religion and duty should never be communicated unto them. The merits acquired by a person who gives away a kapla cow every day for a period of 2 and 10 years, or by a person who adores the deities every month in a sacrifice, or by him who gives away hundreds of thousands of kine in the great Pushkara, do not come up to those that are his with whom a guest is gratified. Listen now to another duty whose observance is fraught with happiness to mankind. It should be observed with its secret ritual by a person endued with faith. Its merits are certainly high. Listen to what they are. If a person, rising at early dawn and taking with him a quantity of water and a few blades of cusa grass, proceeds into a cow pen and arriving there washes a cow's horns by sprinkling thereon that water with those blades of cusa grass and then causes the water to drip down on his own head, he is regarded, in consequence of such a bath, as one that has performed his ablutions in all the sacred waters that the wise have heard to exist in the 3 worlds and that are honored and resorted to by siddhas and charanas. After Arundhati had said these words, all the deities and Baitras applauded her, saying, "Excellent, excellent." Indeed, all the beings there were highly gratified, and all of them worshipped Arundhati. Brahman said, "O highly blessed one, excellent is the duty that thou hast enunciated, together with its secret ritual. Praise be to thee. I grant thee this boon, viz., that thy penances will continually increase." Yama said, "I have heard from thee an excellent and agreeable discourse. Listen now to what Chitragupta has said and what is agreeable to me. Those words relate to duty with its secret ritual, and are worthy of being heard by the great rishis, as also by men endued with faith and desirous of achieving their own good. Nothing is lost by the piety or sin that is committed by creatures. On days of the full moon and the new moon, those acts are conveyed to the sun where they rest. When a mortal goes into the region of the dead, the deity of the sun bears witness to all his acts. He that is righteous acquires the fruits of his righteousness there. I shall now tell you of some auspicious duties that are approved by Chitragupta. Water for drink, and lamps for lighting darkness, should always be given, as also sandals and umbrellas and kapla kine with due rites. In Pushkara especially should one make the gift of a kapla cow unto a Brahmana conversant with the Vedas. One should also always maintain one's Agnihotra with great care. Here is another duty which was proclaimed by Chitragupta. It behoveth them that are the best of creatures to listen to what the merits are of that duty separately. In course of time, every creature is destined to undergo dissolution. They that are of little understanding meet with great distress in the regions of the dead, for they become afflicted by hunger and thirst. Indeed, they have to rot there, burning in pain. There is no escape for them from such calamity. They have to enter into a thick darkness. I shall now tell you of those duties by performing which one may succeed in crossing such calamity. The performance of those duties costs very little but is fraught with great merit. Indeed, such performance is productive of great happiness in the other world. The merits that attach to the gift of water for drink are excellent. In the next world in especial, those merits are very high. For them that make gifts of water for drink there is ordained in the other world a large river full of excellent water. Indeed, the water contained in that river is inexhaustible and cool and sweet as nectar. He who makes gifts of water in this world drinks from that stream in the world hereafter when he goes thither. Listen now to the abundant merits that attach to the giving of lamps. The man who gives lamps in this world has never to even behold the thick darkness of hell. Soma and Surya and the deity of fire always give him their light when he repairs to the other world. The deities ordain that on every side of such a person there should be blazing light. Verily, when the giver of lights repairs to the world of the dead, he himself blazes forth in pure effulgence like a second Surya. Hence, one should give lights while here and water for drink in especial. Listen now to what the merits are of the person who makes the gift of a kapla cow to a Brahmana conversant with the Vedas, especially if the gift be made in Pushkara. Such a man is regarded as having made a gift of 100 kine with a bull, a gift that is productive of eternal merit. The gift of the single kapla cow is capable of cleansing whatever sins the giver may be guilty of, even if those sins be as grave. Brahmanicide, for the gift of the single kapla cow is regarded as equal in point of merit to that of 100 kine. Hence, one should give away a kapla cow at that Pushkara which is regarded as the senior of the two tirthas known by that name, on the day of the full moon in the month of Kartika. Men that succeed in making such a gift have never to encounter distress of any kind, or sorrow, or thorns giving pain. That man who gives away a pair of sandals unto a superior Brahmana that is deserving of the gift, attains to similar merits. By giving away an umbrella a person obtains comfortable shade in the next world. He will not have to be exposed to the sun. A gift made to a deserving person is never lost. It is certain to produce agreeable consequences to the giver. Hearing these opinions of Chitragupta, Surya's hairs stood on their ends. Endued with great splendor, he addressed all the deities and the Pitris, saying, "Ye have heard the mysteries relating to duty, as propounded by the high Sula Chitragupta. Those human beings who, endued with faith, make these gifts unto high-souled Brahmanas, become freed from fear of every kind. These 5 kinds of men, stained with vicious deeds, have no escape. Verily, of sinful behavior and regarded as the worst of men, they should never be talked to. Indeed, they should always be avoided. Those 5 are he who is the slayer of a Brahmana, he who is the slayer of a cow, he who is addicted to sexual congress with other people's wives, he who is bereft of faith in the Vedas, and he who derives his sustenance by selling the virtue of his wife. These men of the sinful conduct, when they repair to the region of the dead, rot in hell like worms that live upon pus and blood. These 5 are avoided by the Pitris, the deities, the Snataka Brahmanas, and other regenerate persons that are devoted to the practice of penances. Section XXC. Bhishma said, Then all the highly blessed deities and the Pitris, and the highly blessed Trishis also, addressing the Pramatkas, said, 557, Ye are all highly blessed beings. Ye are invisible wanderers of the night. Why do you afflict those men that are violent, impure, and that are unclean? What acts are regarded as impediments to your power? What, indeed, are those acts in consequence of which ye become incompetent to afflict men? What are those acts that are destructive of Rakshasas and that prevent you from asserting your power over the habitations of men? Ye wanderers of the night, we desire to hear all this from you. The Pramatkas said, Men are rendered unclean by acts of sexual congress. they who do not purify themselves after such acts, they who insult their superiors, they who from stupefaction eat different kinds of meat, the man also who sleeps at the foot of a tree, he who keeps any animal matter under his pillow while lying down for sleep, and he who lies down or sleeps placing the head where his feet should be placed or his feet where the head should be placed, these men are regarded by us as unclean. Verily, these men have many holes. Those also are numbered in the same class who throw their phlegm and other unclean secretions into the water. Without doubt these men deserve to be slain and eaten up by us. Verily, we afflict those human beings who are given to such conduct. Listen now to what those acts are which are regarded as antidotes and in consequence of which we fail to do any injury to men. Those men upon whose persons occur streaks of gorachana, or who hold vatchas in their hands, or who make gifts of ghee with those ingredients that go by the name of akshata, or who place ghee and akshata on their heads, or those who abstain from meat are incapable of being afflicted by us. That man in whose house the sacred fire burns day and night without being ever put out, or who keeps the skin or teeth of a wolf in his abode, or a hill tortoise, or from whose habitation the sacrificial smoke is seen to curl upwards, or who keeps a cat or a goat that is either tawny or black in hue, is free from our power. Verily, those householders who keep these things in their houses always find them free from the inroads of even the fiercest spirits that live on carrion. Those beings also, that like us range through different worlds in pursuit of pleasure, are unable to do any injury to such houses. Hence, ye deities, should men keep such articles in their houses, articles that are destructive of Rakshasas, and other beings of the kind. We have thus told you everything about that respecting which ye had great doubts. Section XXI. Bhishma said, after this, the grandsire Brahman, sprung from the primeval lotus and resembling the lotus, in agreeableness and fragrance, addressed the deities with Vasava, the lord of Sakhi. At the head, yonder sits the mighty Naga who is a resident of the nether regions. Endued with great strength and energy, and with great prowess also, his name is Renuka. He is certainly a great being. Those mighty elephants endued with great energy and power, who hold the entire earth with her hills, waters, and lakes should be interviewed by this Renuka at your request. Let Renuka go to them and ask them about the mysteries of religion or duty. Hearing these words of the grandsire, the deities, with well-pleased minds, commissioned the elephant, Renuka, to where those upholders of the world are. Renuka, proceeding to where those elephants are, addressed them, saying, Ye mighty creatures, I have been commanded by the deities and the Pitris to question you about the mysteries of religion and duty. I desire to hear you discourse on that subject in detail. Ye highly blessed ones, do ye discourse on the subject as your wisdoms may dictate. The 8 elephants standing in the 8 quarters said, on the auspicious 8th day of the dark fortnight in the month of Kartika, when the constellation Azalshaw is in the ascendant, one should make gifts of treacle and rice. Casting aside wrath, and living on regulated diet, one should make these offerings at Tisarada, uttering these mantras the while. Let Valadeva and other Nagas possessed of great strength, let other mighty snakes of huge bodies that are indestructible and eternal, and let all the other great snakes that have taken their birth in the race, make valley offerings to me for the enhancement of my strength and energy. Verily, let my strength be as great as that of the blessed Narayana when he raised the submerged earth. Uttering these mantras, one should make valley offerings upon an anthill. When the maker of day retires to his chambers in the west, upon the anthill selected should offerings be made of raw sugar and rice. The anthill should previously be scattered with Gajendra flowers. Offerings should also be made of blue cloths and fragrant unguents. If offerings are made in this way, those beings that live in the nether regions, bearing the weight of the upper regions upon their heads or shoulders, become well pleased and gratified. As regards ourselves, we also do not feel the labor of upholding the earth, in consequence of such offerings being made to us. Afflicted with the burden we bear, even this is what we think beneficial for men, without the slightest regard for selfish concerns. Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas and Sudras, by observing this rule for a full year, fasting on each occasion, acquire great merits from such gifts. We think that the making of such valley offerings on the anthill is really fraught with very superior merits. By making such offerings, one is regarded as doing the duties of hospitality for 100 years to all the mighty elephants that exist in the 3 worlds. Hearing these words of the mighty elephants, the deities and the Baitres and the highly blessed rishis, all applauded Renuka. Section XXI. Maeswara said, searching your memories, excellent are the duties we all have recited. Listen all of you now to me as I declare some mysteries relating to religion and duty. Only those persons whose understanding has been set on religion and who are possessed of faith should be instructed in respect of those mysteries of duty and religion that are fraught with high merits. Hear what the merits are that become his who, with heart free from anxiety, gives food every day, for a month, to kine and contents himself with 1 meal a day throughout such period. The kine are highly blessed. They are regarded as the most sacred of all sacred things. Verily, it is they that are upholding the 3 worlds with the deities, the Asuras, and human beings. Respectful services rendered to them are fraught with high merit and grave consequences. That man who every day gives food to kine advances every day in religious merit. Formerly, in the Krita age, I had expressed my approval of these creatures. Afterwards, Brahman, born of the primeval lotus, solicited me to show kindness towards kine. 558. It is for this reason that a bull to this day stands as the device on my standard overhead. I always sport with kine. Hence should kine be worshipped by all. Kine are possessed of great power. They are givers of boons. If worshipped, they would grant boons. That person who gives food to kine even for a single day receives from those beneficent creatures for that act a 4th part of the merits he may win by all his good acts in life. Section XXI. Skanda said, I shall now declare a duty that is approved of by me. Do ye listen to it with concentrated attention. That person who takes a little earth from the horns of a bull of blue complexion, smears his body therewith for 3 days, and then performs his ablutions, acquires great merits. Hear what those merits are. By such an act he would wash away every stain and evil, and attain to sovereign sway hereafter. As many times he takes his birth in this world, so many times does he become celebrated for his heroism. Listen now to another mystery unknown to all. Taking a vessel of copper and placing therein some cooked food after having mixed it with honey, one should offer it as valley unto the rising moon on the evening of the day when that lumina rears at full. Do ye learn, with faith, what the merits are of the person that acts in this way? The Sadhyas, the Rudras, the Adityas, the Viswadivyas, the twin Aswins, the Maruts, and the Vasas, all accept that offering. By such an offering Soma increases as also the ocean, that vast receptacle of waters. This duty that is declared by me and that is unknown to all, if performed, is certainly fraught with great happiness. Vishnu said, that person who, endued with faith and freed from malice, listens every day with concentrated attention to the mysteries in respect of religion and duty that are preserved by the high solid deities, and those mysteries also of the same kind that are preserved by the rishis, has never to succumb to any evil. Such a person becomes also freed from every fear. That man who, with his senses under thorough control, reads these sections which treat of these auspicious and meritorious duties, together with their mysteries, duties that have been declared by the previous speakers, acquires all the merits that attach to their actual performance. Sin can never overmaster him. Verily, such a man can never be stained with faults of any kind. Indeed, one wins abundant merits by reading these mysteries, as declared, or by reciting them to others, or by hearing them recited. The deities and the Bitress eat forever the havia and the caviar offered by such a creature. Both these, in consequence of the virtues of the offerer, become inexhaustible. Even such is the merit that attaches to the person who, with concentrated attention, recites these mysteries to foremost of Brahmanas on days of the full moon or the new moon. Such a person, in consequence of such an act, becomes steady in the observance of all duties. Beauty of form and prosperity also become his. He succeeds, besides this, in becoming the favourite, for all time, of the rishis and the deities and the Pitrus. If a person becomes guilty of all sins save those which are classed as grave or heinous, he becomes cleansed of them all by only listening to the recitation of these mysteries about religion and duty. Bhishma continued, even these, O King of men, are the mysteries in respect of religion and duty dwelling in the breasts of the deities, held in high respect by all the gods and promulgated by Vyasa. They have now been declared by me for thy benefit. One who is conversant with religion and duty thinks that this excellent knowledge is superior, in value, to even the whole earth full of riches and wealth. This knowledge should not be imparted to one that is bereft of faith, or to one that is an atheist, or to one that has fallen away from the duties of his order, or to one that is destitute of compassion, or to one that is devoted to the science of empty disputations, or to one that is hostile to one's preceptors, or to one that thinks all creatures to be different from oneself. Section CXXXV. Yudhishthira said, who are those persons, O Bharata, from whom a Brahmana in this world may accept his food? From whom may a Kshatriya, a Vaisya, and a Sudra take their food respectively? Bhishma said, a Brahmana may take his food from another Brahmana or from a Kshatriya or a Vaisya, but he must never accept food from a Sudra. A Kshatriya may take his food from a Brahmana, a Kshatriya or a Vaisya. He must, however, eschew food given by Sudras who are addicted to evil ways and who partake of all manner of food without any scruple. Brahmanas and Kshatriyas can partake of food given by such Vaisyas as tend the sacred fire every day, as are faultless in character, and as perform the vow of Chaturmasya. But the man who takes food from a Sudra swallows the very abomination of the earth, and drinks the excretions of the human body, and partakes of the filth of all the world. He partakes of the very filth of the earth who takes his food thus from a Sudra. Verily, those Brahmanas that take their food from Sudras take the dirt of the earth. If one engages in the service of a Sudra, one is doomed to perdition, though one may duly perform all the rites of one's order. A Brahmana, a Kshatriya, or a Vaisya, so engaging, is doomed, although devoted to the due performance of religious rites. It is said that a Brahmana's duty consists in studying the Vedas and seeking the welfare of the human race, that a Kshatriya's duty consists in protecting men, and that a Vaisya's in promoting their material prosperity. A Vaisya lives by distributing the fruits of his own acts and agriculture. The breeding of kine and trade are the legitimate work in which a Vaisya may engage without fear of censure. The man who abandons his own proper occupation and betakes himself to that of the Sudra should be considered as a Sudra, and on no account should any food be accepted from him. Professors of the healing art, mercenary soldiers, the priest who acts as warder of the house, and persons who devote a whole year to study without any profit, are all to be considered as Sudras. and those who impudently partake of food offered at ceremonials in the Sudra's house are afflicted with the terrible calamity. In consequence of partaking such forbidden food, they lose their family, strength, and energy, and attain to the status of animals, descending to the position of dogs, fallen in virtue and devoid of all religious observances. He who takes food from a physician takes that which is no better than excrement. The food of a harlot is like urine, that of the skilled mechanic is like blood. If a Brahmin were proved by the good, takes the food of one who lives by his learning, he is regarded as taking the food of a Sudra. All good men should forego such food. The food of a person who is censured by all is said to be like a draught from a pool of blood. The acceptance of food from a wicked person is considered as reprehensible as the slaying of a Brahmana. One should not accept food if one is slighted and not received with due honors by the giver. A Brahmana who does so is soon overtaken by disease, and his race soon becomes extinct. By accepting food from the warder of a city, one descends to the status of the lowest outcast. If a Brahmana accepts food from one who is guilty of killing either a cow or a Brahmana, or from one who has committed adultery with his preceptor's wife, or from a drunkard, he helps to promote the race of Rakshasas. By accepting food from a eunuch, or from an ungrateful person, or from one who has misappropriated wealth entrusted to his charge, one is born in the country of the Savaras, situated beyond the precincts of the middle country. I have thus duly recited to thee the persons from whom food may be accepted and from whom it may not. Now tell me, O son of Kunti, what else thou wishest to hear from me today. Section XXV. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast told me in full of those from whom food may be accepted and of those from whom it should not be taken. But I have grave doubts on one point. Do thou, O sire, enlighten me. Do thou tell me what expiation a Brahmana should make for the sin he incurs upon accepting the different kinds of food, those especially offered in honor of the gods and the oblations made to the Manes. Bhishma said, I shall tell thee, O Prince, how high-souled Brahmanas may be absolved from all sin incurred by accepting food from others. In accepting clarified butter, the expiation is made by pouring oblations on the fire, reciting the Savitri hymn. In accepting sesamum, O Yudhishthira, the same expiation has to be made. In accepting meat, or honey, or salt, a Brahmana becomes purified by standing till the rising of the sun. If a Brahmana accepts gold from anyone, he becomes cleansed of all sins by silently reciting the great Vedic prayer, Gayatri, and by holding a piece of iron in his hand in the presence of the public. In accepting money or clothes or women or gold, the purification is the same as before. In accepting food, or rice boiled in milk and sugar, or sugarcane juice, or sugarcane, or oil, or any sacred thing, one becomes purified by bathing thrice in the course of the day, viz., at morn, noon and eve. If one accepts paddy, flowers, fruits, water, half-ripe barley, milk, or curdled milk, or anything made of meal or flour, the expiation is made by reciting the Gayatri prayer 100 times. In accepting shoes or clothes at obsequial ceremonies, the sin is destroyed by reciting devoutly the same hymn 100 times. The acceptance of the gift of land at the time of an eclipse or during the period of impurity is expiated by observing a fast during 3 successive nights. The Brahmana who partakes of oblations offered to deceased ancestors in course of the dark fortnight is purified by fasting for a whole day and night. Without performing his ablutions, a Brahmana should not say his evening prayers, nor betake himself to religious meditation, nor take his food a second time. By so doing, he is purified. For this reason, the Sraddha of deceased ancestors has been ordained to be performed in the afternoon, and then the Brahmana who has been invited beforehand should be feasted. The Brahmana who partakes of food at the house of a dead person on the third day after the death is purified by bathing 3 times daily for 12 days. After the expiration of 12 days, and going through the purification ceremonies duly, the sin is destroyed by giving clarified butter to Brahmanas. If a man takes any food in the house of a dead person, within 10 days after the death, he should go through all the expiations before mentioned, and should recite the Savitri hymn and do the sin-destroying Ishti and Gashmenda penances. The Brahmana who takes his food in the house of a dead person for 3 nights becomes purified by performing his ablutions thrice daily for 7 days, and thus attains all the objects of his desire, and is never troubled by misfortunes. The Brahmana who takes his food in the company of Sudras is purged from all impurity by duly observing the ceremonies of purification. The Brahmana who takes his food in the company of Vaisyas is absolved from sin by living on alms for 3 successive nights. If a Brahmana takes his food with Kshatriyas, he should make expiation by bathing with his clothes on. By eating with a Sudra from off the same plate, the Sudra loses his family respectability. The Vaisya, by eating from off the same plate with the Vaisya, loses his cattle and friends. The Kshatriya loses his prosperity, and the Brahmana his splendor and energy. In such cases, expiations should be made, and propitiatory rites should be observed, and oblations offered to the gods. The Savitri hymn should be recited, and the Revati rites and Gashmanda penances should be observed with a view of destroying the sin. If any of the above 4 classes partake of food partly eaten by a person of any other class, the expiation is undoubtedly made by smearing the body with auspicious substances like rochana, devagrass, and turmeric. Section XXVI. Yudhishthira said, O Bharata, of the 2 things charity and devotion, do thou condescend to tell me, O sire, which is the better in this world? Do thou, by this, remove a great doubt from my mind. Bhishma said, Do thou listen to me as I recite the names of the princes who, having been devoted to virtue, and having cleansed their hearts by penances and practiced gifts and other acts of piety, undoubtedly attained to the different celestial regions. The Rishiatriya revered by all, attained, O monarch, to the excellent celestial regions, by imparting the knowledge of the unconditional Supreme Being to his pupils. King Sivi, the son of Usanara, by offering the life of his dear son, for the benefit of a Brahmana, was translated from this world to heaven. And Pratadana, the king of Kazi, by giving his son to a Brahmana, secured to himself unique and undying fame in this as well as in the other world. Rantideva, the son of Sankriti, attained to the highest heaven by duly making gifts to the high-souled Vasishta. Divrida too went to heaven by giving 100 ribbed, an excellent golden umbrella to a Brahmana for a sacrifice. The worshipful Amvarisha too has attained to the region of the gods, by making a gift of all his kingdom to a Brahmana of great power. King Janamejaya of the solar race went to the highest heaven by making a gift of earrings, fine vehicles, and cows to Brahmanas. The royal sage Vrishadabi went to heaven by making gifts of various jewels and beautiful houses to Brahmanas. King Nimai of Vidava attained to heaven with his sons, friends, and cattle, by giving his daughter and kingdom to the high-souled Agastya. The far-famed Rama, the son of Jamadani, attained to the eternal regions, far beyond his expectation, by giving lands to Brahmanas. Vasishta, the prince of Brahmanas, preserved all the creatures at a time of great drought when the god Parjanya did not bestow his grateful showers upon the earth, and for this act he has secured eternal bliss for himself. Rama, the son of Dasaratha, whose frame is very high in this world, attained to the eternal regions by making gifts of wealth at sacrifices. The far-famed royal sage Kakshasana went to heaven by duly making over to the high-souled Vasishta the wealth which he had deposited with him. Maruta, the son of Parikshita and the grandson of Karandama, by giving his daughter in marriage to Angiras, immediately went to heaven. The highly devout king of Panchal Brahmadatta attained the blessed way by giving away a precious conch shell. King Maitrasaha, by giving his favorite wife Madhyayanti to the high Sult Vasishta, ascended to heaven. Sudama, the son of Manu, by causing the proper punishment to be inflicted upon the high Sult Lakita, attained to the most blessed regions. The celebrated royal sage Saharashita went to the blessed regions, by sacrificing his dear life for the sake of the Brahmana. The king Satadama went to heaven by giving to Morgaya a golden mansion replete with all the objects of desire. In ancient times, King Sumanyu, by giving to Sandalia heaps of food looking like a hill, proceeded to heaven. The Salwa prince Dutimat of great splendor attained to the highest regions by giving his kingdom Trichika. The royal sage Madhyairaswa, by giving his slender-waisted daughter to Hiranyahasta, went to the region of the gods. The lordly Lomapada attained all the vast objects of his desire by giving his daughter Santa in marriage to Rishayasringa. The royal sage Bhagirata, by giving his famous daughter Hansi in marriage to Kautsa, went to the eternal regions. King Bhagirata, by giving hundreds and thousands of kine with their young ones to Kohala, attained to the most blessed regions. These and many other men, O Yudhishthira, have attained to heaven by the merit of their charities and penances, and they have also returned from thence again and again. Their fame will endure as long as the world will last. I have related to thee, O Yudhishthira, this story of those good householders who have attained to eternal regions by dint of their charities and penances. By their charities and by performing sacrifices and by procreating offspring, these people have attained to the heavenly regions. O foremost scion of Kuru's race, by always performing acts of charity, these men applied their virtuous intellects to the performance of sacrifices and charities. O mighty prince, as night has approached, I shall explain to thee in the morning whatever doubts may arise in thy mind. Section VI. Yudhishthira said, I have heard from thee, O sire, the names of those kings that have ascended to heaven. O thou whose power is great in the observance of the vow of the truth by following the religion of gift, how many kinds of gift are there that should be given? What are the fruits of the several kinds of gifts respectively? For what reasons, what kinds of gifts, made to what persons are productive of merits? Indeed, and to what persons should what gifts be made? For what reasons are how many kinds of gifts to be made? I desire to hear all this in detail. Bhishma said, Listen, O son of Kunti, in detail to me, O sinless one, as I discourse on the subject of gifts. Indeed, I shall tell you, O Bharata, how gifts should be made unto all the orders of men. From desire of merit, from desire of profit, from fear, from free choice, and from pity, gifts are made, O Bharata. Gifts, therefore, should be known to be of 5 kinds. Listen now to the reasons for which gifts are thus distributed in 5 classes. With mind freed from malice, one should make gifts unto Brahmanas, for by making gifts unto the one acquires fame here and great felicity hereafter. Such gifts are regarded as made from desire of merit. He is in the habit of making gifts, or he has already made gifts to me. Hearing such words from solicitors, one gives away all kinds of wealth unto a particular solicitor. Such gifts are regarded as made from desire of profit. I am not his, nor is he mine. If disregarded, he may injure me. From such motives of fear, even a man of learning and wisdom may make gifts unto an ignorant wretch. Such gifts are regarded as made from fear. This one is dear to me, I am also dear to him. Influenced by considerations like these, a person of intelligence, freely and with alacrity, make gifts unto a friend. Such gifts are regarded as made from free choice. The person that solicits me is poor. He is, again, gratified with a little. From considerations such as these, one should always make gifts unto the poor, moved by pity. Gifts made from such considerations are regarded as made from pity. These are the 5 kinds of gift. They enhance the giver's merits and fame. The Lord of all creatures, Brahman himself, has said that one should always make gifts according to one's power. Section 6. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, thou art possessed of great wisdom. Indeed, thou art fully conversant with every branch of learning. In our great race thou art the only individual that swellest with all the sciences. I desire to hear from thee discourses that are interwoven with religion and profit, that lead to felicity hereafter, and that are fraught with wonder unto all creatures. The time that is come is fraught with great distress. The like of it does not generally come to kinsmen and friends. Indeed, save thee, O foremost of men, we have now none else that can take the place of an instructor. If, O sinless one, I with my brothers deserve the favour, it behoveth thee to answer the question I desire to ask thee. This one is Narayana, who is endued with every prosperity and is honoured by all the kings. Even he waits upon thee, showing thee every indulgence and honouring thee greatly. It behoveth thee to discourse unto me, through affection, for my benefit as also for that of my brothers, in the presence of Vasudeva himself and of all these kings. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of King Yudhishthira, Bhishma, the son of the river called after Bhagirath, filled with joy in consequence of his affection for the monarch and his brothers, said what follows. 559. Bhishma said, I shall certainly recite to thee discourses that are delightful, on the subject, O king, of the puissance of this Vishnu as displayed in days of yore and as I have heard from my preceptors. Listen to me also as I describe the puissance of that great God who has a bull for his device. Listen to me as I narrate also the doubt that filled the mind of the spouse of Rudra and that of Rudra himself. Once on a time the righteous Sult Krishna observed a vow extending for 10 and 2 years. For beholding him who had gone through the rite of initiation for the observance of his great vow, there came to that place Narada and Parvata, and the island-born Krishna, and Dharmya, that foremost of silent reciters, and Divala, and Kasyapa, and hasty Kasyapa. Other rishis also, endued with diksha and self-restraint, followed by their disciples and accompanied by many siddhas and many ascetics of great merit, came there. The son of Devaki offered them such honours of hospitality as are deserving of the highest praise and as are offered unto the gods alone. Those great rishis sat themselves down upon seats, some of which were green and some endued with the colour of gold and some that were fraught with the plumes of the peacock and some that were perfectly new and fresh. Thus seated, they began to converse sweetly with one another on subjects connected with religion and duty, as also with many royal sages and deities. At that time the energy, in the form of fire, Narayana, raising from the fuel that consisted of the rigid observance of his vow, issued out of the mouth of Krishna of wonderful feats. That fire began to consume those mountains with their trees and creepers and little plants, as also with their birds and deer and beasts of prey and reptiles. Soon the summit of that mountain presented a distressing and pitiful appearance, inhabited by animals of diverse kinds which began to utter cries of woe and pain. The summit soon became bereft of every living creature. That fire of mighty flames, having consumed everything without leaving a remnant, at last came back to Vishnu and touched his feet like a docile disciple. That crusher of foes, viz., Krishna, beholding that mountain burnt, cast a benignant look upon it and thereby brought it back to its former condition. That mountain thereupon once more became adorned with flowering trees and creepers, and once more echoed with the notes and cries of birds and deer and animals of prey and reptiles. Seeing that wonderful and inconceivable sight, all the ascetics became amazed. Their hairs stood on end and their vision was blurred with tears. That foremost of speakers, Narayana, beholding those rishis thus filled with wonder, addressed them in these sweet and refreshing words. Why, indeed, has wonder filled the hearts of this assemblage of rishis, these ascetics that are always free from attachment of every kind, that are divested of the idea of mum, and that are fully conversant with every sacred science. It behoveth these rishis possessed of wealth of penances and freed from every stain to explain to me truly this doubt that has arisen in my mind. The rishis said, It is thou that createst all the worlds, and it is thou that destroyest them again. It is thou that art winter, it is thou that art summer, and it is thou that art the season of rains. Of all the creatures, mobile and immobile, that are found on the earth, thou art the Father, thou art the Mother, thou art the Master, and thou art the origin. Even this, O Slayer of Madhu, is a matter of wonder and doubt with us. O source of all auspiciousness, it behoveth thee to resolve to us that doubt, viz., the issue of fire from thy mouth. Our fears being dispelled, he shall then, O Hari, recite to thee what we have heard and seen. Vasudeva said, The fire that issued from my mouth and that resembles the all-consuming yuga fire in splendor, and by which this mountain has been crushed and scorched, is nothing else than the energy of Vishnu. Ye rishis, ye are persons that have subjugated wrath, that have brought your senses under complete control, that are endued with wealth of penances, and that are very gods in puissance. Yet ye have suffered yourselves to be agitated and distressed. I am now engaged wholly with the observances relating to rigid vow. Verily, in consequence of my observing the vows of an ascetic, a fire issued from my mouth. It behoves you not to suffer yourselves to be agitated. It is for observing a rigid vow that I came to this delightful and auspicious mountain. The object that has brought me here is to acquire by the aid of penances a son that would be my equal in energy. In consequence of my penances, the soul existing in my body became transformed into fire and issued out of my mouth. That fire had repaired to behold the boon-giving grandsire of all the universe. The grandsire, ye foremost of ascetics, told my soul that half the energy of the great God having the bull for his device would take birth as my son. That fire returning from its mission has come back to me and approached my feet like a disciple desirous of serving me dutifully. Indeed, casting off its fury, it has come back to me to its own proper nature. I have thus told you, in brief, a mystery appertaining to him who has the lotus for his origin and who is endued with great intelligence. Ye rishis possessed of wealth of penances, ye should not give way to fear. Ye are endued with far-reaching vision. Ye can proceed to every place without any impediment. Blazing with vows observed by ascetics, ye are adorned with knowledge and science. I now ask you to tell me something that is highly wonderful which you have heard of or seen on earth or in heaven. I feel an eager desire to taste the honey of that speech which will drop from your lips, the honey that will, I am sure, be as sweet as a jet of nectar itself. If I behold anything on earth or in heaven, which is highly delightful and of wonderful aspect, but which is unknown to all of you, ye rishis that look like so many gods, I say that that is in consequence of my own supreme nature, which is incapable of being obstructed by anything. Anything wonderful whose knowledge dwelleth in me or is acquired by my own inspiration ceases to appear wonderful to me. Anything, however, that is recited by pious persons and that is heard from those that are good, deserves to be accepted with respect and faith. Such discourses exist on earth for a long time and are as durable as characters engraved on rocks. I desire, therefore, to hear at this meeting something dropping from the lips of persons that are good and that cannot fail to be productive of good to men. Hearing these words of creation, all those ascetics became filled with surprise. They began to gaze at Janardana with those eyes of theirs that were as beautiful and large as the petals of the lotus. Some of them began to glorify him, and some began to worship him with reverence. Indeed, all of them then hymned the praises of the slayer of mad, who with words whose meanings were adorned with the eternal rics. All those ascetics then appointed Narada, that foremost of all persons conversant with speech, to gratify the request of Vasudeva. The ascetics said, "It behoveth thee, O Narada, to describe, in full, from the beginning, unto Hrishikesa, that wonderful and inconceivable incident which occurred, O puissant one, on the mountains of Himavat, and which, O ascetic, was witnessed by those of us that had proceeded thither in course of our pilgrimage to the sacred waters. Verily, for the benefit of all the rishis here assembled, it behoveth thee to recite that incident." Thus addressed by those ascetics, the celestial rishi, viz., the divine Narada, then recited the following story, whose incidents had occurred some time before. Section CXL. Bhishma said, "Then Narada, that holy rishi, that friend of Narayana, recited the following narrative of the discourse between Sankara and his spouse Soma. Narada said, once on a time the righteous Lord of all the deities, viz., Mahadeva with a bull for his device, practiced severe penances on the sacred mountains of Himavat, that are the resort of Siddhas and Charanas. Those delightful mountains are overgrown with the diverse kinds of herbs and adorned with various species of flowers. At that time they were peopled by the different tribes of Apsaras and crowds of ghostly beings. There the great god sat, filled with joy, and surrounded by hundreds of ghostly beings who presented diverse aspects to the eye of the beholder. Some of them were ugly and awkward, some were of very handsome features, and some presented the most wonderful appearances. Some had faces like the lions, some like the tigers, and some like the elephants. In fact, the faces of those ghostly creatures presented every variety of animal faces. Some had faces resembling that of the jackal, some whose faces resembled the pards, some like the apes, some like the bulls. Some of them had faces like the owls, some like the hawks, some had faces like those of a deer of diverse varieties. The great god was also surrounded by kinnaras and yakshas and gandharvas and rakshasas and diverse other created beings. The retreat to which Mahadeva had betaken himself also abounded with celestial flowers and blazed with celestial rays of light. It was perfumed with celestial sandal, and celestial incense was burnt on every side, and it echoed with the sounds of celestial instruments. Indeed, it resounded with the beat of mridangas and panavas, the blare of conchs, and the sound of drums. It teemed with ghostly beings of diverse tribes that danced enjoined with peacocks also that danced with plumes outspread. Forming as it did the resort of the celestial rishis, the Apsaras danced there in joy. The place was exceedingly agreeable to the sight. It was exceedingly beautiful, resembling heaven itself. Its entire aspect was wonderful and, indeed, it is indescribable in respect of its beauty and sweetness. Verily, with the penances of that great deity who sleeps on mountain breasts, that prince of mountains shone with great beauty. It resounded with the chant of the Vedas uttered by learned Brahmanas devoted to Vedic recitation. Echoing with the hum of bees, O Madhava, the mountain became incomparable in beauty. The ascetics, beholding the great deity who is endued with a fierce form and who looks like a great festival, became filled, O Janardana, with great joy. All the highly blessed ascetics, the siddhas who have drawn in their vital seed, the Maruts, the Vasas, the Sadhyas, the Viswadevyas, Vasava himself, the Yakshas, the Nagas, the Pisachas, the regents of the world, the several sacred fires, the winds, and all the great creatures dwelt on that mountain with minds concentrated in yoga. All the seasons were present there and scattered those regions with all kinds of wonderful flowers. Diverse kinds of blazing herbs illuminated the woods and forests on that mountain. Various species of birds, filled with joy, hopped about and sang merrily on the delightful breast of that mountain. Those birds were exceedingly lovable in consequence of the notes they uttered. The high-souled Mahadeva sat, displayed in beauty, on one of the peaks that was adorned with excellent minerals, as if it served the purposes of a fine bedstead. Round his loins was a tiger skin, and a lion skin formed his upper garments. His sacred thread consisted of a snake. His arms were decked with a pair of red angadas. His beard was green. He had matted locks on his head. Of terrible features, he it is that inspires with fear the hearts of all the enemies of the gods. It is he, again, that assures all creatures by dispelling their fears. He is adored by his worshippers as the deity having the bovine bull for his device. The great rishis, beholding Mahadeva, bowed to him by touching the ground with their heads. Endued with forgiving souls, they all became, in consequence of the sight they had obtained of the great deity, freed from every sin and thoroughly cleansed. The retreat of that Lord of all creatures with many terrible forms shone with a peculiar beauty. Abounding with many large snakes, it became unapproachable and unbearable by ordinary beings. Within the twinkling of the eye, O slayer of Madhu, everything there became exceedingly wonderful. Indeed, the abode of that great deity having the bovine bull for his device began to blaze with a terrible beauty. And to Mahadeva seated there, came his spouse, the daughter of Himavat, surrounded by the wives of the ghostly beings who were the companions of the great deity. Her attire was like that of her lord, and the vows she observed were like those of his. She held a jar on her loins that was filled with the waters of every tirtha, and was accompanied by the presiding deities, of her own sex, of all the mountain streams. Those auspicious ladies walked in her train. The goddess approached training flowers on every side and diverse kinds of sweet perfumes. She who loved to reside on the breast of Himavat advanced in this guise towards her great lord. The beautiful with smiling lips and desirous of playing a jest, covered from behind, with her two beautiful hands, the eyes of Mahadeva. As soon as Mahadeva's eyes were thus covered, all the regions became dark and life seemed to be extinct everywhere in the universe. The Homerites ceased. The universe became suddenly deprived of the sacred Vashat also. All living creatures became cheerless and filled with fear. Indeed, when the eyes of the Lord of all creatures were thus closed, the universe seemed to become sunless. Soon, however, that overspreading darkness disappeared. A mighty and blazing flame of fire emanated from Mahadeva's forehead. The third eye, resembling another sun, appeared on it. That eye began to blaze forth like the Yuga fire and began to consume that mountain. The large-eyed daughter of Himavat, beholding what occurred, bowed her head unto Mahadeva, endued with that third eye which resembled a blazing fire. She stood there with gaze fixed on her lord. When the mountain forests burned on every side, with there was in other trees of straight trunks, and their delightful sandals and diverse excellent medicinal herbs, herds of deer and other animals, filled with fright, came with great speed to the place where Hari sat and sought his protection. With those creatures almost filling it, the retreat of the great deity blazed forth with a kind of peculiar beauty. Meanwhile, that fire, swelling wildly, soared up to the very heavens and endued with the splendor and unsteadiness of lightning and looking like a dozen suns in might and effulgence, covered every side like the all-destroying Yuga fire. In a moment, the Himavat mountains were consumed, with their minerals and summits and blazing herbs. Beholding Himavat crushed and consumed, the daughter of that prince of mountains sought the protection of the great deity and stood before him, her hands joined in reverence. Then Salva, seeing him overcome by an accession of womanly mildness and finding that she was unwilling to behold her father Himavat reduced to that pitiable plight, cast benignant looks upon the mountain. In a moment the whole of Himavat was restored to his former condition and became as beautiful to look at as ever. Indeed, the mountain put forth a cheerful aspect. All its trees became adorned with flowers. Beholding Himavat to his natural condition, the goddess divested of every fault, addressed her lord, that master of all creatures, the divine Mahabharata, in these words. Amma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all creatures, O deity that art armed with the trident, O thou of high vows, a great doubt has filled my mind. It behoveth thee to resolve that doubt for me. For what reason has this third eye appeared in thy forehead? Why also was the mountain consumed with the woods and all that belonged to it? Why also, O illustrious deity, hast thou restored the mountain to its former condition? Indeed, having burnt it once, why hast thou again caused it to be covered with trees? Mahabharata said, O goddess without any fault, in consequence of thy having covered my eyes through an act of indiscretion, the universe became in a moment devoid of light. When the universe became sunless and, therefore, all became dark, O daughter of the Prince of Mountains, I created the third eye desirous of protecting all creatures. The high energy of that eye crushed and consumed this mountain. For pleasing thee, however, O goddess, I once more made him of it what he was by repairing the injury. Amma said, O Holy One, why are those faces of thine which are on the east, the north, and the west, so handsome and so agreeable to look at like the very moon? And why is that face of thine which is on the south so terrible? Why are thy matted locks tawny in hue and so erect? Why is thy throat blue after the manner of the peacock's plumes? Why, O illustrious deity, is the pinnacle always in thy hand? Why art thou always a Brahmacharin with matted locks? O Lord, it behoves thee to explain all these to me. I am thy spouse who seeks to follow the same duties with thee. Further, I am thy devoted worshipper, O deity, having the bull for thy mark. Narada continued, thus addressed by the daughter of the Prince of Mountains, the illustrious wielder of Pinaka, the puissant Mahadeva, became highly gratified with her. The great god then addressed her saying, O blessed lady, listen to me as I explain, with the reasons thereof, why my forms are so. Section CXLI. The Blessed and Holy One said, in days of yore, a blessed woman was created by Brahman, called Tilottama, by culling grains of beauty from every beautiful object in the universe. One day, that lady of beautiful face, unrivaled in the universe for beauty of form, came to me, O goddess, for circumambulating me but really impelled by the desire of tempting me. In whatever direction that lady of beautiful teeth turned, a new face of mine instantly appeared, so eager did I become to see her. All those faces of mine became agreeable to look at. Thus, in consequence of the desire of beholding her, I became four-faced, through yoga puissance. Thus, I showed my high yoga power in becoming four-faced. With that face of mine which is turned towards the east, I exercise the sovereignty of the universe. With that face of mine which is turned towards the north, I sport with thee, O thou of the faultless features. That face of mine which is turned towards the west is agreeable and auspicious. With it I ordain the happiness of all creatures. That face of mine which is turned towards the south is terrible. With it I destroy all creatures. I live as a Brahmacharin with matted locks on my head, impelled by the desire of doing good to all creatures. The bow Pinaka is always in my hand for accomplishing the purposes of the deities. In days of yore, Indra, desirous of acquiring my prosperity, had hurled his thunderbolt at me. With that weapon my throat was scorched. For this reason I have become blue-throated. Amma said, when, O foremost of all creatures, there are so many excellent vehicles endued with great beauty, why is it that thou hast selected a bovine bull for thy vehicle? Mahabharata said, in the days of yore, the grandsire Brahma created the celestial cow Surabi yielding abundant milk. After her creation there sprang from her a large number of kine, all of which yielded copious quantities of milk sweet as nectar. Once on a time a quantity of froth fell from the mouth of one of her calves on my body. I was enraged at this, and my wrath scorched all the kine, which thereupon became diversified in hue. I was then pacified by the master of all the worlds, viz., Brahma, conversant with all topics. It was he who gave me this bull both as a vehicle for bearing me and as a device on my banner. Amma said, thou hast many abodes in heaven, of diverse forms and possessed of every comfort and luxury. Why, O Holy One, dost thou reside in the crematorium, abandoning all those delightful mansions? The crematorium is full of the hair and bones of the dead, abounds with vulture and jackals, and is strewn with hundreds of the funeral pyres. Full of carrion and muddy with fat and blood, with entrails and bones strewn all over it, and always echoing with the howls of jackals, it is certainly an unclean place. Mahabharata said, I always wander over the whole earth in search of a sacred spot. I do not, however, see any spot that is more sacred than the crematorium. Hence, of all abodes, the crematorium pleases my heart most, shaded that it generally is by branches of the banyan and adorned with torn garlands of flowers. O thou of sweet smiles, the multitudes of ghostly beings that are my companions love to reside in such spots. I do not like, O goddess, to reside anywhere without those ghostly creatures being by my side. Hence, the crematorium is a sacred abode to me. Indeed, O auspicious lady, it seems to me to be the very heaven. Highly sacred and possessed of great merit, the crematorium is much applauded by persons desirous of having holy abodes. Amma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all creatures, O foremost of all observers of duties and religious rites, I have a great doubt, O wielder of Pinnaker, O giver of boons. These ascetics, O puissant Lord, have undergone diverse kinds of austerities. In the world are seen ascetics wandering everywhere under diverse forms and clad in diverse kinds of attire. For benefiting this large assemblage of rishis, as also myself, do thou kindly resolve, O chastiser of all foes, this doubt of mine. What indications has religion or duty been said to possess? How, indeed, do men become unacquainted with the details of religion or duty to succeed in observing them? O puissant Lord, O thou that art conversant with religion, do thou tell me this. Narada continued, when the daughter of Himavat put this question, conclave of rishis the present worshipped the goddess and adored her with words adorned with rigs and with hymns fraught with deep import. Mahabharata said, abstention from injury, truthfulness of speech, compassion towards all beings, tranquility of soul, and the making of gifts to the best of one's power, are the foremost duties of the householder. Abstention from sexual congress with the spouses of other men, protection of the wealth and the woman committed to one's charge, unwillingness to appropriate what is not given to one, and avoidance of honey and meat, these are the 5 chief duties. Indeed, religion or duty has many branches, all of which are fraught with happiness. Even these are the duties which these embodied creatures who regard duty as superior should observe and practice. Even these are the sources of merit. Amma said, O Holy One, I wish to ask thee another question about which I have great doubts. It behoveth thee to answer it and dispel my doubts. What are the meritorious duties of the 4 several orders? What duties appertain to the Brahmana? What to the Kshatriya? What are the indications of those duties that appertain to the Vaisya? And what kind of duties appertain to the Sudra? The Holy One said, O highly blessed lady, the question thou hast asked is a very proper one. Those persons that belong to the regenerate order are regarded as highly blessed, and are, indeed, gods on earth. Without doubt, the observance of fasts, that is, subjugation of the senses, is always the duty of the Brahmana. When the Brahmana succeeds in properly observing all his duties, he attains to identity with Brahma. 560. The proper observance of the duties of Brahmacharya, O goddess, are his ritual. The observance of vows and the investiture with the sacred thread are his other duties. It is by these that he becomes truly regenerate. He becomes a Brahmana for worshipping his preceptors and other seniors as also the deities. Verily, that religion which has for its soul the study of the Vedas is the source of all piety. Even that is the religion which those embodied creatures who are devoted to piety and duty should observe and practice. Amma said, O Holy One, my doubts have not been dispelled. It behoveth thee to explain in detail what the duties are of the four respective orders of men. Mahabharata said, listening to the mysteries of religion and duty, observance of the vows indicated in the Vedas, attention to the sacred fire, and accomplishment of the business of the preceptor, leading a mendicant life, always bearing the sacred thread, constant recitation of the Vedas, and rigid observance of the duties of Brahmacharya, are the duties of the Brahmana. After the period of study is over, the Brahmana, receiving the command of his preceptor, should leave his preceptor's abode for returning to his father's house. Upon his return he should duly wed a wife that is fit for him. Another duty of the Brahmana consists in avoiding the food prepared by the Sudra. Walking along the path of righteousness, always observing fasts and the practices of Brahmacharya, are his other duties. 561. The householder should keep up his domestic fire for daily worship. He should study the Vedas. He should pour libations in honor of the Pitres and the deities. He should keep his senses under proper control. He should eat what remains after serving gods and guests and all his dependents. He should be abstemious in food, truthful in speech, and pure both externally and internally. Attending to guests is another duty of the householder, as also the keeping up of the 3 sacrificial fires. The householder should also attend to the ordinary sacrifices that go by the name of Ishti, and should also dedicate animals to the deities according to the ordinances. Indeed, the performance of sacrifices is his highest duty, as also a complete abstention from injury to all creatures. Never to eat before serving the deities and guests and dependents is another duty of the householder. The food that remains after serving gods and guests and dependents is called Vyasa. The householder should eat Vyasa. Indeed, to eat after the members of one's family including servants and other dependents, is regarded as one of the special duties of the regenerate householder, who should be conversant with the Vedas. The conduct of husband and wife, in the case of householder, should be equal. He should every day make offerings of flowers and other articles unto those deities that preside over domesticity. The householder should take care that his house is every day properly rubbed with cow dung and water. He should also observe fasts every day. Well cleaned and well rubbed, his house should also be every day fumigated with a smoke of clarified butter poured on his sacred fire in honor of the deities and the Pitres. Even these are the duties appertaining to the householder's mode of life as observable by a regenerate person. Those duties really uphold the world. Verily, those duties always and eternally flow from those righteous persons among the Brahmanas that lead a life of domesticity. Do thou listen to me with concentrated attention, O goddess. For I shall now tell thee what the duties are which appertain to the Kshatriya and about which thou hast asked me. From the beginning it has been said that the duty of the Kshatriya is to protect all creatures, The king is the acquirer of a fixed share of the merits earned by his subjects. By that means the king becomes endued with righteousness. That ruler of men who rules and protects his subjects righteously acquires, by virtue of the protection he offers to others, many regions of felicity in the world to come. The other duties of a person of the kingly order consist of self-restraint and Vedic study, the pouring of libations on the sacred fire, the making of gifts, study, the bearing of the sacred thread, sacrifices, the performance of religious rites, the support of servants and dependents, and perseverance in acts that have been begun. Another duty of his is to award punishments according to the offences committed. It is also his duty to perform sacrifices and other religious rites according to the ordinances laid down in the Vedas. Adherence to the practice of properly judging the disputes of litigants before him, and a devotion to truthfulness of speech, and interference for aiding the distressed, are the other duties by discharging which the king acquires great glory both here and hereafter. He should also lay down his life on the field of battle, having displayed great prowess on behalf of kine and brahmanas. Such a king acquires in heaven such regions of felicity as are capable of being won by the performance of horse sacrifices. The duties of the Vaisya always consist of the keeping of cattle and agriculture, the pouring of libations on the sacred fire, the making of gifts, and study, trade, walking in the path of righteousness, hospitality, peacefulness, self-restraint, welcoming of brahmanas, and renouncing things in favor of brahmanas, are the other eternal duties of the Vaisya. The Vaisya, engaged in trade and walking in the path of righteousness, should never sell sesame and perfumery and juices or liquid substances. He should discharge the duties of hospitality towards all. He is at liberty to pursue religion and wealth and pleasure according to his means and as much as is judicious for him. The service of the three regenerate classes constitutes the high duty of the Sudra. That Sudra who is truthful in speech and who has subdued his senses is regarded as having acquired meritorious penances. Verily, the Sudra, who having got a guest, discharges the duties of hospitality towards him, is regarded as acquiring the merit of high penances. That intelligent Sudra whose conduct is righteous and who worships the deities and brahmanas, becomes endued with the desirable rewards of righteousness. O beautiful lady, I have thus recited to thee what the duties are of the four orders. Indeed, O blessed lady, I have told thee what their respective duties are. What else dost thou wish to hear? Amma said, Thou hast recited to me what the respective duties are of the four orders, auspicious and beneficial for them. Do thou now tell me, O Holy One, what the common duties are of all the orders. Mahabharata said, The foremost of all beings in the universe, viz., the Creator Brahma, ever desirous of righteous accomplishments, created the Brahmanas for rescuing all the worlds. Among all created beings, they are, verily, gods on earth. I shall at the outset tell thee what the religious acts are which they should do and what the rewards are which they win through them. That religion which has been ordained for the Brahmanas is the foremost of all religions. For the sake of the righteousness of the world, 3 religions were created by the Self-Born One. Whenever the world is created, or recreated, those religions are created by the Grandsire. Do thou listen. These are the 3 eternal religions. The religion that is propounded in the Vedas is the highest. That which is propounded in the Smritis is the next in the order of importance. The third in importance is that which is based upon the practices of those who are regarded as righteous. The Brahmins possessed of learning should have the 3 Vedas. He should never make the study of the Vedas, or recitation of the scriptures, the means of his living. 562. He should devote himself to the 3 well-known acts of making gifts, studying the Vedas, and performing sacrifices. He should transcend the 3, viz., lust, wrath, and covetousness. He should be the friend of all creatures. A person that possesses these attributes is called a Brahmana. The Lord of the universe declared these 6 acts for the observance of Brahmanas. Listen to those eternal duties. The performance of sacrifices, officiating at the sacrifices of others, the making of gifts, the acceptance of gifts, teaching, and study, are the 6 acts by accomplishing which a Brahman wins religious merit. Verily, the daily study of the Vedas is a duty. Sacrifice is another eternal duty. The making of gifts according to the measure of his power and agreeable to the ordinance is, in his case, much applauded. Tranquility of mind is a high duty that has always been current among them that are righteous. Householders of pure mind are capable of earning very great merit. Indeed, he who cleanses his soul by the performance of the 5 sacrifices, who is truthful in speech, who is free from malice, who makes gifts, who treats with hospitality and honor all regenerate guests, who lives in well-cleaned abodes, who is free from pride, who is always sincere in his dealings, who uses sweet and assuring words towards others, who takes pleasure in serving guests and others arrived at his abode, and who eats the food that remains after the requirements have been gratified of all the members of his family and dependents, wins great merit. That man who offers water to his guests for washing their feet and hands, who presents the argyre for honoring the recipient, who duly gives seats, and beds, and lamps for lighting the darkness, and shelter to those that come to his abode, is regarded as highly righteous. That householder who rises at dawn and washes his mouth and face and serves food to his guests, and having honored them duly dismisses them from his abode and follows them, as a mark of honor, for a little distance, acquires eternal merit. Hospitality towards all, and the pursuit of the aggregate of 3, are the duties of the householder. The duties of the Sudra consist in the pursuit of the aggregate of 3. The religion ordained for the householder is said to have poverty for its chief indication. Auspicious and beneficial to all creatures, I shall expound it to thee. The householder should always make gifts according to the measure of his power. He should also perform sacrifices frequently after the same manner. Indeed, he who wishes to achieve his own good should always achieve meritorious acts. The householder should acquire wealth by righteous means. The wealth thus acquired should be carefully divided into 3 portions, keeping the requirements of righteousness in view. With one of those portions he should accomplish all acts of righteousness. With another he should seek to gratify his cravings for pleasure. The 3rd portion he should lay out for increasing. The religion of Nivritti is different. It exists for emancipation from rebirth by absorption into Brahman. I shall tell thee the conduct that constitutes it. Listen to me in detail, O goddess. One of the duties inculcated by that religion is compassion towards all creatures. The man that follows it should not reside in one place for more than 1 day. Desirous of achieving emancipation, the followers of this religion free themselves from the bonds of hope or desire. They have no attachment to habitation, to the command they bear for keeping water, to the robes that cover their loins, or the seat whereupon they rest, or the triple stick they bear in their hands, or the bed they sleep on, or the fire they want, or the chamber that houses them. A follower of this religion sets his heart upon the workings of his soul. His mind is devoted to Supreme Brahman. He is filled with the idea of attaining to Brahman. He is always devoted to yoga and the Sankhya philosophy. He desires no other shelter than the foot of a tree. He houses himself in empty abodes of men. He sleeps on the banks of rivers. He takes pleasure in staying by such banks. He is freed from every attachment and from every tie of affection. He merges the existence of his own soul into the Supreme Soul. Standing like a stake of wood, and abstaining from all food, he does only such acts as point to emancipation. Or, he may wander about, devoted to yoga. Even these are the eternal duties of a follower of the religion of Nivritti. He lives aloof from his species. He is freed from all attachments. He never resides in the same place for more than a day. Freed from all bonds, he roves over the world. Emancipated from all ties, he never sleeps on even the same riverbank for more than a day. Even this is the religion of persons conversant with emancipation as declared in the Vedas. Even this is the righteous path that is trodden by the righteous. He who follows in this track leaves no vestige behind. Bhikshus, or followers of the religion of emancipation, are of four kinds. They are Gutakas, Vaihudikas, Hansas, and Paramahansas. The second is superior to the first, the third to the second, and the fourth to the third. There is nothing superior to the Paramahansa, nor is there anything inferior to it or beside it or before it. It is a condition that is divested of sorrow and happiness, that is auspicious and freed from decrepitude and death, and that knows no change. 563. Amma said, Thou hast recited the religion of the householders, that of emancipation, and that which is based upon the observances of the righteous. These paths are high and exceedingly beneficial to the world of living creatures. O thou that art conversant with every religion, I desire now to hear what is the high religion of the rishis. I always have a liking for those that dwell in ascetic retreats. The perfume that emanates from the smoke of the libations of clarified butter poured on the sacred fire seems to pervade the entire retreats and make them delightful. Marking this, O great God, my heart becomes always filled with delight. O puissant deity, I have doubts regarding the religion of the ascetics. Thou art conversant with the details of all religions. Do thou enlighten me, O God of gods, in detail, respecting this topic truly about which I have asked thee, O great deity. The blessed and holy one said, Yes, I shall recite to thee the high and excellent religion of the ascetics. By following the dictates of that religion, O auspicious lady, the ascetics attain to success through the severe penances they practice. O highly blessed one, do thou hear, from the beginning, what the duties are of those righteous rishis that are conversant with every duty and that are known by the name of Finipas. The grandsire Brahma, during the days he devoted to the observance of penances, drank some nectar, in the form of water. That water had flowed in heaven from a great sacrifice. The froth of that water is highly auspicious and, in consequence of Brahma's having drunk it, it partook of his own nature. Those rishis that subsist upon the measure of froth that thus issued from the water indicated are called Finipas, froth eaters. Even this is the conduct of those pure Sudrishis, O lady, possessed of wealth of penances. Listen now to me as I explain to thee who the Valkylias are. The Valkylias are ascetics that have won success by their penances. They reside in the solar disk. Adopting the means of subsistence that is followed by the birds, those rishis, conversant with every duty of righteousness, live according to the Anshar mode. Their attire consists of deer skins or barks of trees. Freed from every pair of opposites, the Valkylias, possessed of wealth of penances, walk in this track of righteousness. They are as big as a digit of the thumb, distributed into classes. Each class lives in the practice of the duties assigned to it. They desire only to practice penance. The merits they win by their righteous conduct are very high. They are regarded as having attained to an equality with the gods and exist for the accomplishment of the purposes of the gods. Having burned off all their sins by severe penances, they blaze forth in effulgence, illuminating all the points of the compass. Others, called chakrakaras, are endued with cleansed souls and devoted to the practice of compassion. Righteous in their conduct and possessed of great sanctity, they live in the region of Soma. Thus, residing near enough to the region of the Pitris, They duly subsist by drinking the rays of Soma. There are others called Samprakshalas and Asmakatas and Dantolukalas. 564. These live near the Soma-drinking deities and others that drink flames of fire. With their wedded spouses, and with passions under complete control, they too subsist upon the rays of Soma. They pour libations of clarified butter on the sacred fire, and adore the Baitrus under proper forms. They also perform the well-known sacrifices. Even this is said to constitute their religion. The religion of the Rishis, O goddess, is always observed by those who are houseless and who are free to rove through every region including that of the gods. There are, again, other classes about whom I shall speak presently. Do thou listen. It is necessary that they who observe the different religions of the Rishis should subjugate their passions and know the soul. Indeed, in my opinion, lust and wrath should be completely conquered. With corn, wealth, acquired by the unsure mode, they should discharge the following duties, viz., the pouring of libations on the sacred fire, occupying a fixed seat, employing oneself the while in the sacrifice called Dharmaritari, performance of Shisoma sacrifice, acquisition of a special knowledge, the giving of sacrificial presents which forms the fifth, the daily performance of sacrifices, devotion to the worship of the Baitrus and the deities, hospitality towards all, abstention from all luxurious viands prepared from cow's milk, taking a pleasure in tranquility of heart, lying on bare rocks or the earth, devotion to yoga, eating potherbs and leaves of trees, and subsisting upon fruits and roots and wind and water and moss, are some of the practices of the Rishis by which they attain to the end that belongs to persons unsubjugated by the world. When the smoke has ceased to curl upwards from a house, when the husking machine has ceased to ply, when the hearth fire has been extinguished, when all the inmates have taken their food, when dishes are no longer carried from room to room, when mendicants have ceased to walk the streets, it is then that the man who is devoted to the religion of truth and tranquility of soul, desiring to have a guest, but finding his desire ungratified, should eat what remnant of food may still occur in the house. By acting in this way, one becomes a practicer of the religion of the Munis. One should not be arrogant, nor proud, nor cheerless and discontented, nor should one wonder at anything. Indeed, one should behave equally towards friends and foes. Verily, one who is the foremost of all persons conversant with duties should also be friendly towards all creatures. Section XI. Amma said, forest recluses reside in delightful regions, among the springs and fountains of rivers, in bowers by the sides of streams and rills, on hills and mountains, in woods and forests, and in sacred spots full of fruits and roots. With concentrated attention and observant of vows and rules, they dwell in such places. I desire, O Sankara, to hear the sacred ordinances which they follow. These recluses, O God of all gods, are persons that depend, for the protection of their bodies, upon themselves alone. 565. Maeswara said, do thou hear with concentrated attention what the duties are of forest recluses. Having listened to them with one mind, O goddess, do thou set thy heart upon righteousness. Listen then to what the acts are that should be practiced by righteous recluses crowned with success, observant of rigid vows and rules, and residing in woods and forests. Performing ablutions thrice a day, worshipping the Baitrus and the deities, pouring libations on the sacred fire, performing those sacrifices and rites that go by the name of Ishtihoma, picking up the grains of Nivarapadi, eating fruit and roots, and using oil that is pressed out from ingada and castor seeds are their duties. Having gone through the practices of yoga and become crowned with ascetic success and freed from lust and wrath, they should seat themselves in the attitude called virasana. Indeed, they should reside in those places which are inaccessible to cowards, 566. Observant of the excellent ordinances relating to yoga, sitting in summer in the midst of 4 fires on 4 sides with the sun overhead, duly practicing what is called Manduka Yoga, and always seated in the attitude called Virasana, and lying on bare rocks or the earth. These men, with hearts set upon righteousness, must expose themselves to cold and water and fire. They subsist upon water or air or moss. They use 2 pieces of stones only for husking their corn. Some of them use their teeth only for such a purpose. They do not keep utensils of any kind for storing anything for the day to come. Some of them clothe themselves with rags and barks of trees or deer skins. Even thus do they pass their lives for the measure of time allotted to them, according to the ordinances set forth in the Scriptures. Remaining in woods and forests, they wander within woods and forests, live within them, and are always to be found within them. Indeed, these forest recluses entering into woods and forests live within them as disciples, obtaining a preceptor, live with him. The performance of the rites of Homer is their duty, as also the observance of the 5 sacrifices. A due observance of the rules about distribution, in respect of time, of the 5-fold sacrifices as laid down in the Vedas, devotion to other sacrifices, forming the 8th, observance of the Chaturmasya, performance of the Purnammasya, and other sacrifices, and performance of the daily sacrifices, are the duties of these men dissociated from wives, freed from every attachment, and cleansed from every sin. Indeed, they should live even thus in the forest. The sacrificial ladle and the water vessel are their chief wealth. They are always devoted to the 3 fires. Righteous in their conduct and adhering to the path of virtue, they attain to the highest end. These munis, crowned with ascetic success and ever devoted to the religion of truth, attain to the highly sacred region of Brahman or the eternal region of Soma. O auspicious goddess, I have thus recited to thee, in brief, the outlines of the religion that is followed by forest recluses and that has many practices in detail. Amma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all creatures, O Thou that art worshipped by all beings, I desire to hear what the religion is of those munis that are followers of the Scriptures treating of ascetic success. Do Thou recite it to me. Residing in woods and forests and well accomplished in the Scriptures of success, some amongst them live and act as they like, without being restrained by particular practices. Others have wives. How, indeed, have their practices been laid down? Mahadeva said, O goddess, the shaving of the head and the wearing of the brown robes are the indications of those recluses that rove about in freedom, while the indications of those that sport with wedded wives consist in passing their nights at home. Performing ablutions 3 times a day is the duty of the classes, while the Homer, with water and fruits from the wilderness, belongs to the wedded recluses as performed by the rishis in general. Absorption, yoga meditation, and adherence to those duties that constitute piety and that have been laid down as such in the Scriptures and the Vedas, are some of the other duties prescribed for them. All those duties also of which I have spoken to thee before as appertaining to recluses residing in forests, are the duties of these also. Indeed, if those duties are observed, they that observe them attain to the rewards that attach to severe penances. Those forest recluses that lead wedded lives should confine the gratification of their senses to these wedded wives of theirs. By indulging in sexual congress with their wives at only those times when their seasons come, they conform to the duties that have been laid down for them. The religion which these virtuous men are to follow is the religion that has been laid down and followed by the rishis. With their eyes set upon the acquisition of righteousness, they should never pursue any other object of desire from a sense of unrestrained caprice. That man who makes the gift unto all creatures of an assurance of perfect harmlessness or innocence, freed as his soul becomes from the stain of malice or harmfulness, becomes endued with righteousness. Verily, that person who shows compassion to all creatures, who adopts as a vow a behavior of perfect sincerity towards all creatures, and who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures, becomes endued with righteousness. A bath in all the Vedas, and a behavior of sincerity towards all creatures, are looked upon as equal in point of merit, or, perhaps, the latter is a little distinguished above the other in point of merit. Sincerity, it has been said, is righteousness, while insincerity or crookedness is the reverse. That man who conducts himself with sincerity becomes endued with righteousness. The man who is always devoted to sincerity of behavior succeeds in attaining to a residence among the deities. Hence, he who wishes to achieve the merit of righteousness should become endued with sincerity. Possessed of a forgiving disposition and of self-restraint, and with wrath and a complete subjection, one should transform oneself into an embodiment of righteousness and become freed from malice. Such a man, who becomes devoted, besides, to the discharge of all the duties of religion, becomes endued with the merit of righteousness. Freed from drowsiness and procrastination, the pious person, who adheres to the path of righteousness to the best of his power, and becomes possessed of pure conduct, and who is venerable in years, comes to be regarded as equal to Brahma himself. Amma said, "By what course of duties, O God, do those ascetics who are attached to their respective retreats and possessed of wealth of penances succeed in becoming endued with great splendor? By what acts again do kings and princes who are possessed of great wealth, and others who are destitute of wealth, succeed in obtaining higher rewards? By what acts, O God, do denizens of the forest succeed in attaining to that place which is eternal and in adorning their persons with celestial sandal paste? O illustrious God of 3 eyes, O destroyer of the triple city, do thou dispel this doubt of mine connected with the auspicious subject of the observance of penances by telling everything in detail." The illustrious deity said, "Those who observe the vows relating to fasts and restrain their senses, who abstain from injury of any kind to any creature, and who practice truthfulness of speech, attain to success and ascending to heaven sport in felicity with the Gandharvas as their companions, freed from every kind of evil. The righteous suit man who lies down in the attitude which appertains to Manduka Yoga, and who properly and according to the ordinance performs meritorious acts after having taken the Diksha, sports in felicity in the next world in the company of the Nagas. That man who lives in the company of a deer and subsists upon such grass and vegetables as fall off from their mouths, and who has undergone the Diksha and attends to the duties attached to it, succeeds in attaining to Amaravati, the mansions of Indra. That man who subsists upon the moss he gathers and the fallen leaves of trees that he picks up, and endures all the severities of cold, attains to very high place. That man who subsists upon either air or water, or fruits and roots, attains in after life to the affluence that belongs to the yakshas and sports in felicity in the company of diverse tribes of Apsaras. Having practiced for 2 and 10 years, according to the rites laid down in the ordinances, the vow relating to the endurance of the 5 fires in the summer season, one becomes in one's next life a king. That man who, having observed vows with respect to food, practices penances for 2 and 12 years, carefully abstaining from all interdicted food, taken at forbidden hours, during the periods becomes in his next life a ruler of earth. 567. That man who sits and lies on the bare ground with the cope of the firmament alone for his shelter, observes the course of duties that attach to Diksha, and then casts off his body by abstaining from all food, attains to great felicity in heaven. The rewards of one who sits and lies down upon the bare ground, with the welkin alone for his shelter, are said to be excellent vehicles and beds, and costly mansions possessed of the resplendence of the moon, O lady. That man who, having subsisted upon abstemious diet and observed divers excellent vows, lives depending upon his own self, and then casts off his body by abstaining from all food, succeeds in ascending to heaven and enjoying all its felicity. That man who, having lived in entire dependence upon his own self, observes for 2 and 10 years the duties that appertain to diksha, and at last casts off his body on the great ocean, succeeds in attaining to the regions of Varuna after death. That man who, living in entire dependence upon his own self, observes the duties that attach to diksha for 2 and 10 years, and pierces his own feet with a sharp stone, attains to the felicity of the region that belongs to the Gaikas. He who cultivates self with the aid of self, who frees himself from the influence of all pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, joy and sorrow, etc., who is freed from every kind of attachment, and who mentally observes for 2 and 10 years such a course of conduct after diksha, attains to heaven and enjoys every happiness with the deities as his companions. He who lives in entire dependence upon his own self and observes for 2 and 10 years the duties that attach to diksha, and finally casts off his body on the fire as an oblation to the deities, attains to the regions of Brahman and is held in high respect there. That regenerate man, O goddess, who having properly gone through the diksha keeps his senses under subjugation, and placing his self on self frees himself from the sense of desirous of achieving righteousness, and sets out, without a covering for his body, after the due observance of the duties of diksha for 2 and 10 years, and after having placed his sacred fire on a tree, and walks along the path that belongs to heroes, and lies down, when need for lying down comes, in the attitude of heroes, and conducts himself always after the manner of heroes, certainly attains to the end that is reserved for heroes. 568. Such a man repairs to the eternal region of Sakra, where he becomes crowned with the fruition of all his wishes, and where he sports in joy, his person decked with garlands of celestial flowers and celestial perfumes. Indeed, that righteous suit person lives happily in heaven, with the deities as his companions. The hero, observant of the practices of heroes and devoted to the yoga which belongs to heroes, living in the practice of goodness, having renounced everything, having undergone the diksha and subjugated his senses, and observing purity of both body and mind, is sure to attain to that path which is reserved for heroes. Eternal regions of happiness are his. Riding on a car that moves at the will of the rider, he roves through all those happy regions as he likes. Indeed, dwelling in the region of Sakra, that blessed person always sports in joy, freed from every calamity. Section Xli. Amma said, O Holy One, O thou that didst tear off the eyes of Bhaga and the teeth of Pushan, O destroyer of the sacrifice of Daksha, O three-eyed deity, I have a great doubt. In days of yore, the self-born one created the 4 orders. Through the evil consequence of what acts doth a Vaisya become a Sudra? Through what acts doth a Kshatriya become a Vaisya, and a regenerate person, Brahmana, becomes a Kshatriya? By what means may such degradation of the castes be prevented? Through what acts does a Brahmana take birth in his next life, in the Sudra order? Through what acts, O puissant deity, does a Kshatriya also descend to the status of Sudra? O sinless one, O Lord of all created beings, do thou, O illustrious one, dispel this doubt of mine. How, again, can the 3 other orders naturally succeed in attaining to the status of Brahmanhood? The illustrious one said, the status of a Brahmana, O goddess, is exceedingly difficult to attain. O auspicious lady, one becomes a Brahmana through original creation or birth. After the same manner the Kshatriya, the Vaisya, and the Sudra, all become so through original creation. Even this is my opinion. 569. He, however, that is born a Brahmana falls away from his status through his own evil acts. Hence, the Brahmana, after having attained to the status of the first order, should always protect it by his acts. If one, who is a Kshatriya or Vaisya, lives in the practice of those duties that are assigned to the Brahmana, after the manner of a Brahmana he becomes, in his next life, a Brahmana. That Brahmana who casts off the duties of his order for following those assigned for the Kshatriya, is regarded as one that has fallen away from the status of a Brahmana and that has become a Kshatriya. That Brahmana of little understanding, who, impelled by cupidity and folly, follows the practices assigned to Vaisyas, forgetful of his status as a Brahmana that is exceedingly difficult to attain, comes to be regarded as one that has become a Vaisya. Similarly, one that is a Vaisya by birth may, by following the practices of a Sudra, become a Sudra. Indeed, a Brahmana, falling away from the duties of his own order, may descend to the status of even a Sudra. Such a Brahmana, falling away from the order of his birth and turned out of it, without attaining to the region of Brahmana, which is his goal if he duly observes his own duties, sinks into hell and in his next birth becomes born as a Sudra. A highly blessed Kshatriya or a Vaisya, that abandons those practices of his that are consistent with the duties laid down for his order, and follows the practices laid down for the Sudra, falls away from his own order and becomes a person of mixed caste. It is in this way that a Brahmana, or a Kshatriya, or a Vaisya, sinks into the status of a Sudra. That man who has attained to clearness of vision through practice of the duties of his own order, who is endued with knowledge and science, who is pure in body and mind, who is conversant with every duty and devoted to the practice of all his duties, is sure to enjoy the rewards of righteousness. I shall now recite to thee, O Goddess, a saying uttered by Brahma, the self-born, on this subject. Those that are righteous and desirous of acquiring merit always pursue with firmness the culture of the soul. The food that comes from cruel and fierce persons is censurable. So also is the food that has been cooked for serving a large number of persons. The same is said of the food that is cooked in view of the first shraddha of a deceased person. So also is the food that is stained in consequence of the usual faults and the food that is supplied by a Sudra. These should never be taken by a Brahmana at any time. 570. The food of a Sudra, O Goddess, is always disapproved of by the high Sula deities. Even this, I think, is the authority enunciated by the Grand Sire with his own mouth. If a Brahmana, who has set up the sacred fire and who performs sacrifices, were to die with any portion of a Sudra's food remaining undigested in his stomach, he is sure to take birth in his next life as a Sudra. In consequence of those remains of a Sudra's food in his stomach, he falls away from the status of a Brahmana. Such a Brahmana becomes invested with the status of a Sudra. There is no doubt in this. This Brahmana in his next life becomes invested with the status of that order upon whose food he subsists through life, or with the undigested portion of whose food in his stomach he breathes his last. 571. That man who, having attained to the auspicious status of a Brahmana which is so difficult to acquire, disregards it and eats interdicted food, falls away from his high status. That Brahmana who drinks alcohol, who becomes guilty of Brahmanacide or mean in his behavior, or a thief, or who breaks his vows, or becomes impure, or unmindful of his Vedic studies, or sinful, or characterized by cupidity, or guilty of cunning or cheating, or who does not observe vows, or who weds a Sudra woman, or who derives his subsistence by pandering to the lusts of other people, or who sells the soma plant, or who serves a person of an order below his, falls away from his status of Brahmanahood. 572. That Brahmana who violates the bed of his preceptor, or who cherishes malice towards him, or who takes pleasure in speaking ill of him, falls away from the status of Brahmanahood even if he be conversant with Brahman. By these good acts, again, O goddess, when performed, a Sudra becomes a Brahmana, and a Vaisya becomes a Kshatriya. The Sudra should perform all the duties laid down for him, properly and according to the ordinance. He should always wait, with obedience and humility, upon person of the three other orders and serve them with care. Always adhering to the path of righteousness, the Sudra should cheerfully do all this. He should honor the deities and persons of the regenerate orders. He should observe the vow of hospitality to all persons. With senses kept under subjection and becoming abstemious in food, he should never approach his wife except in her season. He should ever search after persons that are holy and pure. As regards food, he should eat that which remains after the needs of all persons have been satisfied. If, indeed, the Sudra desires to be a Vaisya in his next life, he should also abstain from meat of animals not slain in sacrifices. If a Vaisya wishes to be a Brahmana in his next life, he should observe even these duties. He should be truthful in speech, and free from pride or arrogance. He should rise superior to all pairs of opposites, such as heat and cold, joy and sorrow, etc. He should be observant of the duties of peace and tranquility. He should adore the deities in sacrifices, attend with devotion to the study and recitation of the Vedas, and become pure in body and mind. He should keep his senses under subjection, honor the Brahmanas, and seek the welfare of all the orders. Leading the domestic mode of life and eating only twice a day at the prescribed hours, he should gratify his hunger with only such food as remains after the needs have been satisfied of all the members of his family with dependents and guests. He should be abstemious in food, and act without being impelled by the desire of reward. He should be free from egotism. He should adore the deities in the Agnihotra and pour libations according to the ordinance. Observing the duties of hospitality towards all persons, he should, as already said, eat the food that remains after serving all others for whom it has been cooked. He should, according to the ordinance laid down, worship the three fires. Such a Vaisya of pure conduct takes birth in his next life in a high Kshatriya family. 573. If a Vaisya, after having taken birth as a Kshatriya, goes through the usual purificatory rites, becomes invested with the sacred thread, and betakes himself to the observance of vows, he becomes, in his next life, an honored Brahmana. Indeed, after his birth as a Kshatriya, he should make presents, adore the deities in great sacrifices with plentiful dakshinas, study the Vedas, and desirous of attaining to heaven should worship the three fires. He should interfere for dispelling the sorrows of the distressed, and should always righteously cherish and protect those subjects that own his sway. He should be truthful, and do all acts that have truth in them, and seek happiness in conduct like this. He should award punishments that are righteous, without laying aside the rod of chastisement for good. He should induce men to do righteous deeds, guided by considerations of policy. In the matter of swaying his people, he should take 1/6 of the produce of the fields. 574. He should never indulge in sexual pleasure, but live cheerfully and in independence, well conversant with the science of wealth or profit. Of righteous soul, he should seek his wedded spouse only in her season. He should always observe fasts, keep his soul under control, devote himself to the study of the Vedas, and be pure in body and mind. He should sleep on blades of pusa grass spread out in his fire chamber. He should pursue the aggregate of three, viz., righteousness, wealth, and pleasure, and be always cheerful. And to Sudras desirous of food, he should always answer that it is ready. He should never desire anything from motives of gain or pleasure. He should worship the Baitres and gods and guests. In his own house he should live the life of a mendicant. He should duly adore the deities in his Agnihotra, morning, noon, and evening every day, by pouring libations agreeably to the ordinance. With his face turned towards the foe, he should cast off his life-breath in battle fought for the benefit of kine and brahmanas. Or he may enter the triple fires sanctified with mantras and cast off his body. By pursuing this line of conduct he takes birth in his next life as a brahmana. Endued with knowledge and science, purified from all dross, and fully conversant with the Vedas, a pious kshatriya, by his own acts, becomes a brahmana. It is with the aid of these acts, O goddess, that a person who has sprung from a degraded order, viz., a Sudra, may become a Brahmana refined of all stains and possessed of Vedic law. One that is a Brahmana, when he becomes wicked in conduct and observes no distinction in respect of food, falls away from the status of Brahmanahood and becomes a Sudra. Even a Sudra, O goddess, that has purified his soul by pure deeds and that has subjugated all his senses, deserves to be waited upon and served with reverence as a Brahmana. This has been said by the self-born Brahmana himself. When a pious nature and pious deeds are noticeable in even a Sudra, he should, according to my opinion, be held superior to a person of the three regenerate classes. Neither birth, nor the purificatory rites, nor learning, nor offspring, can be regarded as grounds for conferring upon one the regenerate status. Verily, conduct is the only ground. All Brahmanas in this world are Brahmanas in consequence of conduct. A Sudra, if he is established on good conduct, is regarded as possessed of the status of a Brahmana. The status of Brahma, O auspicious lady, is equal wherever it exists. Even this is my opinion. He, indeed, is a Brahmana in whom the status of Brahma exists, that condition which is bereft of attributes and which has no stain attached to it. The boon-giving Brahma, while he created all creatures, himself said that the distribution of human beings into the four orders dependent on birth is only for purposes of classification. The Brahmana is a great field in this world, a field equipped with feet, for it moves from place to place. He who plants seeds in that field, O beautiful lady, reaps the crop in the next world. That Brahmana who wishes to achieve his own good should always live upon the remains of the food that may be there in his house after gratifying the needs of all others. He should always adhere to the path of righteousness. Indeed, he should tread along the path that belongs to Brahma. He should live engaged in the study of the Samhitas, and remaining at home he should discharge all the duties of a householder. He should always be devoted to the study of the Vedas, but he should never derive the means of subsistence from such study. That Brahmana who always conducts himself thus, adhering to the path of righteousness, worshipping his sacred fire, and engaged in the study of the Vedas, comes to be regarded as Brahma. The status of a Brahmana once gained, it should always be protected with care, O thou of sweet smiles, by avoiding the stain of contact with persons born in inferior orders, and by abstaining from the acceptance of gifts. I have thus told thee a mystery, viz., the manner in which a Sudra may become a Brahmana, or that by which a Brahmana falls away from his own pure status and becomes a Sudra. Section Xlif. Amma said, O Holy One, O Lord of all beings, O thou that art worshipped by the deities and asuras equally, tell me what are the duties and derelictions of men. Indeed, O puissant one, resolve my doubts. It is by these three, viz., thought, word, and deed, that men become bound with bonds. It is by these same three that they become freed from those bonds. By pursuing what conduct, O God, indeed, by what kind of acts, by what behavior and attributes and words, do men succeed in ascending to heaven? The God of God said, O Goddess, thou art well conversant with the true import of duties. Thou art ever devoted to righteousness and self-restraint. The question thou hast asked me is fraught with the benefit of all creatures. It enhances the intelligence of all persons. Do thou, therefore, listen to the answer. Those persons that are devoted to the religion of truth, that are righteous and destitute of the indications of the several modes of life, and that enjoy the wealth earned by righteous means, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that are freed from all doubts, that are possessed of omniscience, and that have eyes to behold all things, are never enchained by either virtue or sin. Those men that are freed from all attachments can never be bound by the chains of action. They who never injure others in thought, word, or deed, and who never attach themselves to anything, can never be bound by acts. They who abstain from taking the lives of any creature, who are pious in conduct, who have compassion, who regard friends and foes in an equal light, and who are self-restrained, can never be bound by acts. Those men that are endued with compassion towards all beings, that succeed in inspiring the confidence of all living creatures, and that have cast off malice in their behavior, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that have no desire to appropriate what belongs to others, that keep themselves aloof from the wedded wives of others, and that enjoy only such wealth as has been earned by righteous means, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who behave towards the wives of other people as towards their own mothers and sisters and daughters, succeed in attaining to heaven. Those men that abstain from appropriating what belongs to others, that are perfectly contented with what they possess, and that live depending upon their own destiny, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that, in their conduct, always shut their eyes against association with other people's spouses, that are masters of their senses, and that are devoted to righteous conduct, succeed in ascending to heaven. Even this is the path, created by the gods, that the righteous should follow. This is the path, freed from passion and aversion, laid down for the righteous to follow. Those men who are devoted to their own spouses and who seek them only in their seasons, and who turn themselves away from indulgence in sexual pleasure, succeed in ascending to heaven. Conduct marked by charity and penances, and characterized by righteousness of deeds and purity of both body and heart, should be followed by those that are wise for the sake of adding to their merit or for earning their means of subsistence. Those who wish to ascend to heaven should follow in this track and not in any other. Amma said, "Tell me, O illustrious deity, O sinless Lord of all creatures, what are those words by which one becomes enchained, and what are those words by uttering which one may be freed from one's bonds?" Mahabharata said, "Those men who never tell lies for either themselves or for others, or in jest or for exciting laughter, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who never tell lies for earning their subsistence or for earning merit or through mere caprice, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who utter words that are smooth and sweet and faultless, and who welcome all whom they meet with sincerity, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who never utter words that are harsh and bitter and cruel, and who are free from deceitfulness and evil of every kind, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who never utter words that are fraught with deceit or that cause breach of understanding between friends, and who always speak what is true and what promotes good feelings, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who avoid harsh speeches and abstain from quarrels with others, who are impartial in their behavior to all creatures, and who have subjugated their souls, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who abstain from evil speech or sinful conversation, who avoid such speeches as are disagreeable, and who utter only such words as are auspicious and agreeable, succeed in ascending to heaven. They who never utter, under anger, such words as tear the hearts of other people, and who, even when under the influence of wrath, speak words that are peaceful and agreeable, succeed in ascending to heaven. The religion, O Goddess, appertaining to speech, should always be followed by men. It is auspicious and characterized by truth. They that are possessed of wisdom should always avoid untruth. Amma said, Do thou tell me, O God of gods, O wielder of Pinnaker, O thou that art highly blessed, what those mental acts or thoughts are by which a person may be enchained. Mahabharata said, Endued with merit that arises from mental acts, O goddess, one ascends to heaven. Listen to me, O auspicious one, as I recite to thee what those acts are. Listen to me, O thou of sweet face, how also a mind of ill-regulated features becomes enchained by ill-regulated or evil thoughts. Those men who do not seek, even mentally, to take what belongs to others even when they see it lying in a lone forest, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who care not to appropriate what belongs to others even when they see it lying in a house or a village that has been deserted, ascend to heaven. Those men that do not seek, even mentally, to associate with the wedded spouses of others even when they behold them in deserted places and under the influence of desire, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men who, meeting with friends or foes, behave in the same friendly way towards all, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that are possessed of learning and compassion, that are pure in body and mind, that are firm in their adherence to truth, and that are contented with what belongs to them, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that do not bear ill will to any creature, that do not stand in need of labor for their subsistence, that bear friendly hearts towards all beings, and that entertain compassion towards all, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that are endued with faith, that have compassion, that are holy, that seek the company of holy men, and that are conversant with the distinctions between right and wrong, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men, O goddess, that are conversant with what the consequences are of good and bad deeds, succeed in ascending to heaven. Those men that are just in all their dealings, that are endued with all desirable accomplishments, that are devoted to the deities and the Brahmanas, and that are endued with perseverance in the doing of good acts, succeed in ascending to heaven. All these men, O goddess, succeed in ascending to heaven through the meritorious consequences of their deeds. What else dost thou wish to hear? Amma said, I have a great doubt, O Mahabharata, on a subject connected with human beings. It behoveth thee to explain it to me carefully. By what acts does a man succeed, O puissant deity, in acquiring a long life? By what penances also does one acquire a long life? By what acts does one become short-lived on earth? O thou that art perfectly stainless, it behoveth thee to tell me what the consequences are of acts, in the matter of bestowing a long or a short life on the doer. Some are seen to be possessed of great good fortune, and some weighted with misfortune. Some are of noble birth, while others of ignoble birth. Some are of such repulsive features as if they are made of wood, while others are of very agreeable features at even the first sight. Some appear to be destitute of wisdom, while others are possessed of it. Some, again, are seen endued with high intelligence and wisdom, enlightened by knowledge and science. Some have to endure little pain, while others there are that are weighted with heavy calamities. Even such diverse sights are seen with respect to men. It behoveth thee, O illustrious one, to tell me the reason of all this. The God of gods said, Verily, O goddess, I shall discourse to thee on the manifestation of the fruits of acts. It is by the rules of that manifestation that all human beings in this world enjoy or endure the consequences of their acts. That man who assumes a fierce aspect for the purpose of taking the lives of other creatures, who arms himself with stout sticks for injuring other creatures, who is seen with uplifted weapons, who slays living creatures, who is destitute of compassion, who always causes agitation to living beings, who refuses to grant protection to even worms and ants, who is endued with cruelty, one who is such, O goddess, sinks in hell. One who is endued with an opposite disposition and who is righteous in acts, is born as a handsome man. The man who is endued with cruelty goes to hell, while he that is endued with compassion ascends to heaven. The man who goes to hell has to endure excruciating misery. One who, having sunk in hell, rises therefrom, takes birth as a man endued with short life. That man who is addicted to slaughter and injury, O goddess, becomes, through his sinful deeds, liable to destruction. Such a person becomes disagreeable to all creatures and endued with a short life. That man who belongs to what is called the white class, who abstains from the slaughter of living creatures, who has thrown away all weapons, who never inflicts any chastisement on anybody, who never injures any creatures, who never causes anybody to slay creatures for him, who never slays or strikes even when struck or attempted to be slain, who never sanctions or approves an act of slaughter, who is endued with compassion towards all creatures, who behaves towards others as towards his own self, such a superior man, O goddess, succeeds in attaining to the status of a deity. Filled with joy, such a man enjoys diverse kinds of luxurious articles. If such a person ever takes birth in the world of men, he becomes endued with longevity and enjoys great happiness. Even this is the way of those that are of righteous conduct and righteous deeds, and that are blessed with longevity, the way that was indicated by the self-born Brahman himself, and that is characterized by abstention from the slaughter of living creatures. Section CXLV. Amma said, by what disposition, what conduct, what act,